Hello everyone, welcome back to the Overwatch 2 Calling All Heroes Tournament Major number 3. My name is Dustin, joined by Kenobi, and we're back again, day number 2 of this entire year-long tournament. It's been a fantastic journey along the way that we've watched plenty of teams grow and improve throughout the year, and this is their last chance to really make sure they get those points going into the championship next year in January. So Kenobi, welcome. How you doing, man? It's been a while since we've casted together, but yeah. I mean, today's gonna be fun. Man, we got the lower bracket and then the grand finals today.
A little contenders reunion with you, Dustin. I think that's probably the last time we cast together. But I'm very excited to be here for Calling All Heroes. I've been kind of following from afar a little bit, but now getting to cast for the first time, very excited, and especially when there's all of these stakes to play for at the end of this major. So really ready and raring to go. And I have Lemon had you yesterday for the co-parenting. Now I get you, so I'm pretty excited. Hopefully we have some good banter as well.
Yeah, hopefully. You never know. We could hate each other as we progress. No, I'm just kidding. I love Kenobi. And we love this tournament and the format and the initiative that it provides, right, for marginalized genders and everybody involved. It's just such a fantastic format, and the whole tournament itself has been a joy to watch. And I'm sure a lot of the viewers as well, besides getting the drops, are, watching alongside and, rooting for their favorite teams. Kenobi, we said, yesterday was a crazy day. Going into today, we have, the whole circuits led up to this. The whole tournament has led up to these final days. And there's been some upsets, right? There's been some upsets yesterday, and Queen's Gambit dropping to that lower bracket. That was absolutely crazy. I know we've talked behind the scenes that, Queen's Gambit and a lot of these other teams are closer than maybe the outside could assume. But let's take a look at the format and the overall tournament and kind of see how it's gone so far. Kenobi, thus far, obviously we had last week the Swiss leading up to today, which is the bracket tournament where it's a double elim. So that's going on today. We're finally towards these last little bits where there's one team waiting in the upper bracket. They still have a shot to win it all after being in that upper bracket finals. But most of these teams now today, we're down to like 4 teams left. It's crazy.
Yeah, and the thing about the kind of how we've gone through we're all through the lower side right now, so there's, again, the stakes are as high as you only get that one life left, and then there's Nightmare Eclipse, who are, if you manage to run the gauntlet of that lower bracket, you get to, fight against a Nightmare, so how much of a prize is that as kind of the favorites of the tournament? But yeah, I think that this bracket has kind of shifted a little bit, and we can talk about that a little bit later.
Oh, yeah. And like we said, obviously this tournament, this major, leading up to that championship in January, where all of these teams are competing for not only points but also prize money. First place going to get $3,500 as a team. Those points are going to go to each player. So it's 900 times 5. You can do the math. 4,500. And
I can't.
For force. Yeah, obviously we're casters, so it's not like we're math majors.
We can't do math. Casters can't do math. That's a dangerous thing you did right there.
Sorry, 9 times 5. I don't know, 21. Yeah, all these teams competing for the points to make it towards that championship next year, Kenobi. And, as it's the last major of this year and pretty much the end of Calling All Heroes for this year going into next, a lot of these teams really trying to secure that last little bit.
Yeah, and I think, every point matters, especially when you're going towards that, champs that's happening next year. And I think as we're going to be going into kind of a little bit more on the prizing, Dustin, we can talk about Be Quiet.
Yes, Be Quiet. This is the overall prizing and extra, basically. Like, all these players get a cherry on top, and that's a Be Quiet light bot based 6600 DX PC case for first place. And I have one of the Be Quiet CPU coolers. It's really good. It works pretty well on my computer, just on the outside. But when you're passionate about a hobby, you deserve the best available equipment. Our partner, Be Quiet, has you covered. For those PC builders who care about every tiny detail and strive for the perfect result, Be Quiet enables you to build the system of your dreams. The result is not only quiet and performance, but also gorgeous and worthy of your attention. Be Quiet has you covered from the top to the bottom in your next PC build. Light up your gaming setup. Check out the new Light series by Quiet, the Light Base, Light Loop, and Light Wings. Quiet performance and stunning looks. And obviously our players are going to get a little bit of tidbit of that. With the prizing in itself, Kenobi, and I think it's going to be sick. So I'm curious to see who wins, and obviously they've had a lot on the line today.
Yeah, obviously, because we're going through that lower bracket. When I first started casting, my PC case was like super loud and didn't, because it was just a PC that I had built by hand, and it was really,
Yeah.
I knew nothing about cases, so I could have used a Be Quiet back then because my producers would get mad at me because the fans were just going like so.
I think I remember that. I was watching a Kenobi stream and I just heard nothing, but it sounded like I was in an airport. You know, it's like you know how houses like by airports. It's okay. I mean, it happens. We all start somewhere, right, Kenobi? We all start somewhere. And speaking of starting somewhere, that's where we're today. At least we're starting. This is where all these teams have started. There we go. Got there eventually with Queen's Gambit. You know, in that upper bracket was the favorite, but unfortunately for them, dropped to EXO yesterday in a very close fashion. I mean, that was such a game where Queen's Gambit, you know, unfortunately, the fair matchup in the Maga duel kind of was not in their favor, and now because of it, they've tried to make that lower bracket run. We're on the other side. Nightmare Eclipse, you know, they've kind of just been snowballing on through the tournament. They had a 3-1 matchup with Valentine, and which was pretty close in its own right, but it's definitely interesting to see how things have progressed, Kenobi. Maybe you know, there's a bit of a difference to what people would expect so far for the tournament.
Yeah, and I was kind of asking CB because I wanted to be educated, and if there's anyone you want to know and talk to about Calling All Heroes, it's CB. And CB was kind of telling me that the top four is a lot closer than people would think. Yes, Nightmare Eclipse is kind of the favorite, but with Queen's Gambit going to that lower side, it's kind of upset the balance of the top four a little bit because it was kind of expected that it would be that Queen's Gambit versus Nightmare Eclipse grand final, which we could still have. But now that Queen's Gambit kind of has to go to that lower bracket and a lot of pressure is on them. You know, you only get that one life left, and one of the things that maybe is happening with Queen's Gambit is that if you get knocked down to the lower bracket, you can get angry a little bit, right? Like, Dustin, you know, when you knocked out San Francisco Shock as the Atlanta Reign, and then San Francisco Shock ran through that lower bracket all the way back to the grand finals and won, like, you know, sometimes you need that little kick in the pants to really kind of rev you up and try and get that victory.
Yeah, we could have won that year, man. Could have won that year if we knocked out Super Matthew DeLisi, like you said, but you know, obviously, you know, I don't know.
You'll always have that. You'll always have that.
That's true. We got something there. In that Sigma meta. I don't know. That was a crazy year. I mean, every year Overwatch is just a crazy year. The meta is changing so much. Like you said, I mean, you've casted this meta before. It seems like you know a lot of this is macro-based gameplay, right? With the Maga, people will equate it to goats, but they equate every meta to goats. To be honest, just, nothing changes. You know, it's like a time is a flat circle. Goats is just forever, right?
War never changes. It's a fallout.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, with this meta, it's kind of interesting as well because we've had some changes a little bit with the patches that came through recently. When I was casting Collegiate a little bit earlier this year, it was like very hard, just only Mauga, but we've seen some changes. Orisa's come back a little bit because Mauga has had some nerfs. We've seen some Junker Queen come to the table, but also the DPS have changed, and I think between these two teams, one of the interesting things to me is going to be the Sojourn play, because I think Sojourn kind of, when it was like more of the Reaper and stuff like that, like the neutral fights were, it's hard to pop off on Reaper, right? I think like skill expression doesn't necessarily exist the same as something like Sojourn, and Sojourn in those neutral fights, getting those first picks, right? I think yesterday we saw a lot of the time fights would open up or fights would be completely ruined by just a Sojourn hitting a rail on a Juno or something like that. So I think Sojourn play is incredibly important, and DPS I think have escalated a little bit in terms of their priority in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's definitely interesting how Sojourn has had kind of some changes right throughout the existence of the character. It's just been constantly changing. But let's actually kind of focus on both of these teams here too. I mean, Kenobi, today we're going to be watching Valentine. We saw them yesterday as well on stream. So, you know, both of these teams today have been shown on broadcast. So we kind of got a gist of how they're playing at the current moment. I mean, yesterday Mari had an insane game. I know you're talking about the Sojourn, which I'll let you definitely talk about. Sojourn, as good as that character is in the meta, but it does seem like some of these Maga players have large agency over the game too, with the cages and the fact that the character doesn't die. They just take space, and it's just such a strong character right now.
Yeah, Cage is really important, and I think, you know, in terms of the players that we have here, I'm a little bit more familiar with Bernice, as Bernice was a collegiate player, and she's very good at Brigitte, I think, is one of the things. And Brigitte also, I think, has a lot of value, especially in the fact that we have that whip shot, which is such a detrimental ability, right? I think we saw yesterday there was a whip shot that basically won a round because of the fact it knocked 3 people out of or knocked a Mauga away that would have been a 3-man cage, gets nothing, right? So I think there is a lot of agency that can happen, specifically with Brigitte. Juno is a little bit iffy in terms of like the value you get, because it kind of plays itself, right? You just farm beam. That's kind of how it is. But there is a lot of those like little micro things. While this is a very macro heavy based meta, there are some micro things that you can find in it.
Right, right. And, Queen's Gambit, obviously, previously in the Swiss round, were able to find those, like you said. I mean, this is probably the most star-studded lineup in the entire tournament for a lot of people. However, dropping to the lower bracket kind of reset things, right? Obviously, they've got Santana on the tank role. They've got Senna so far on that DPS role, which can kind of play whatever. I mean, it's interesting, this duo here. I mean, Kenobi with Misson and Senna, it seems like they just rotate heroes out consistently. Like, Misson will play Sojourn sometimes, so will Senna. I mean, it's very interesting, right? Like having your flex DPS being able to make that swap.
I think it does give also that variability, which is nice, where it's like you can play a lot of different things. And again, if DPS are kind of a little more prevalent in this meta, with Reaper kind of falling to the wayside, I think having that ability to change between DPS is also very good, right? We've seen a lot of teams' success is if you can have kind of two players that can cover a lot of the bases on the DPS. It definitely helps, especially with DPS having a little bit more agency, right? And with the different changes, right? We're seeing a lot more Genji, we're seeing Echo, we're seeing Sojourn as well, and we even seen some like Sombra and Tracer and things like that, and Pharah. So I guess like having the ability to kind of switch around everything like that, I think makes the team very strong.
Right. Yeah, it is very strong. And speaking of which, we're gonna go to a control map first of all, and that'll be picked by the team with higher seed or the team that has more upper bracket wins. So I believe that means it's Queen's Gambit getting the pick, and we're going to Oasis first, which it does make sense because Queen's Gambit loves this map. I mean, in general, at the current moment, it seems like every team loves to play Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, with the meta, it's like kind of, I think this is a great map in terms of like being a litmus test to kind of figure out what the teams are going to be playing compositional wise, because you have a lot of variance between the maps. It is most likely, unfortunately, going to probably just be a lot of Mauga, a lot of Junker Brain, a lot of Orisa, but I think when we look at this map in particular, again, the DPS really is what's going to be the focal point for me, especially with the fact that we have Sojourn being so prevalent. It's almost like a win more hero in terms of like if you hit that one rail. It's back when it was like in Jotes Dustin, remember, where it was like Lucio is kind of just there to eat rails from Sojourn. That's what it feels like Juno is right now. So if you can find that like very key pick at the start from a Sojourn, that is really where a lot of your value is going to come from. And also the turn potential, right? I think how many times have we seen yesterday Sojourns with like Overclock just completely turn fights on its head. So no fight's really over as long as the Sojourn is still in play. And I think with the two Sojourns that we have in this map and matchup in particular, it's going to be a very, very prevalent part.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it just seems like Sojourn can turn the tides. And, we see that paired alongside with, like you mentioned, Burn Ice earlier being a fantastic Brigitte. So is Velvet on the other side. But, we've seen, I think, even points where they'll pop Rally alongside the Overclock. And it's like, how do you kill these two characters? You can't, right?
Yeah, you don't. It's a very, very difficult situation, especially and if you have Mauga with, like, Cardiac, it's like, why even bother? So we'll see how these two teams are going to be opting in to go through. It is University, so like Mauga is kind of what we're going to be seeing. But 3-2-10 coming out of the Sombra, which is a little bit of an interesting wrinkle here because of the fact that Sombra, with that EMP, is so good at dealing with Cage, especially in that Mauga.
Yeah, just to catch everybody up, missing, by the way, the poop off the map immediately. On the burn, I thought, no, just like straight up change the whole thing. But yeah, 32-10 is Senna playing on that Sombra, and they love to play that character, that duo alongside this Sombra. And Pharah now with Misson, so they've had a little bit of a change of composition, and it seems like it's working out quite well for them,
Yeah, and one of the things about this Pharah is that when you look at Valentine's compositions, there's not a lot to deal with the Pharah in the air. Yes, the Genji and the Sojourn can have some sort of pressure on them, but it's really going to come down to those rail shots coming in from Ivory on that Sojourn. You need to find a way to just put some sort of pressure on this Pharah, or it's going to wreck you from the inside out.
Valentine slowly walking up, and Zoe just gets dipped in the air by missing yet again. Getting that first pick twice in a row, maybe finally can equalize it, but unfortunately without that overclock, with just regular railgun shots, it's not enough, and Misson's pressure has just been absolutely brutal to deal with for Valentine's side, as that's another team fight win for Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, they're playing really well around this Pharah, just rotating effectively, and you can already see that 3-2-10 has a really good EMP charge already towards that EMP, and if they can continue to cycle these ultimates effectively, that's really what I'm going to be looking out for, that patience with the macro, because EMP, you can just win a fight with that, and then if you can keep other things like your rally, like your orbital ray, it's going to be very good for you to continue to just cycle this percentage upwards.
Here comes that EMP right into the back, hits onto Zoe and AJMR. They're both going to go down immediately. And I think even with that, Valentine can't really come back. I mean, they've not been able to build up any ultimate charge, really. Now they're getting that overclocked, but it's 60% already on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're going to walk into this team fight, into Cage, into something like the Orbital Ray as well. Rally is available even if they need it. This feels like it has to be the Sojourn finding one of those miracle picks, something with an overclock. It has to be that because Valentine don't even have their ultimates just yet. And there we go. That's exactly what you needed.
Quick peek around the corner, finding that Sombra. Senna thinking she was being sneaky there. Unfortunately, go down. Zoe also to find missing. Cage here to catch everybody out, though, as they try to come in with that orbital laser. Queen's Gambit. Are they able to get any kills, though? No. In this case, the orbital laser from AJ Mark keeps everybody up, and finally, Valentine can find some stabilization.
And that's best case scenario, I think, for Valentine there because of the fact that Queen's Gambit committed a lot. They committed their ultimate, they committed Orbital Ray, they also committed the Cage into that one. And look at Valentine now, they're the ones who have the front foot in terms of this macro ultimate economy. So they're sitting really pretty, and now it's going to be a little bit difficult for Queen's Gambit to get in here because Zoe has all of this positioning and spam available.
There's a Cage barrage. Oh, from missing. This might be perfectly timed. Around the corner. Nobody expected that Fair barrage to be in such a great spot. Amazing shots are missing. Rally has to be popped now from Burn Ice. And finally, if they understand that they need to win right here, right now, but actually they're just going to back up. They're just going to live, use that rally to sustain, but Burn Ice might go down potentially. If Burn Ice does, that might be over, but no. Nice bash away to stay alive, 95% on the board. Who's going to touch us? That Farah into the sky. 30-10 goes to try to deal with Zoe, but Zoe's already ticked that overtime down. Here comes that Maga towards the point, too, needing some sustain. Velvet around the corner, trying to keep their Maga alive. Also grouping away some of this frontline pressure. Everybody is low on Queen's Gambit, but nobody is dead. So now they can come back in with Zoe down. They're going to have the person advantage. Maga is both charging each other. EMP is there. And I don't think there's going to be much else here for Valentine to potentially secure this point. Queen's Gambit will win round number 1 at the end of the day.
And that was really well played, I think, from Queen's Gambit at the end of that. Going into an ultimate disadvantage like that, the way that they really circumvented the ultimate disadvantage was just going very high tempo. And I think it caught Valentine off guard, and they weren't expecting kind of this very aggressive play coming in from that enemy team at such, because they knew they had such an advantage with the ultimates. And then just that high tempo really catches Valentine off guard. So I think that was really well played from Queen's Gambit, looking like, you know, they saw Jeremy's Farah and they're like, we want to try that. You know, it feels like they really have found something in this Farah, and that's potentially what they need going forward.
Nobi, why is that? You're the historian, right? You're the historian here. Why is that? Why is, like, every time a meta gets, like, you know, it's contentious, like what the meta is, or it's just like stays like the certain weight stagnant. Yeah. And people just like, they're like, let's try Farah, and it just like always works. Why is that?
I mean, Theocrafting usually... Also, Farah's had a lot of changes kind of recently, and I think the way that Farah's played now, you played a little bit more closer to the ground, right? It's not there's like the infinite skybox Farah that we've seen, and again, comboed along, so with something like these two healers that you have with the Juno and with the Brigitte, very easy to get healed, right? That a lot of them are point and click, and you can already see a very aggressive dive in coming in from Queen's Gambit. They get 2 picks at the start of this, but Zoe trades one back.
Yeah, Zoe, I mean, did their job going for that Farah immediately, but yeah, Queen's Gambit just collapsed on that outside angle, and you know, it seems like Queen's Gambit pretty strongly in charge at the moment. Even with that first pick from Zoe, they just kind of steamrolled over Valentine.
And now it's going to be a little bit difficult for Valentine to enter into these fights again because the spam is going to be here from Missin, and you don't necessarily have the same thing with Valentine's composition. The Echo's really going to just be trying to deal with that Farah in the air because they know that the Farah was such a big deal in that previous map. Now they have to find a way to put some pressure down, but there's still 4 other players you've got to deal with on this Queen's Gambit side, and they're playing out of their minds as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're building up those ultimates. Valentine at this choke point have had a rough time dealing with Missin, spamming in, making sure they can't really peek that corner without taking a little bit of chip. But luckily, I mean, the ults are relatively even. Sure, scuffed. It's not time even with AJ on the orbital laser. So we'll see what happens there. Valentine goes super aggressive, finds Velvet. Oh my god, that might be a huge pick off for Mari, but Mari will get traded out in a little bit too far away from support, sadly. So it was a great opening pick, but the overextension and like kind of, they were a little bit caught out in that situation, right, with Mari going that deep.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about Malga is that it feels like you're almost unkillable a lot of the time, but if you do go just a little bit too far, you have to respect the damage on the enemy side to kind of take you down. Cardiac is a very good ability, but maybe not enough to keep you alive against 5 other people. So Queen's Gambit have a very good ultimate economy in this next fight as well. And again, we talk about how important the macro is. If you can cycle these ultimates effectively, it's going to be able to continue to accrue that percentage. And with 70%, Dustin, we're kind of towards that last fight territory, and Valentine have no legs to stand on.
Yeah, Joey's already going down. I mean, that shot from the railgun without an overclock was just huge. Queen's Gambit popping ultimates and answers Valentine, but they're already down 2 people, and it's a bit rough. I don't know if Valentine, we're just feeling the pressure, or it just feels like it's collapsed ever since Mari engaged that deep.
Yeah, and with 90% ticking upwards, just that one orbital ray used, 4 ultimates in the bank for Queen's Gambit. Valentine are going to have to use everything here to try and get back in.
I'm going to do that, trying to run up, Echo with the copy before they fall. But the cage is here to stop anybody from touching. I think somebody got through. There is somebody touching the point, but AJ Marty's down to overclock. Flyleaf's able to find one. Zoe out of the copy, now going to go down to 30-10. Amari towards the point with the cage and the Brigitte. I mean, they've kind of segmented Queen's Gambit off from each other. 32-10 comes back with the kill on Amari. Burnice able to get scuffed, though. So it's just the Sojourn here. And somehow Valentine has kind of made this scrappy and camped the point in overtime.
What did it cost us? It's costed every single ultimate. Luckily enough, though, that we're kind of back into even keel with the neutral right now because Queen's Gambit don't have a lot in their own right to work with. So it is an extra life that they're going to be able to get for Valentine right here as they move forward. And now they're going to be the ones who have to have control of the spam. Flyleaf is going to be able to get a lot of these angles with the Sojourn and farm it towards that rail. Queen's Gambit do have to respect this Sojourn player, I think, on these side angles with that potential of a rail shot wrecking a team fight.
Come on in, Valentine. No ultimates. See how they can play this neutral, and it looks like they do it well. Senna walks a little bit too far forward. Flyleaf rips off the hand of the Sojourn of Queen's Gambit. And with that, Queen's Gambit is going to play it slow. I mean, maybe they could pick off Mari or somebody, but the healing from Junos is just a bit too much. And it creates this neutral game yet again.
They did disengage relatively well there and didn't lose a lot of their members, so they can stay and hold this position a little bit longer. But now we're at 50% for Valentine, and there are a couple of fights for him being able to win this. You have to keep an eye on this orbital ray charge. Scuffed a little bit more ahead of AJ on the other side.
That might be a difference maker, like you said, Kenobi. Watch out for Scuff. Missing. Oh, never mind. He just immediately takes down Zoe. 30-10 also coming through, and with those picks, Valentine now fighting tooth and nail to keep control of this point, but they don't really have enough members. So in that neutral fight, we talked about the Sojourn, but missing in this fight, I mean, missing in this map in general has been just nasty. They're going to win Oasis and take that first map.
Yeah, missing, I mean, she was playing fantastic, I think, throughout the entirety of the map. And it feels like with the Pharah, again, if you are that matchup between like the Pharah and like, you could see there was a lot of on Valentine's side kind of decisions and trying to how to deal with it, right? It was the Echo a little bit, sometimes the Pharah mirror in that regard. I think that this was just really a Pharah masterclass, I'd say, from Missing in that map in particular, and it just felt like there was really no answer from the other side. As much as Valentine were trying to find an answer, they just really couldn't get their feet under them, and that was a very convincing, I think, first map from Queen's Gambit. And we talked about it, Dustin, it's like you maybe going to that losers bracket and lower side is like that kick in the pants that you need, right, to just like really just like lock in and just be like, okay, no more messing around. We want to get to that grand final. We want to face Nightmare. And I mean, the momentum you can get from going through a lower bracket run like this could be a difference maker if you end up getting to that grand final. It is a lot of Overwatch to play, though, so you got to lock in really hard.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Queen's Gambit upper bracket versus Abathos was like, I sleep, I don't play, no, I sleep. And then they lose, and like, okay, time to lock in. We got to beat Fable 3-0, now we got to beat Valentine 3-0, right? They're 100%. I think you're on the mark there, Kenobi, with that statement.
It's like when you lose in like a fighting game and then you just like lean forward and you're like, all right, I'm not messing around anymore. Not messing around anymore. No more gamer posture. We are locked in. And I mean, certainly Queen's Gambit look locked in, right? Just the way that they're rotating around the macro, the way that they're playing also against like ultimate deficits. I think that's another thing that's very important about this map, or this meta in particular, is how do you find ways to win fights when you're at such a ultimate deficit, right? Disengages is very important. High tempo is very important. Catching the enemy off guard, like we saw in University, where it was like, hey, we know we're at an ultimate deficit, let's just go aggressive. Let's see if we can catch them off guard. And it worked. And then you force out ultimates and you make the enemy team panic and play reactive, right? In a meta like this, if you're like super macro favored, you want to be proactive, Dustin. You want to be the one setting the tempo. You want to play at your pace. And if you're not, then it's like such a difficult time to win any of these fights that we have.
Yeah, 100%. And now we're going to Circuit Royale or Escort, because you can choose any of the map types. And once you do, it can't be picked again. So on the side of Valentine, they think Circuit Royale is their best option. And I think on that note, I think what you're saying, Kenobi, is that it feels like Queen's Gambit's only weakness is that, I don't know, personally, I think that their mechanical level is super high. Like you said, with the neutral game's huge. But to be honest, I don't know. I feel like their macro game's a little weak at times because they're like committing so many ultimates immediately, like stacking them on top of each other. You know, like I feel like the skill level in compositions that stay the meta for so long, it seems like, you know, you want to rotate ults well, but you know, maybe this is just backseat gaming, but it feels like Queen's Gambit, you know, sometimes they just kind of commit too many ults to like team fights that they can maybe stagger those out, right?
Yeah, I think that's another thing that we kind of have to keep an eye on. It feels like Queen's Gambit's weakness really was Jeremy on Pharah. It felt like that was kind of the main weakness that they had and why they're here in the lower bracket. But it is in a meta like this where it is you kind of have to be super patient. And I think we did see like there was one time where I think they committed on University a couple of ultimates into a fight that was like lost already, and luckily they were able to kind of forego that because of the fact that they played very high tempo and won in an ultimate deficit. But you're right, I think if you're playing like super perfect, staggering out those ultimates is very important. You need to be able to cycle them effectively. You don't want to just blow everything in a team fight, because then you're going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit when it comes to those ultimates. If you can play very good at disengage, then I think it's fine, but it's a lot harder to disengage against like 5 ultimates than it is against 3, right? Like things like that are very important. And Circuit Royale is going to be interesting because this is a map that I think will take us away from a lot of this Malga composition. Probably it might take us away from the Pharah as well, just because of the fact that very long range, hit scan very good on a map like this. So we'll see what the teams are going to be opting for on a map like this, because it's a lot going to be, I assume it's going to be a lot different from Oasis based on how the geometry of this map and the makeup of it has been since its inception. Really, it's like the map where it's like, okay, we play a lot of different things here, unless it was a super heavy meta that like was like goats or something, or jotes. I remember was played a lot on this map.
Yeah, we've seen, even on Midtown, we saw some Widow. I know this is like, the sightlines are pretty crazy. So, I mean, that could be seen. I mean, maybe some Widowmaker gameplay. Although, I don't think it's really worked out that well, to be honest. Sojourn seems to be the better hero in general. I mean, you can kind of just plug and play her pretty much anywhere you want.
Yeah, that feels like Sojourn. Whenever Sojourn is strong, it's like, oh, it can just be played in anything. Like,
you
want to play dive, play Sojourn. You want to play poke, play Sojourn. Like, you can play. You want to play rush, play Sojourn.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Kenobi? Are you saying there's some sort of power creep? Or are you saying there's some?
I'm saying, yeah, maybe. It's like the hero's quite strong, especially after. I mean, we had like Sojourn meta like on Inception. It was what, for like 2 years we had Sojourn meta pretty much, and then she got nerfed a little bit, and then it was like, okay, we can play some other stuff, and now we're back to Sojourn being very strong.
I mean. I wonder what would happen if they gave Cassidy like a slide, like just a huge slide.
He kind of. Oh well, I mean, he has roll, but
he has the roll, but the roll is actually is roll better than slide? It's not though, right? Because you don't get a jump afterwards.
No. Well, I mean, it does give you damage reduction. That's the one thing.
Right. Oh no.
Any meowers in chat? All right. Well, there we go.
There it is. There it is.
I can't wait to see Twitch chat right now.
Every time. Are we supposed to meow here? Is this our?
Are we supposed to meow? This is my first calling all heroes meow. Well, I don't.
Ready? I'm ready.
Oh, okay. All right, are we gonna do it like a 3, 2, 1?
All right, yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Meow.
There it is.
You are. I hate.
What?
Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it?
I'm Dogman. I'm not gonna meow. Are you kidding me? That's
okay. Well, then bark. At least bark. At least bark.
I'll do a growl.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Sorry, that was bad. Cut that out. Make sure, by the way, to check out the drops. There's a cat in the sprays.
There is a cat.
There's a cat in the sprays. If you watch the stream, you get a drop. You can potentially get a drop. So it's nice.
Cool. Make sure you're in there. Okay, so we're seeing Widow Pharah, and then we're seeing the Reinhardt with this. So I actually like this kind of decision making from Queen's Gambit, where they're on the Reinhardt, and they're going to be able to push really aggressively, because Sigma's not going to be able to hold a lot through all this spam and through all of this incoming Reinhardt damage. So I actually really am enjoying this compositional change from Queen's Gambit. It's going to be able to play very high tempo, take a lot of that space, and create it for their Widowmaker in 310.
Very unique. Indeed, Queen's Gambit already get that cart underneath that bridge, and 30-10. aka Senna getting that first pick onto Zoe. He's able to get all this pressure into the backline. It's tough because, like you said, I mean, they just kind of play slow right now with the Sigma composition. You're also relying on your own picks, and at the moment, Queen's Gambit are kind of snowballing.
But they don't have, the thing about the Valentine comp is they don't have anything that can match the Widowmaker, right? There's no, you don't have any range advantage. It would literally have to be Bernie's potentially finding a volley or something like that, and there's just no way to deal with this Widowmaker, and you can see how much value that 3210 has gotten on it so far. Already has those Widowmaker sights, and you can see Valentine going to swap their composition a little bit. Flyleaf going to be going over to the Widowmaker just to try and match, because you need something to put pressure onto this Widowmaker, and that's going to be the Genji as well from Zoe. Zoe, very well known for their Genji, so I think that this is going to be kind of just a anti-Widowmaker composition that we're seeing from Valentine right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Senna really didn't have the pressure that she had yet, or she's having right now. Yesterday, it just seemed like she never really gets set up, but now on the Widow. Oh, wait, finally hits a shot back though. Okay, nice. Maybe something. I mean, the cart's still pushing along though, Kenobi, this whole time.
Yeah, there's also no Zen on the other side. And Queen's Gambit, I mean, Ultimate Economy is just so far in their favor right now. They have the Orbital Ray. Bernice needs to probably find a way to get to this Transcendence just to try and match that Orbital Ray damage. But the other thing that I'm scared about is with Shatter very close, there's nothing to block it on Valentine's side.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, Xantix had a ult. I mean, just literally caught out, but at least using that Transcendence effectively. Flyleaf does trade.
Oh, Spirit out.
Got
Spirit out of Shatter.
Oh my god. I didn't even see that. I was mentally unaware compared to you right now, Kenobi. My gosh. Okay, Orbital Ray on the backside. Transcendence to go engaging onto this front line here. Guff pressured back. Will go down too, so they keep trading 1-for-1, touching this payload, making sure it doesn't go through. Burnice gets Xantix. Burnice will go down though, and Missing takes themselves out? Was that for the barrage?
Yeah, that was just a barrage that Mari played this fantastically, by the way. As soon as that was incredible. Mari is MVP. Spears out the Shatter, then goes into the backline, takes down the Juno while there was that Orbital Ray going on, and that was just a complete win. Mari's correct. Fragging right now. That is like I always kind of say that like Orisa isn't like the most fun hero to watch, and like the skill expression's not there a lot of the time. This is unreal Orisa play that I'm seeing right now from Mari.
It's definitely robotic. I mean, just like throw that javelin prediction around the corner into another kill with another javelin. I mean, this is great so far, but they do have 3 minutes on the offensive side on Queen's Gambit. But Flyleaf, if you're hitting shots like that, you're in a good spot if you're Valentine.
I wonder if we're going to see a swap off of this Reinhardt at some point. I mean, I know Shatter is going to be available, and it's like a pretty decent ultimate, but so he's just going to slice and dice through the team here. They do trade back out, but Valentine's in a really good position, I think. I mean, they have all the sightlines to work with. Flyleaf has gotten onto the Widowmaker and is now really starting to show their stuff. I think that now 3210 going back over to that Sojourn just to try and offer a little bit more of that potentially continuous pressure on this Sojourn, I think is a good change, especially because the Genji was going to be very difficult to deal with and maneuver around, especially with that Widowmaker.
TP going from sideline to sideline, but here's that blade. Goes right under 30% of the backside. And with Mari's ultimate, I mean, that was just brutal. Everybody sliced and diced, team wipe for Valentine.
Yeah, that's just quick, crisp and clean right there. They're able to keep hold of that Orbital Ray. They're going to have continue hold of these sightlines as well. And Missins, I mean, on the Symmetra, and I like the Symmetra just to be able to maneuver around and kind of make the Reinhardt a little bit easier to maneuver, especially if you don't have something like speed with that Lucio consistently. And they're going to see if they can go in here. Orbital Ray, though, comes down from Valentine.
Orbital Ray. And that's just far too much damage. Burnice just running into Queen's Gambit as everybody just kind of runs into their death, it seems, off of that Ray. Santana used that Shatter, like you said, Kenobi. Maybe a swap comes through?
Yeah, swap, I think, yeah, you can. I don't think you could continue to play Reinhardt here. And with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, I mean, it's still a very difficult place for Queen's Gambit to be in because of the fact that they have to continuously just go through this gauntlet. It's like the trenches in World War I where they're just trying to continuously move forward. And Flyleaf gets another pick!
Jesus. No mustard gas today, but definitely sniping across the map at the current moment. I mean, you got more staggers coming out too from Queen's Gambit. Valentine holding on. Minute left now. Yeah, they're looking really good right now, Kenobi. Why are you laughing? Stop laughing. What?
I'm not laughing at anything. Don't worry.
Okay, all right.
Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit they have the two very key ultimates, which are the support ones in this next fight. They're going to have to be able to use those effectively. Bernice, though, with that Transcendence, going to be able to potentially match.
Here comes that ultimate from Scott. Control that payload. I like this disengage from Valentine. Good at the moment. Burnice coming back with the Transcendence. Not going to have that for ultimates in Queen's Gambit, but they don't really need to, I suppose. However, Santek's going to have huge. Their Transcendence. Yeah, huge ultimate, but the Transcendence is there to keep everybody healthy. So without their own defensive Transcendence, it's a tough spot to be in. But now that Blade comes out, Zoe after, as that ultimate's used, can maybe get some value at the play, but no, it's shut down by Santana in the midway of the Streets phase, but the recontest is still possible, and Flyleaf finds a stagger kill into Santix.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be definitely recontestable for Valentine here. They should be able to get back in here, and with AJ getting close towards that Orbital Ray, if this fight is elongated and they can get in here and stall, they should be able to come back and win.
If they do it, Flyleaf needs to hit some crazy shots, though, in the Widow. Plus 32 chance coming up on that. overclock. So we get the kill into Santix, though. Santix just came back from spawn after teleporting. Santana goes low and is going to fall, and they don't even get the opportunity to get value out of this overclock right now because they just get staved off this point at the very last second. Valentine retouch and actually hold Queen's Gambit on the map.
I mean, this was the Orisa from Mari was just fantastic. I really cannot stress enough how well she played on that hero. Just that one kind of sequence where she stunned the Reinhardt out of the shatter with the spear and then just went to the backline after knowing that potentially their own backline or her own backline was going to get taken out, is able to take down the supports. And just I think that Orisa was really the difference maker. We talked a lot about the DPS, we talked a lot about the supports, but if Mari is going to play this well on tank, then the tank becomes super important now.
I think Mari definitely has a shout for just being the best tank player in the whole tournament, even if no matter placing, right? It just seemed like Mari just constantly pops up, and that's like every tournament, right? It feels like every Calling Heroes we're talking about Mari just being a standout player, like so consistent.
Really fantastic Orisa play. And I wish Rich was here to see it, you know. Not that I don't love casting with you.
Wait,
not that I don't. Yeah, he's not dead. He's not dead.
He's just not here today. Like, what the hell? Jeez. I wish Rich could be here to see it. Rich is like literally watching the broadcast right now. Like Rich is like in chat. Meow. He's just typing meow in chat right now to this. It's unbelievable.
I wonder what it sounds like if he meows.
I think he did yesterday. He did on broadcast. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can save it you can put it on your Twitch alerts, sub alerts. Whenever somebody subs to you, you can have the Rich Rad meow. Why not? Why not? Queen's Gambit, though, on their attack. I mean, they're going to have Senna back, or on their defense, sorry. They're going to have Senna back on the Widowmaker. They're not changing off this composition. They're, in fact, going back to it. You know.
I mean, I think that the Reinhardt on defense is going to be... It's going to be a little bit more... I mean, you can still hold... I think the difference between kind of how it worked on offense and how it's going to work on defense is where here you can hold space a little bit more instead of taking space as much as you would like to. And that's, again, a fantastic spear from Mari. And Zoe's able to take down Missing in the air on the Genji, and that should be... Valentine being able to take a lot of, or being able to hold a lot of space here. Zoe slicing and dicing through this team very effectively.
Yeah, very effectively at the moment. And yeah, that's tough for Queen's Gambit. It looks like, I mean, if you're going to swap now, you might as well, right? Kenobi, it just seems like losing that fight so quickly, at least you can swap off the comp maybe slightly.
Yeah. I think I'm understanding why Valentine picked this map based on how they've been playing so far. It's been fantastic all around, and now they're forcing Queen's Gambit to switch and play more of that mirror style. And if you're Valentine, you're like, oh sweet, they're playing towards our strength and how we've been playing so far effectively. We're down to just take a mirror here because we've been playing it so well.
I mean, Zoe's just absolutely nasty on the Genji. Mistin was insane on the Pharah, but on this map, Zoe's been definitely stand out so far. Valentine already almost close to that checkpoint. We'll see if they can cap it. You got some angles on Flyleaf. Deflect already used too. You got Zen Orbs coming through. The Fly's kind of bobbing and weaving, and Zoe on the front line alongside this Orisa is able to shut down anything here, but 32-10 will get one. However, that might not be enough. Sliding on in to touch the payload, but everybody else is here for Valentine, and they're going to move on through the street space with 5 minutes. That's so much time.
A lot of time, a lot of ultimates coming up as well. We talk about it. Basically, everyone's going to have one in this next fight for Valentine. And if you're Queen's Gambit, you're really looking for 32-10 to just find a way to potentially get a miracle pick in that backline, take out a Juno, take out one of the DPS or something like that. Because with the ultimate disadvantage that they have, that's really the only way that they have to get back into this one.
Valentine is so aggressive here on the toe. Oh no, Zoe messed up that dash. I don't know why Zoe dashed in that corner. Was it the spear? What changed?
It was the spear. It was the spear. It was the spear. Yeah. Santana hit a really nice spear. Just stunned it and can't win now. Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things. I mean, if you have to win fights like this at an ultimate disadvantage, it has to be with things like that, with a really nice spear, with a really good assassination from a Genji, or something like a rail shot. So this is where now it becomes very difficult for offensive teams to work through because of this chokehold and the sightlines that you're going to be having if you're Queen's Gambit here. But Valentine, the thing that they do have over Queen's Gambit is they do have that Widowmaker, and there's not really a way for Queen's Gambit to get onto that Widowmaker without committing a lot of resources.
Sitting back. The moment, Queen's Gambit is slowly building up those ultimates, at least to make it equal here. Kind of spamming through, forcing Valentine to act first, but in fact, Queen's Gambit's going first with Array, but Scuff's gonna go down in it to Flyleaf with a nice shot from the back of the map. Santana, though, able to get one with their ultimate. And the follow-up kills are there. Yeah, nice job by Queen's Gambit to force off Valentine for now. Make sure they could only use those two ultimates and trade them and still get the fight win.
And I'm really glad we had Missin's POV during that entire fight, because Missin didn't secure any kills, but just put pressure, right? The Zenyatta and the Widowmaker were not in that fight at all, and Queen's Gambit were like, thank you very much, we'll take a 4v3, and we're going to be able to turn that team fight very effectively for ourselves. So really, props to the observers on that one for being able to see that this Genji play, while not showing up in the kill feed, still put that pressure down and still made Valentine really think about what they want to do in terms of that engagement.
All right, now walking up towards that cart. Queen's Gambit still sitting with that. The ultimate to the bank. Overclock around the corner. No Transcendence used just yet for Burn Ice. Mari's in fact going to find Missin, so finally they're able to deal with that Genji. That thorn in the side, like you mentioned, Kenobi, and now Transcendence from Burn Ice. They want to make sure they can stay with this lead. Blade as well coming out from Zoe. But 3210 still gets a kill on the backside. So it's going to be a quick wipe as Queen's Gambit. Yeah, they're finding some pickoffs that could potentially make this last little bit hard for Valentine.
Yeah, I mean, that AJMR's not going to be here. Bernice is actually one health, going to be able to survive through all of that. And Queen's Gambit now, Dragon Blade is going to be the thing that they only have to work with here. It's a completely neutral fight besides that, though, and all the positioning is in favor of Valentine right now, but they might have to disengage from this Blade.
They definitely will. Missin sits back with the Blade. Waiting and lurking for the opportunity. Now comes that Blade. Also 3010 gets a kill. Can they find anything more? I mean, everybody's kind of getting low on Queen's Gambit side, so they desperately need some healing, but they're going to get it. Valentine now in a 4 versus 5 with a healthy opponent on the other side. It's going to be very hard to close it out here. Arissa's going to get staggered with 1 minute and 40 seconds, too. There was 5 minutes moving on the streets phase. Now we're at 1 minute and nearly 30 seconds. I mean, we're nearing, what, 2-fight territory.
Yeah, especially with where the card is, there's like no semblance of a respawn advantage at all right now for Valentine, so it's going to be a very, very difficult road for them to try and get back onto this card again. Especially at an ultimate disadvantage, they are going to be in a very precarious position. They have to find a way, potentially from Flyleaf, to get a pick in that neutral fight. Maybe AJ can farm it towards this orbital rate to match the one coming in from Queen's Gambit, and then Burn Ice on the outside can get it.
That ultimate from Santana. Want to go aggressive on a Valentine as they're trying to set up towards that payload, and hold on to some ultimates. Just a well-timed use by Santana, and yeah, it's going to force Valentine back for now.
Yeah, very good tempo, I think, from Queen's Gambit there. They just saw that there was that one person who was out of line a little bit. They took him down, and now this is for sure last fight territory with where the card is and with where we're going to be going in terms of that time on the bank. There's going to be a lot of ultimates that are going to be coming out in this fight, and here we go, Orbital Ray at the start.
Orbital Ray with the Overclock 2, dashing away from Mario and the ultimate. Transcendence as well on top of it to keep everybody healthy from the defense. Finally gone. Does Valentine just want to reset now? It looks like they do. Not even commit any more ultimates there and just give it up for now.
It actually wasn't the Orbital, it was the Transcendences that came out from both sides. And again, it's Queen's Gambit, to their absolute credit, have been really pushing the tempo a lot with these ultimates. They're the ones who are going first. They're the ones who are being proactive. And now, with 20 seconds left, it's going to have to be a gauntlet for Valentine to try and get back to this card.
Yeah, I'm curious if Queen's Gambit does want to disengage this, but I mean, it seems like they just want to keep fighting towards this choke point. Over the right side, here comes that Orbital. Scuffed as well using theirs. HMR to find one. That Sojourn slides away, may have bought enough time. Flyleaf will go down, but 2 are already dead. Also, Mari's back onto the Diva. Keeps everybody nice and safe there with the defensive matrix, too. Everybody rotates to the payload. So nice flip of the map. 3210 forced to swap over to that Symmetra to get back. Now the Blade comes through towards this payload. From Missin. What can they find? Can they keep Queen's Gambit in it? The Blade runs out. Zoe's the one to find a kill. 3210 will find one. Santana also onto Zoe. Fantastic Javelin to get the follow-up kill. And Queen's Gambit, it looks like they're going to hold on. Valentine did a little bit of a macaroni flip. Mario's able to get 1. Mario's able to get 2. No way. Everybody's low. Santana's low.
They don't have healers. They don't have healers.
Mari could be insane on the Diva. Baby Diva form. If you go cracked mode on Baby Diva, that'd be crazy. Low 1 HP? No. The Lucio's there. Healer. Comes back. Bernice, though. Touches the payload. Pushes a little bit further. Missin goes in with a dash. Misses some damage. With that, there's 3 members here now. Bernice gets 1. Missin's down. Symmetra could get high charge with the Lucio. We've seen people clutch on Symmetra before. Could they do it again in this situation? Here comes that Doomfist. Damage out, but the heals are here. Everybody desperately trying to stay alive towards this payload. Santana able to take down HMR. Flyleaf and Zoe also fall. So Queen's Gambit, although it was kind of close towards the end from Mari, they'll hold on and win Circuit Royale, go up 2 in the series over Valentine.
That's also a really gutsy win from Queen's Gambit there. I mean, the fact that they were able to hold that 5-minute time back, it looked like they were so behind the 8 ball in terms of just the momentum, but some fantastic plays coming out for them. Really good ultimate economy usage, I think, as well. That macro was fantastic, and at the very end, able to clutch it out. Santana comes back on the Doomfist and has an absolute tear on that card. Takes down AJ, And with that punch, I mean, the healer's not there anymore, so I think that was just fantastically played against a Valentine team who was, it felt like firing on all cylinders for a lot of this map, Dustin, but eventually Queen's Gambit show why they were, 6-0 in that Swiss stage. Really, really gutsy performance.
Yeah, they have that mechanical skill to really just consistently, put pressure on anybody. But on the other side for Valentine, I mean, Mari, like you said, in a loss, kind of like an MVP in this situation, just kind of trying to bring things back for the team. And overall, was just so good on the Orisa. But for Queen's Gambit side, I mean, the pick potential from Senna from 32-10 was just crazy. It was so hard, it felt like, for Valentine to do anything.
Yeah, I think 32-10 in a lot of these fights, like where we had like kind of this, we talked about how Sojourn is like that hero that has that moment where even like as long as Sojourn's on the map, it doesn't matter like what the fight looks like. You can always like find picks in the neutral, in the mid fight, things like that, or at the end of fights where they really can turn the tide. Even if you sacrifice your life for it a little bit, if you find 2 picks in like a mid fight that we saw Senna do a lot, it still ends up working out. And again, we talked about how Queen's Gambit with their ultimate economy and you were doing a little bit backseat gaming. I thought on that defense, the 5 minutes that they held, they played it almost perfectly from the macro style. They were very aggressive. They were like cycling that one Orisa ult that we saw with like a minute left where they just go aggressive and they make sure that they are taking a fight win. They're playing very proactive. That's what I want to see more of, right? When you can just use that singular ultimate, catch the enemy team off guard, and then win from that perspective. I think that's the way to like very effectively cycle ultimates. And they, again, proactively, very good from Queen's Gambit side. A gutsy win for them because, again, they were getting rolled. I mean, it felt like completely that Valentine had control of the lobby, and then a very fantastic defense on the end of Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, Queen's Gambit looking pretty good at the current moment, and yeah, like you said, they just kind of they're looking more awake, it seems, as they play through the tournament. They're locked in, like you mentioned earlier. Once going to that loser bracket, they've figured things out. But for Valentine, they want to also kind of figure things out, figure out what map to play next, and they're going to a hybrid, so something very similar to Circuit Royale, in which that was pretty good for them, but maybe in practice and scrims, Valentine is doing quite well on these payload maps. And, obviously King's Row is a classic, as Queen's Gambit, I believe they even lost King's Row yesterday. Yeah, if I remember right, they lost to Azathoth, and that was kind of the start of Azathoth's kind of dominance in that series.
Yeah, I think it's always weird when teams pick King's Row, because I'm just like, is there really like an advantage when you pick this map? Because I feel like everyone's just like really good at it, or it's like everyone scrims on this map. It's like, but I think that there's probably something that they have. I think the Pharah would be a possibility here. I think if you're on the side of Queen's Gambit, especially with how Misson was playing it in that first map of Oasis. But it feels like Valentine probably have something up their sleeve here. Is that going to be like the more Malga composition? Are they going to be going to the Orisa because Mari looks so good on it? I think that those are definitely the options that we have. But I wouldn't be shocked if we just see kind of like standard stuff here and we'd go towards like an Orisa or a Malga or something like that.
Yeah, Orisa and Malga just kind of being the two characters that are at the forefront. We did, like you said, we did see some Reinhardt and Queen's Gambit. At points with Santana did look pretty solid with it, so it's definitely not out of the question necessarily. So we'll see what they want to do. But yeah, obviously, like you said, I don't know if you really get a massive advantage playing King's Row in general. It is just kind of like a comfort pick. However, I mean,
for everyone.
Yeah. The only thing you really have to go off of is just the fact that you could just say that Queen's Gambit lost King's Row. So I guess that's really about it, right?
Did you ever feel that when you were a player, where it's like King's Row is just like a map that I completely, I know inside and out. Like I don't really feel like I'm playing bad on a map like this. Was there a map that you felt like you were just like always locked in on, no matter what?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's maybe.
What was your favorite map, I guess, to play? That's probably a better question.
I don't know. I don't remember. I'm old now.
Okay.
I've got dementia. What is it? Maps?
Where are we?
Where is King's Row? What is this? What is King's Row? King's Row? Why is there a king who's row? What? What are you talking about? No, I think generally I can say the maps I hate the most. I think that sticks out. I think that sticks out more to me. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Any map that had just like super long sightlines where snipers were overpowered, like I don't know. You can think of it. Name a map. Circuit Royale.
Circuit Royale would have been the one.
Yeah, but Circuit. I don't think I played pro when Circuit Royale was a map. Luckily, so didn't have to deal with that. But we don't even see it really anymore. What's the map called? I'm blanking. Not New Bond. It's one of these tropical maps. Long. It's an escort. Havana. Yes. Screw Havana, dude. I hate Havana. I hate Havana. That map is terrible. Jesus. It's a nice looking map, very pretty, but by God, Widowmaker is impossible to deal with, or Hanzo, or any sniper.
I'm not really. I think what I'm learning here is that it's the hate more towards Widowmaker and Hanzo than it is towards the map itself. Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, basically. I mean, I'm not on this hype train. You know, everybody's like, oh my god, screw snipers, right? In Overwatch, like people are like, oh, I'm in bronze and I keep getting pooped on by this Widowmaker across the map. It's the hero's so broken. But like they say that when they're in bronze versus players that have like 15% accuracy, and I'm up against goddamn Carpe who just doesn't miss. So it's like, come on, like you can't be complaining, okay?
There's levels to this. There's levels to this.
Yeah, please just get good, okay? Just get good, maybe.
Okay.
Sorry, that's a little toxic. My bad, Nobi.
I'm not in bronze. It's not my fault.
Okay, all right. Not yet. Not till I play with you. Not till I play with you, baby. We're going all the way down to bronze.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
After this, we'll go tank some SR together.
What are we playing? What's the most off-meta hero you can think of right now? We'll not see it in Calling All Heroes whatsoever because it's so... Torb? Torb's that bad right now?
I don't know. I wonder if he got changed recently. I don't know.
Who knows? Oh my god, there's a cat skin. Oh, scuffed was for a second on a cat skin. Very cute. Okay, sorry. Need to lock back in. King's Row, Kenobi. Queen's Gambit. Not a king. In fact, Queen's. Queen's
Your favorite Widowmaker hero is here from Miss. I think this is going to be the show.
No,
oh well.
No, but I did like the nerf with the fall-off damage, right?
Yeah,
that was something. Sure. It doesn't change though. Like these completely like Senna, we saw just absolutely pop off Flyleaf on the Widowmaker. It's just like these people that click heads. It doesn't matter what you do. They're just that good. Meanwhile, King's Gambit on the attacking side this time, Kenobi, and you know you called it. We're gonna see double Pharah on both sides.
Yeah, the Pharah, I think, and between Missin and Zoe on that first Oasis map, Missin had a lot of the advantage, and already you can see 3210 getting a lot of value. Look at all the pressure that's being put down by this rotation. Valentine's health bars are all completely blitzed.
Immediately taken down low. Valentine trying to stabilize, and they're doing so quite well. And that's the great part about Juno. Can just keep everybody healthy alongside that Brigitte with the packs. But 3210 doesn't matter. I mean, has been an absolute standout so far for Queen's Gambit. Has sort of woken up. We are awoke today, and 3210 just gets those kills, forces everybody away from Valentine. Velvet as well trades out their counterpart, and yeah, I mean, Valentine, I don't even think they get a retouch here. They're getting staggered out too. This is such a weird spot to be in, and 3210 just hits more and more shots. Senna is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, you could see just kind of the value that we already saw from 3210 and from Senna. Just the amount of pressure, the headshots, like you saw, as soon as Senna jumped up onto that high ground, immediately took half health of Mari, and that was just really all that kind of Queen's Gambit needed to push forward and take all that space. And again, when you have that space and you have such a prolific DPS as we're seeing right now, that's all I need. It's like giving Michael Jordan a layup.
This is just so good. 3210, MJ, nickname, coming through. Queen's Gambit playing it slow at the moment. Not as controlling this off angle. But Valentine, you know, they built up some ultimates here. Because they took so much damage, AGMR's going to have the orbital ray first.
Oh my god!
What? The collateral with a generic railgun shot to that.
Well, okay, that fight's over.
I mean, you know, just give him more. Oh my god!
Ace.
Let her kill. No!
Boo!
Stop,
No! Boo! I would report scuffed if I was 3210. That was filth. Absolute filth from 3210. This Sojourn has been the key factor. Valentine have no way to deal with it, it feels like right now. And Queen's Gambit, it feels like, Dustin, they want this run back. They are playing at an absolute clip right now, and there is nothing it feels like Valentine can do to deal with it.
This is the Senna that we always hear about being such a fantastic hit scan. We're seeing why Cage comes through from Mari on Valentine's side, but they're in an orbital ray. I mean, that's brutal to deal with. Zoe as well on the miss him with a deflect into the barrage for Queen's Gambit. So that's something, like you said, with Zoe, the rally here to try to touch, but no, they don't. They don't get on that payload. And we're going into third phase, so it doesn't really matter what happens here for Valentine. Sure, you get the fight win, but you've used ultimates now, and we're into the last part of the map.
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation. I mean, and now if you're Valentine, you're just trying to find picks on the way out for Queen's Gambit, but they will be able to get out of there and re-engage eventually right here with the team. In Queen's Gambit, I mean, they have a rally to work with as well, and they have a cage of their own. So, I mean, right now, if you're Valentine, this overclock has to be huge from Flyleaf.
It has to be massive. Here's that overclock from Flyleaf, like you mentioned. They're going deep on it. They wanted to make sure that it doesn't get any value. Mari down that Sojourn on the outside. Velvet able to get to with the rally, though, towards that payload. So Queen's Gambit, even though they lost their Sojourn, so many resources were committed there just to take down Senna. And Queen's Gambit will control the payload once more.
Yeah, I mean, Valentine, they identified the strong point of Queen's Gambit, which is 32-10 on the Senna, but again, like you mentioned, committing so many resources just to kill that Sojourn, and with the rest of the ultimates and the cage and the rally from Queen's Gambit on the other side, it's just a complete fight turnaround. And Valentine here, 4 minutes they're looking at on the other side for Queen's Gambit. They do have an orbital raid relatively soon, so they will be able to use that combo with the blade, potentially make something happen. But ooh, look at this flank from Missin.
Sneaky, hits one shot. Not another, though, unfortunately. So fall back towards the left angle. Here comes the orbital ray with the blade. On the defensive side, Zoe's able to get another kill. But what? Seven still just shuts down Zoe? I mean, yeah, you get that fight win. That's still kind of demoralizing.
Yeah, I mean, you win the fight, and that was kind of what they needed to do for Valentine, to stop the bleeding a little bit, where you just had to commit those 2 ultimates. But now if you're Queen's Gambit, you're like, okay, that's fine. We're going to be able to use that orbital ray. The cage is going to be a big deal, because if you have that cage, you might be able to stop that very aggressive engagement from Queen's Gambit. But if you're going to cage right now in this fight, you just have Missin, who's going to be there with that barrage, being able to pump out so much damage. Really look out for Zoe to deflect like there. What? Fantastically played from Zoe. Zoe has been an anti-air unit right now.
Yeah, that was just amazing from Zoe. Jesus. And Valentine, they'll still sort of slowly dwindle in this fight, because Orbital Ray versus Cage, you know, Orbital Ray is obviously going to win that in terms of the ult trades 1-for-1, but you get the staggered kills here, retest potentially possible for Valentine.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult for Valentine to really stop them here. The Jungle Queen's going to be coming out just to offer a little bit change here, to try and get some sustained damage in that front line, see if they can get back onto this fight with this shout.
Walk on out. Here comes that rally. Santana really just trying to force out ultimates early. Make them use those ults and fall back and kind of stay alive. Here's the counter rally coming back through. Mari gets stunned and deleted from the map. Barrage comes through against that overclock, able to take down that Sojourn, and everybody else is here now for Queen's Gambit. You just have Zoe on the cart. I mean, Zoe's pulled out heroics before, but not in this case. Queen's Gambit going to close out with 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the time bank.
I mean, this was It's weird that I talked about how good Sojourn was, and like before this, and then like Senna's just like, here you go, you know, 32. This was, I mean, an unreal Sojourn performance, I think, throughout the entirety of this map. It felt like it really was all of just the pressure being put down. Not even just the kills, right? You saw like there were a lot of those kills, the flashy collats and things like that, but even just the start, right? The amount of pressure being put down by 32-10. It just felt like Valentine had no way to deal with it, and I really have to credit the entirety of Queen's Gambit for just like being able to rotate effectively to give 32-10 that space. You know kind of who you're, you know, where your bread is buttered in maps like this, and if someone's playing this well on the Sojourn, playing at such a high level, just continue to give them the ball. Like Michael Jordan, it's just like, give the ball, get out the way, let me do my thing, and that's exactly what we saw from 32-10. Fantastic Sojourn performance, and if you're Valentine, I mean, this is a very steep mountain to climb for them to get back into this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they do it, honestly. I mean, it's going to be hard. They obviously thought that the Kings Row would be a good map to go to off of that last one. Circuit Rail definitely seemed like it was their best chance at beating Queen's Gambit, but you never know. I mean, obviously on the attacking side, things can change. Mari's been playing well so far. I mean, we could have that composition swap. I know CB's talked about how in scrims and in, a lot of these teams in practice have been experimenting with the Junkrat Queens. So, you know, you mentioned it's a change of pace, but is it going to be a good one?
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of, I wouldn't say it's somewhat of a natural counter to the manga, just because you're able to, you know, once you get Rampage, it turns fights really effectively. But you do have that ability to rotate pretty effectively, especially with the speed that you can get from Junker Queen Shout. You can blanket your DPS a little bit easier and have them, you know, with that shielding, being able to play a little bit more aggressively and take that space away. As you're seeing right now, they go through Hotel just to try and get that angle for the DPS of Valentine to move through. So they have to play a little bit more patiently than something like a Malga. Here's a very aggressive engage from Santana.
Yeah, Santana just kind of going deep in. Flyleaf only max side, able to get down the fair. They've ignored Santana temporarily and catch everybody else out. Santana's like, please, shoot at me, not my team, please. But at the same time, they've lost everybody on the backside. 32-10's able to get Flyleaf at the very least, so that enables them to last a little bit longer. This Maga just doesn't die. They've capped the point, though, so that was clean from Queen's Gambit.
And I think one of the things that the Junker Queen does as well is that ability to pull people into team fights, where you can get the supports, get one of the DPS. One good Jagged Blade is going to be able to turn fights completely, and Valentine now switching up the pace a little bit, look very effective in being able to rotate around, move around those DPS, make it so that 32-10 isn't able to just get free sightlines on the side and wreck the team from the inside out. So I think that this is a really good change from Valentine, especially because I think the Malgamira wasn't really working for them. So now they switch over to the Junker Queen, bringing something a little bit different, and it's working for them.
Santana, hopefully, or trying to kind of be a nuisance to Valentine at the moment. Very similar to a content creator trying to fight everybody in a boxing match. Come fight me, please. Don't shoot my team. I am definitely not annoying. You want to shoot me. You want to shoot me. Fight me. At the same time, they make millions of dollars for doing absolutely nothing. Scuff, meanwhile, takes down Zoe. On the back left angle, that's a huge pick for Queen's Gambit. And Senna sort of forced to play slow. Took a body shot earlier, it looks like, falling down low, but Missin's able to get Bernice as well. And Valentine, you know, those stagger picks forced them to back off for now with 4 minutes and 30 seconds in streets.
Ooh, almost taking that Flyleaf there. Missin is going to have a really good time here, especially now with moving this enclosed area on this second point. A lot of spam potential in a fight like this, especially when they don't have to deal with something like an anti-air Pharah or an anti-air Echo on the other side. The Genji from Zoe has done a good job pressuring, but we'll have to see if there's that deflect available. 3210 gets taken out. Really good shot by Zoe.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Engaged. Bernice as well. Able to get Velvet. AJMR alongside the orbital ray trying to get more, but here's that barrage from Missin. On top of it, I don't know how necessary it was.
I think that's a swap. If I had to guess, that's a swap. I think, because I don't think committing barrage there. Oh, it's not. Okay, so I tried to bring back into that team fight, and
yeah, the
Dustin, that might be a little bit of what you were talking about, where it's like some of these ultimates from Queen's Gambit might not, if there was that one weakness that you're talking about, ultimates kind of thrown into fights as like ultimates of hope, not really getting that value. Would be nice to have it right here in this next team fight, especially with what Valentine's bringing to the table with their own ultimate economy.
This could bode well for Valentine. Overclock, double overclock on either side. Popped. Then it takes a body shot, has to play back. Now comes that blade. Missin hits the shot, but the cage comes through. Zoe shut down in that blade. I mean, that's brutal with the headshot and follow-up damage from the team of Queen's Gambit. And Valentine forced away from the payload, and they used everything.
And this is like one of the worst positions to be held, I think, in Overwatch, Dustin. I know people in ranked, like if you get held right here on King's Row, it takes so long to get to the cart. You have no semblance of a respawn advantage. If anything, it's a respawn disadvantage. So if Valentine needs to take this point, they need to win fights extremely clean. You can't just trade back and forth. You need to win 5-0, 4-1, things like that. You need to quickly and concisely win team fights, or this 3-minute time bank that they had is going to evaporate in like in the moment.
Yeah, and they're going to be taking chip damage the whole while they come in, but nice job of kind of avoiding those angles for now. There's an aggressive engage with that rally. Everybody deleted on Valentine. That's the quickest fight you'll ever see in Overwatch.
Yeah, great high tempo play from Queen's Gambit. They're just going aggressive, knowing that they have an advantage with that rally and not letting Valentine set up on that side angle. And Valentine, again, it's just how long it's going to take them to continuously get back into this point. You mentioned it too. They're going to continuously be taking damage as well and chipped every single inch that they have to work for Valentine. Queen's Gambit is going to make them work for it extremely hard, and you're walking into an orbital ray as well from Scuffed relatively here soon. So Valentine, a lot to do here in these next couple of minutes.
Playing it back at the moment. Missin sort of playing over that pub side. Back on that barrage coming up soon too. So last time Missin was able to use it, did not find the value that initially wanted, but in this situation they're in a better spot. However, everybody kind of has to play slow. Play around this corner. Valentine also has that rampage. I'm sure they're aware of it, but now comes that orbital ray. Can they find the kills with it? Here comes that Junker Queen ultimate from Mari, but they've already lost Zoe, and also Bernice in the back line will go down. Flyleaf able to find Santana.
Oh.
Can they find more? Another one on a Missin. Amari's down too, and that's a lot of forward pressure gone. Queen's Gambit will hold on yet again.
Now you can see Zoe is actually foregoing the Genji and going over to that Echo just to try and deal with that Pharah in the sky, and Queen's Gambit only having to use that orbital ray to win that fight. They're not going to have it on the other side Valentine's going to have it on the other side, but one of the things Queen's Gambit has done so well is that high-tempo, aggressive, proactive play, and maybe that orbital ray might not get the value if Queen's Gambit are going to hit the go button first.
The barrage and the overclock here. We've seen Senna pop off before. Flyleaf pops the overclock first on the right side. 5 needs to go huge if Valentine won a shot here. Counter overclock comes through from Senna. Going on the right side. Flyleaf comes back. Dashes into Demise. Payload, though, being pushed in. 3 on the car. Orbital ray here on the payload. Enables Zoe to get a kill, but Missin's here from the top side. Has the barrage to potentially close out. They might not even need it. I mean, Santana's there. Follow-up damage. Valentine will get one more shot at it.
This is going to be a stagger. Yeah, they're going to stagger as well. This is definitely going to be unfortunate there. This is definitely going to be the last fight that we have between both these teams. And Valentine, I mean, it's only going to be Bernice with this rally. There's nothing else to work with. You're walking into a barrage. You're walking into Cage, a rally from Velvet. This has to be a miracle team fight from Valentine here to try and win.
15 seconds to go. Zoe onto that Tracer too in the rally potentially could keep everybody up, but definitely not as strong as Orbital Ray in terms of ultimate power. Valentine sort of walking up at the moment. Tracer going to touch the payload, forces that overtime to tick down. Nobody dead just yet, so that's a benefit. Rally into the cage, keeps it alive, but there's that barrage, and the damage is there. Everybody from Valentine is removed from the server and removed from the tournament. Queen's Gambit are going to win 3-0 over Valentine to progress further. They've got the Angie buff, like you said, Kano.
Yep. I mean, this has been, since they lost that series to Azathoth in that upper bracket, the lower side, it's been 3-0, 3-0. They are on a warpath. They want that revenge against Azathoth in that lower final. Then they want to face Nightmare. Like, this has been fantastically played from this Queen Gambit side ever since we saw them falter a little bit in that upper bracket semifinal. Now coming in, playing at such a high level. 32-10, I mean, was fantastic, this mapping. That collat, it was unreal. And throughout all of this, I think that just the way that they're playing from Queen's Gambit, the rotations are effective, the proactiveness is very good. Like, this team looks like they are really, really, we do say it a lot, locked in. Like, they don't look like they have any problems, except for, like, the one weakness is where there were those times where there were ultimates kind of thrown into fights where was potentially just a desperation play, and if you hold that, it's a little bit easier. But beyond that, everything looks fine. The tempo looks great. The mechanical play looks fantastic. I mean, this is a team that feels like they want that salty run back against Azathoth.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, with that on the other side, Ryan, we could talk about Queen's Gambit in a little bit, but for Valentine, they'll be bowing out of the tournament here. Obviously played quite well, taking down Fable early on in the tournament in the upper bracket quarters, who, was a top 3 seed. Valentine, obviously have a lot of storied and veteran players, but to place this well, leading up to the championship series is definitely got to be, there's got to be some solace in that, right?
Yeah, and we saw a lot of great play from them. I love Zoe on the Genji. I love Mari on that Orisa play in Circuit Royale. I'll remember that for a long time based on how well that went, even though they lost the map. But it was just, I think for Valentine, they have nothing to really shake a stick at. That was a fantastic performance from them as well. And unfortunately, they ran into Queen's Gambit, who is just on the warpath, it feels like.
Yeah, and we'll get that revenge series potentially coming up in a second, right? We'll see if Queen's Gambit can stick that revenge dagger into Azathoth, or if Azathoth can really just maintain that mental edge, especially with some fantastic Pharah play that Azathoth has. So that's going to be an insane battle that we'll get to watch in literally just a moment. So Queen's Gambit moving on further into the tournament yet again. Obviously, we're the #1 seed in the Swiss stage, went undefeated, and not only undefeated, didn't drop a single map. Now going into it, obviously, losing that map to Azathoth, they have not lost a single map since. And like you said, they seem to be on that trend in the right direction. But obviously that match is coming up in just a little bit. We'll also have an interview with one of the members from Queen Gambit in just a second. But Kenobi, I mean, obviously that was a match and a half. I mean, it seemed like Valentine at points were able to find some sort of stepping stone, but at the same time, Queen's Gambit's just been so consistent.
Yeah, I think the thing about like I liked about Queen's Gambit as well is everyone had their moment. It felt like it really felt like it was a whole team effort. Even though we did see a lot of the pop off moments from specific players, I think that the team just looks like a very well oiled machine overall. And I think if they can clean up a little bit of those macro mistakes, this should be a banging series against Azathoth in that lower final.
Yeah, I think it definitely will. And we're going to do a short break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with one of the wonderful members of Queen's Gambit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Dustin, joined by Kenobi. We're back for major number 3 of the Calling All Heroes series. And Kenobi, we just finished that match with Queen's Gambit. Obviously, Queen's Gambit winning 3-0. We'll have an interview in just a little bit with Mentally Boomed, Queen's coach. So overall, Kenobi, what are your thoughts on that series? I mean, just to kind of get a little bit of a, catch people up if they're just tuning in now, or, anything just about the series.
Yeah, I mean, Queen's Gambit looked like a very well-oiled machine, like I said before we entered the break here, and you'll see in the replays that the mechanics are also very much there for this team, and they're going to need that to face off against Azathoth in that lower final because of that salty run back that they want. And one of the interesting things is that they have been utilizing that Pharah quite a lot, so I wonder if they've taken some notes from Jeremy on the Azathoth team, and they're like, maybe, Pharah, very good hero, and we can use it to our advantage too.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. And, besides obviously having Nissan pop off on that Pharah, I mean, obviously we can't really talk about Queen's Gambit without mentioning 3210, aka Senna, just constantly being a threat on every hero. Obviously, Flyleaf tried to match, but, it really wasn't... You really can't do anything when Senna's popping off as hard as she was.
I mean, the Collat on King's Row, I think Senna, the King's Row was really where Senna shined a lot, as we'll see here. Most of these plays will just be, there we go. I mean, what more can you do? It's kind of one of those things where it's like, if you have a Sojourn playing at like this high of a level, it's very hard to deal with unless you have one of your own. And while it was a really good attempt from Valentine, and they had some really good moments, it felt like Queen's Gambit was just overwhelming to that Valentine team. And there were some good swaps from Valentine, I think, as well, when they had, going to the Junker King, I think was a good idea. But overall, Queen's Gambit just feels like if they can play at their own tempo and play very aggressive, they look like they are one of the teams to beat. And we've heard from, I talked to CB, a lot of this top 4 was wide open, and Queen's Gambit looked like they want to get to that grand final, and they definitely, in that series, wanted that salty run back against Azathoth in that lower final.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how they do moving forward. But obviously, we're going to have some awesome questions ready to go for Mentally Boomed. The Queen Gambit coach is Mentally Boom on the line. We finally have a great interview guest. How you doing?
Hello.
We always have great interview guests, but what's going on? Congrats on your win.
Thank you very much. I'm good. I'm very good. Thank you. Yeah.
I want to real quick. I mean, obviously, you guys are. We'll talk about it in a little bit, actually. But how are you feeling after that win? It was a 3-0. You guys had a little bit of compositional changes. I think Kenobi will probably mention that in a little bit. But do you have any thoughts on maybe going into today where there's some compositional adjustments you guys had to make? Obviously, it seems like there was, but can you maybe go into the decision-making process of said changes?
So, I've got a lot of data at the minute. I'm coaching EU, NA, and Calling All Heroes, so I've got 3 different teams I could experiment with, and I can change stuff around with and play different preferences with. So we were deep in the Swiss stage. We defaulted a lot of Sombra because we could just kind of, I don't want to flame, but we can kind of punish a lot of worse Juno players with not using speed ring correctly, not using right click correctly with the hack. The hack virus on the Malga just eliminates E completely, pretty much, right? Reaper kind of fell out of the meta, so we saw other teams playing Pharah, and a lot of other teams in Face It Masters NA were playing Pharah as well. So we kind of just slot the Pharah into the Reaper role and use it kind of pretty similarly, that big poke damage, pretty versatile, high mobility, and it's playing really well for us at the minute. And we just did a VOD review on Kings before the warm-up because we were pretty awful at Kings up until today. But, yeah, we just do the work, made a lot of tweaks,
So tell me a little bit about kind of the DPS and how that works, because it felt like when it was Reaper's a very I don't want to say easy hero, but it seems like there's a lot of change from the Reaper going over to a lot more of these more dynamic DPS. Does that change any way on how the neutral works? Obviously if you have Senna, it feels like the neutral is pretty easy to win when you have someone hitting rail shots like that. How do you kind of manage the neutral fights a little bit with the different DPS that we had from the previous Malga meta?
Yeah, so basically we were one of the first teams in Calling All Heroes, especially, to kind of shift away from Reaper. We only really played Reaper and Reaper Sombra. We played a lot of double poke with Ash Pharah, Sojourn Echo, and then we played quite a lot of Cassidy Sim as well, actually, on closer maps. And we really wanted to rely on hit scan picks because Senna, in my opinion, is just the best player in the entire tournament. And if you put people on her screen, they will die. And we've built a system, and we've done basically, Phil Jackson on the Bulls, right? It's the triangle offense. We're just trying to create a shot. Just create whatever shot you can create. Play the space, move around as much as you can, and just get somebody in the corner. And Senna's kind of our Steph Curry, She's more dangerous without the ball than she is with the ball. She draws a lot of aggro. Okay. She's super expensive to shut down, and then eventually she's either going to kick it out or knock it down herself. And yeah, got a good system going on.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you know, speaking of which, we'll let you like continue that system. So we want to let you prepare for that next match, and we'll like kind of wrap things up here. But Mentally Boom, is there anything you want to say before we let you go? I mean, it's such an insightful interview. You're an awesome guest. So anything last second you want to say, or any shout outs before you go and prepare for your match?
If you want a beautiful Team Gambit jersey just like this one, you can go to http://victory.gg and get one for yourself. If you buy an EXO, Hypnos, or Azathoth jersey, use code TRIANGLES for 5% off your order.
Oh my gosh, what a chat. You're a freaking chat for that. I appreciate you, Mentally Boom. Thanks for stopping by. #ad. We'll have to catch you on the other side. Good luck in your match, my man.
Thank you very much. See you in a bit.
That was Mentally Boom, the coach of Queen's Gambit, Kenob. I mean, what a guy, what a fantastic match.
The
that
Phil
they
Jackson
played.
triangle reference. That's someone after my heart right there. That was a good one. I mean, and it's definitely working. I mean, Steph Curry, Michael Jordan. That's kind of what we saw Senna doing on 32-10, and it felt like that was a very, very convincing performance. And they looked like they had scrimmed Kings Row, because that was a very good Kings Row that they played.
We have a dangerous combination. I'm trying to resist mentioning basketball. I know I got some heat.
Why?
Because I cast with Moxie every now and again, and she's just like, yeah, you know, the basketball references are gonna fly over people's heads. Like, nobody watches basketball. We're playing esports. Like, what are you on about? It's like basketball.
See, I do that with Rich. With Rich, it's just like if I mention any sports, he has no idea what I'm talking about. So
yeah, we got to be careful though, because I think because we like it both so much, it can be a dangerous combination. But you know what is a dangerous combination is your wallet and this QR code, because we have some Calling Out Heroes merch for y'all. I mean, this is amazing stuff. Everybody's been kind of clambering at this Mercy skin, this Mercy Farah, or all this merch. I mean, just go to the QR code, check it out, Kenob. I could see you in that crop top rocking it.
No, you could not. You could.
No, you could. You could.
No,
slay, dude.
I'm a hoodie. I'm a hoodie on the left. That's my vibe right there.
Oh my god.
I love the logo too, the Farah logo. I love it.
It is nice. It is super nice. The gradient's super sick, and you can go to that merch and radiant.gg. Check out all of our merch. That's dude, boom! You took all that momentum from us, man. We're gonna go buy EXO merch now. We gotta buy Calling Out Heroes merch, man.
Yeah, our wallets are not looking good like right now.
Unbelievable.
I gotta pause my gotcha pulls for a bit to afford all
You
this.
should have already stopped that. Why are you playing gotcha? Jesus, man.
What do you mean? Why am I playing gotcha?
You're terrible. I gotta talk to Kobe about that in the break. Make sure you guys stay tuned, because we'll be around for another matchup. We're gonna have the revenge match potentially for Queen's Gambit versus EXO Azeroth. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for that lower bracket finals in just a little bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Major number 3. We're here in the lower bracket finals today. I mean, obviously, these two teams are definitely very talented and worthy of being in that upper bracket. So this is going to be an exciting matchup we have before the grand finals, and then also the Rising Heroes matchup to that grand finals coming up in just a little bit. But now we have this one today, Kenobi. We're going to have Exo Azathoth versus Queen's Gambit, the revenge match, the yet again rematch for both teams. I mean, this is going to be an exciting match, especially with how things went in the upper bracket.
Yeah, the salty run back here for Queen's Gambit. It feels like with, 3-0 after 3-0 and then getting back here, they really wanted this revenge matchup against Exo Azathoth and want to get to that grand finals to face up against Nightmare Eclipse. And I mean, what we saw yesterday, I think the thing that really, really would pop out to everyone was Jeremy on the Pharah. Jeremy on the Pharah seemed like it was a revelation for this Azathoth team. And we even seen Queen's Gambit moving Missin over to that. So we'll see. After what we saw yesterday, is Queen's Gambit going to be able to deal with that Pharah? Because if not, I mean, this could be a repeat of what we saw yesterday, but it feels like Queen's Gambit have an idea now of how to deal with Azathoth on that very, very prolific Pharah play.
Yeah, I mean, their coach is working overtime. You hear me? You say he's doing like 3 different tournaments at the same time. So, hopefully he's all locked in on Calling All Heroes at the moment, which it seems like he is mentally boomed of Queen's Gambit. And, we take a look at the whole roster throughout. It is star-studded. And like you said, I mean, Santana, a.k.a. 3210, obviously a very standout player, and they're trying to do that triangle offense, like you mentioned, with just kind of playing around Santana.
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll see if 3210 and Senna, if they're able to get the same amount of value this entire team, because I mean, you saw Mentally Boom. Mentally Boom said it's the best player. They're the best player in Calling All Heroes. So if you put someone on their screen, they're going to be able to get kills. So I think that when we look at this team, while there is the Pharah on the other side, really my eyes, especially with how good we saw 3210 play in that last series, it is going to be a very, very impactful part of this matchup, because I think that really what I'm going to be looking out for Missin is Missin going to be able to just put pressure onto Jeremy, right? I don't even think you need to win the matchup necessarily in the Pharah duel in the air like that. You just really need to put that pressure down. You cannot let Jeremy just go buck wild on a match like this and take it over.
No, yeah, you got to be focused on that Pharah, like you mentioned. And I'm sure for the backline of Queen's Gambit, for Velvet and Scuff, they've been playing well throughout the tournament as well, just constantly building, whether it be Orbital Ray or just keeping teammates alive with the Brigitte packs and Flail Whips. It seems to be that their backline has been super strong. On the other side, though, obviously for Exo Azathoth, they have to try to shun out this team once again. I mean, it's a hard matchup. Obviously, we took them out earlier on, but, coming back into it, can you have that pop-off from Jeremy once again? Can you support kind of on that Widowmaker or on that Sojourn specifically? It seems to be that Azathoth have been able to do it before, but can they do it again? It's a tough task.
Yeah, and I think one of the players that stood out to me yesterday was specifically Unlucky Main. Unlucky Main's Brigitte was fantastic. I think they played really good. Well, they had that one moment where they whip shot a Mauga away from a 3-man cage and just completely turned a fight on its head. So I think, again, when we look at these two teams, yes, the DPS are very valuable, and I think with how dynamic DPS is now compared to what we saw with Reaper and stuff like that, it is very impactful. But still, those little micro things like whip shots can change fights on their own.
Yeah, and obviously today, going into this match, we got Paulette back. Paulette was, I believe, traveling yesterday during the match. They had to bring in KJ, their sub, who played very well. But today it seems like Paulette will be back in the lineup alongside Unlucky Main. So really, this backline does seem to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in the entire tournament. And, obviously we'll have to kind of see how things play out for Azathoth. However, having Paulette back in the lineup is definitely something you have to be happy with. So, going back in with their full starters for this matchup, for this rematch yet again, and obviously, you have Jeremy that could play those different heroes, play onto that Pharah, play onto that Echo if need be. And, it's going to be a matchup for the ages, I think, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I think when we look at these kind of two teams, and the Pharah was really the thing that mattered the most in that previous series that we saw them in that upper bracket. But I think you did mention this, the one thing that I think Queen's Gambit, if they wanted to really cross their T's and dot their I's, is that ultimate economy, right? If we are going to be playing this very standard macro heavy style of compositions between these two teams, the ultimates are going to matter. And I think against Azathoth, you can't really make those like tiny mistakes, right? The macro, like the small ultimates that are used in like moments of hope, right, is what I call them. I call them ultimates of hope, when you just kind of throw out an ultimate in like a 1v5 and try to just bring it back into a team fight, and then you kind of sack your ultimate economy. Those are like the little things that I think will make a big difference in this series altogether, because I think these two teams are relatively close in terms of the strength of all of their players. So those, even like those small macro mistakes, can really just be the difference between winning and losing the series.
Yeah, and we have to see if both teams can avoid said mistakes. As we go into the map picks, the first map we're going into is Ilios, presented by Radiant, Blacklight, and Be Quiet. And Ilios is an interesting first map to go to, I think, Kenobi, for both of us, because, yeah, Pharah. I mean, yeah, that's just like a straight up, it's a great map for Pharah, right? Just straight up.
Yeah, it also is. You do have some of those. I think on Lighthouse you can play a little bit of dive. Is kind of what that map really entails, and it'll be an interesting map because I think you have a lot of different flavors of compositions that go to every single map. Like Ruins, we'll probably see Widowmaker. I think it's like been a Widowmaker map since almost the inception of Overwatch, I feel like, where it's like, oh, we're going to Ruins, we're playing Widowmaker and things like that. I think that this will be a good kind of test on how the Pharah is going to work between the two teams, if there's going to be some changes in terms of how they want to play with those DPS. Like, is the Widowmaker going to be a little bit more viable for one team or not? How is the Pharah matchup going to go? Like, this is a very good map to kind of set the standard for what we're going to see for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I'm curious because, you know, we've seen so much Oasis so far, so Ilios is a kind of interesting map pick, but I guess because, you know, Queen's Gambit is so, you know, practiced on Oasis, they seem to love that map. I imagine on the other side for Azathoth, because they had, you know, more wins in the upper bracket, that means they get to pick this map over Queen's Gambit. So in that case, they're like, okay, let's go to Ilios, let's go to a good Pharah map like you mentioned. But then, like you said, we have to deal with the Widowmaker maps on Ruins, right? So can kind of match on the other side. Can they match Senna? It's going to be a hard task.
We'll see what the teams are going to be running out with. It is Ruins, so that Widowmaker is going to be what we see. And I think Kuna actually did have a very good performance yesterday as well, like in the, you know, salty run back that we saw in this series from yesterday. So that, again, that matchup between 3210 and Kuna is still going to be impactful, but it really is going to come down to, I think, a lot that matchup in the skies. If it is going to be the Pharah, it looks like on a map like this, it might not be, just because Pharah probably a little bit more difficult to play in a map like this where Widowmaker has such a good value. So we'll see exactly what these two teams are going to be running out on.
Obviously, the Widowmaker probably going to be in play, but do you run that Pharah, right? That's what you said. Yeah. Who knows what they're going to run? Obviously, you know, I think in terms of support lines, we're just going to see Brig Juno the entire time.
Yeah, I don't think that'll change that much. Unless we go, well, we're going to go to Lighthouse, and it's going to be Ana. That's like the only change that will.
There's no way. There's no way Ana's anything even close to Juno's power level. That'd be funny. Funny. But now, Azathoth obviously going to have Jeremy on the Genji, and on the other side, Missin's the one playing the Pharah, so bit of a change up, but oh, Jesus, the shot from Senna. I mean, we talked about this character, this player being so talented in such a tough matchup to the side of anybody that's against them. But then Queen's Gambit still playing it back, already with that first pick. They're getting all the damage and the pressure. 30-10 yet again on a Pauline. Gonna be going down, and Queen's Gambit, Missin will fall to Kindred. Kindred did a good job getting the pick off before falling back, and that can result in some sort of edge going into this next fight, but Senna immediately 2 kills, opening things up here.
Yeah, Senna already has all the sightline control as well, and with you know, Azathoth's composition, you don't really have something to deal with the Widowmaker at long range. You have to kind of move forward through a lot of these shots, maybe set up the Genji somewhere where you can put that pressure down, because you can't let Senna just sit on this high ground for free. This is going to be a complete wipe if they do not find a way to deal with this Widowmaker.
I mean, we can call out Senna for being freaking cracked as all hell, but, you know, I think that also goes to the coaching a little bit, right? When we talked to Mentally Boom, he was like, okay, yeah, we put Senna on Widow, but also we need to pick off these Junos, and he's done it twice in a row now.
Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing Kuna go over to the Widowmaker, which is, you need this. You need something to deal with Senna on this, because the player is so good that you cannot just let her continuously just fire from these angles on high, and now that you have something else on the other side to deal with it, this is going to potentially put that pressure down, and Senna's going to have to respect, potentially, on the other side, that there is a Widowmaker and can't just play for free.
Yeah. Oh my, the body shots, both sides taking damage. Kuna and 3210. Senna in particular, she's made Exo so scared. You said that swap did come through. That Widow micro duel is going to be important. Kindred trying to create some space. Diving to the point, already going to half HP, but has the sustain, has the support from Juno and Brigitte. But still, everybody's focusing on Kindred. Kindred drops back to the health pack, but it doesn't matter. The cage is here. Also catches out Pauline, so 2 down immediately, though. on the side. Kuna able to take down Senna, but not before it's too late, as the damage is already done. Queen's Gambit's to 80% on the board and climbing.
I really love the target selection coming in from Queen's Gambit there, where they see Kindred is just a little bit too over-aggressive. They have the cage available to them from Santana, and they just make sure that Mago goes down, and from there, it's very hard to win without your tank for EXO Azathoth's composition, who are going to come back into this one 92% up and ticking for Queen's Gambit. EXO Azathoth is going to have to use a lot of key ultimates here to try and get back into this one.
Yeah, they're trying to dodge the cage from Kindred. The barrage on the right side, in a bit of an awkward spot. Doesn't find a kill, but has the heals to stay alive with the orbital ray, and actually still gets Jeremy, even though the barrage is not ideal. It doesn't matter. Kuna's able to get one. Again, finding Senna, but again, it's too late. I mean, it's just far too late. Queen's Gambit with the ultimate edge there, and with that rally play, they've done quite well to win round number 1.
And I actually think that play was fantastic from Missin, because even though the rally doesn't get, or even though the barrage doesn't get value necessarily, you saw how close Paulette was towards. It was like 4% away from Orbital Ray. If Paulette's in that fight, Orbital Ray's there and they can match, but the barrage zones the Juno out of the fight. Juno can't get there, is in no man's land essentially, and then you just end up losing that fight because you don't have an Orbital Ray of your own, and you don't have the healing to deal with the onslaught coming in from the Orbital Ray on the other side. So that was, I think, a really fantastic target selection play from Missin. Even though it doesn't show up in the kill feed, getting the value of just zoning out with a fair ultimate. I mean, we laugh about zoning ultimates, Dustin, but that was one that did end up working out relatively well.
Yeah. No, actually, in this case, it did. And there's supports as well from Santix and Velvet. Keeping everybody alive was huge. Also, some extra TP play on one side. Reaper coming back through. Wasn't this
I told you
to
we'd
be
see
out of
Ana.
meta?
See, it's Ana. I told.
There's no way, man. Why?
Told you we'd see Ana.
All right, you're right. Difference in composition.
Don't question your color caster.
My bad. I respect. No, on the other side of the the right side of the map, we kind of played it slow right now. Setting up a dive, but the thing is, who do you really dive in this composition? As up the side, just waiting for the point to unlock. Tracer versus Reaper on the outside. Jeremy getting poked very low. The handstand support on the outside. Missin now kind of playing on the objective. Everybody in Asphalt is here, so they do have targets in line of sight. Kindred also getting poked down. Very, very low. They might just fall over. No, just going to back away. The charge gets away to the health pack. So great job by Kindred to get away from that. Also, Jeremy able to take down Santana. So they do take out the tank first. Velvet also trades back. Kuda on the backside. Missin trying to kind of bob and weave. Instead, he's able to get unlucky mate. Kindred's able to trade down Velvet. But during this fight, Azathoth did have that point under control, and they're still in a solid spot, even though everybody is relatively low.
Ooh, good dive from Kindred there onto the backline, being able to take out the Ana, and that's a lot of healing that's lost, but Kindred is actually going to sacrifice her life for it, so this is a very scrappy fight here, Dustin, going back and forth between both these teams, but finally it looks like Queen's Gambit will eventually take control at this point.
Yeah, they've managed to kind of reel things back in. Queen's Gambit towards the objective, just kind of clean up Unlucky Main. 40% of the board for Azathoth, but by that point, Queen's Gambit were able to take the edge and take the point yet again.
I do really like this decision also from Queen's Gambit to opt into the D.Va instead of something like the Winston, because Winston into Reaper and Kindred, or into Reaper and Maga, you just don't get to play the game. So I think that this is a good decision. Bring in that D.Va, also having the ability to peel a little bit with that defense matrix, I think is a great decision. Here comes the overclock though.
Goes over the top, get the kill on Akuna. Fall back to the point on to Kindred, who has been a nuisance right now. We both been take down Missin. Well, 32-10, having to fall all the way back. Jeremy towards the point, trying to deal with Santana too, who has that D.Va bomb. So even if Mech is lost, it may not matter. Rally popped though from Velvet to secure things here as Azathoth reset once more.
Gonna have to get out here just trying to find these staggers. Like this decision-making, aggressiveness coming in from Queen's Gambit, and they take down Unlucky Main. That means that there's going to be more percentage ticked up here for Queen's Gambit. Azathoth, I mean, had to use a couple of ultimates, use that Orbital Ray, which is the big one, but they managed to get out both the support ultimates from Queen's Gambit here, and Queen's Gambit don't really have anything to work with, so this rally should be getting a lot of value alongside the cage, but this assassination potential from Missin might be there on the Juno.
Having some help from Brigitte at the very least, also using the speed to get away. Everybody's still alive, but a pulse bomb is coming up for Missin, and that's always tough to deal with when you don't have, Kiriko with the Suzu. It doesn't even matter at this point, though. Everybody's just kind of rotated around. Azathoth have been a little bit lost. Kuna gets that kill on the Missin, which has been kind of a mainstay so far. Kuna finding these stagger kills at the very end were like just kind of meaningless kills. Unfortunately for Azathoth, they have to run all the way back. Kindred not getting staggered. One last fight now for Azathoth.
Yeah, Azathoth get this one last fight, like you mentioned here, and now there's some key ultimates for Queen's Gambit coming up very soon. The Pulse Bomb's going to be one. If they can get 32-10 towards this overclock, there's not really a lot to deal with it on the other side in terms of just that peel.
Comes that cage. Oh, self-destruct as well from Santana. Everybody falls low. Pauline able to find two. Aggressive play from the Juno player of Azathoth. Rally towards the point, keeps everybody sustained, forcing Queen's Gambit to just back on out of there. Santana's going to jump off the map or just run away at the very least. Yeah, just going to get a reset. 50% now on the board for Azathoth. This could potentially be one last fight, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I think that's one you're going to take on the chin if you're Queen's Gambit. You're just like, okay, we got out Rally, we got out Cage as well. We're going to be able to play a little bit more freely. If we can get this nano boost in this next fight, that's going to be even better, especially if we can combo it something with like Overclock or just give it to one of our tanks to keep them alive a little bit longer.
Pull someone available for Missin. See how Missin wants to use that. That could be an opening, but also Senna's coming up on that Overclock like you mentioned. It's always going to be tough. Jeremy's kind of flying over the point. The one forced to hold that objective. Here comes the Overclock. Aggressive play into the backside. Able to get one kill. Missing on the point. Able to find another. So that's two immediately for Queen's Gambit. And that's only two, but there's probably going to be more to follow unless Exo is able to get a retouch here. Kindred over to the Doomfist. TP to the point. Jeremy didn't have that shift as well to stay alive. Unlucky Man also falls. And yeah, just staggering onto the point at this point. Queen's Gambit taking map number 1.
Queen's Gambit looking very, very clean there, and that was a map where we didn't see a lot of the Pharah matchup. I mean, it kind of felt like they almost lucked out with the maps that we had, the sub maps in particular, because it was Ruins, which was one, and then you play Widowmaker on a map like that, and Senna gets to do whatever they want. And that last map as well, it's like much more of a divey map. Pharah doesn't necessarily work as well on a map like that with those long sight lines. So we saw it a little bit from Missin, but we didn't see it from the other side of Azathoth for Jeremy, and that's interesting because Dustin, yesterday when we saw Exo Azathoth pop off as much as they did, it was Jeremy on the Pharah, but it felt like it wasn't necessarily getting as much value today on a map like that in Oasis or Ilios.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if I'm remembering right, I think Queen's Gambit won map number 1 on Oasis, so at the very least they were able to shut out Exo. So I guess in this case maybe Exo Azathoth are not the best control team potentially, but obviously, they have that map pip going on forward. You could take the side of Queen's Gambit to a map that you are obviously favored on, right? Maybe one where you can have that Pharah, and it's King's Row yet again. There we go.
Now
it's
Pharah.
Yeah, see it twice a day, and they played it, and that's where they beat Queen's Gambit on yesterday too.
Yeah, I mean, this was where we kind of figured out that the Jeremy Pharah is like very, very strong here, and it kind of makes sense that they're going to a map like this. But I mean, it feels like on the other side for Queen's Gambit, they've been preparing for this, right? In particular, they've been preparing for the Pharah. They know that the Pharah is the focal point, and this is really where that's going to be put to the test if they've really learned from what happened in that upper semifinal that they had, where they got knocked down to this lower bracket. And, are they locked in like we talked about? Have they figured it out? And with how we talked to Mentally Boomed and the coach, it feels like they are. It feels like they have a lot of Overwatch to play today if they even, finish this series, go to the next series, and have to play Nightmare Eclipse. But they look like between the first map that we saw here and between that last series, they look like they are really, really wanting to get to that grand final from the lower side.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they're 100% locked in compared to yesterday for sure. Like you mentioned, it seems like as a team yesterday a little bit shaky, right? We didn't see Senna popping off as much as she usually does, and going into today, we're like wondering, okay, what happened to the Senna of old? What happened to 3210 that's been, absolutely cracked and just popping off every single map, just killing everybody in the screen, like Mentally Boom mentioned. And we are seeing that today. And yeah, King's Row, I think you pointed it out best. I think if they win King's Row, I mean, that's going to be a tough map number 3 for Exo Azathoth. So they have to win right here and right now over Queen's Gambit with their, phenomenal players in their own right, with Jeremy on that Pharah, Kuna as well. Like, it seems like Kuna hits those shots, but it's always a little bit too late, right? They always find that kill after 2 members of their team have already gone down.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about this map in particular, like, I don't want to say it's a must-win because you can reverse sweep the series, but it feels like if this were to be a Queen's Gambit win, that means that they've broken serve completely, right? Because this is a very strong Pharah map. If you can force Exo off the Pharah and you can kind of beat it yourself, not only that does wonders for your momentum, because you're like, we finally vanquished this Pharah composition that throws into the lower bracket, but also we are 1 map away from taking them out of the tournament completely and getting a sweep and going to the grand final. So I think the momentum of this map would be incredibly drastic if it were to go to Queen's Gambit here.
Yeah, it would be. Queen's Gambit going to play their Sojourn Pharah yet again, but here we go. Now Exo Azathoth playing that Pharah, playing that Sojourn. So they're going back to their old composition, obviously, whereas Queen's Gambit on the other side playing a mirror.
We'll be seeing where these Pharaohs are going to be matching up between the two of them, Missin versus Jeremy, the matchup we've been waiting for, and where's Senna going to be as well, because I think you can potentially have Senna put a little bit more of that pressure onto the Pharaoh as well, or just onto the back line.
Oh, there it is. There it is with the headshot alongside Missin's damage coming through. Everybody's removed from from Exo Azathot. They try to go aggressive at the choke point, and it results in an utter collapse right now, and Stagger kills surely going to come through as well, making sure that I don't think anybody's going to touch this payload or this
great rotation. I mean, it was a fantastic rotation from Queen's Gambit. They kind of just set up a trap almost for Exo, and then as soon as that rotation came in, Jeremy tried to go aggressive on that Pharah, but 3210 was right there. A nice headshot followed up by Missin, and this is what I was talking about, where it feels like if Queen's Gambit can figure out this composition, they have a great shot to just take it to that grand final, and they look like they are schmoovin' and groovin' right now, Dustin.
Yeah, schmoovin' and groovin' indeed. Exo, you'd hope, if you're a fan of them, that they can find some semblance of platform to hold on to. Maybe you can get this beginning point, this choke point here. You're not too far out of the game in terms of ultimates. You got to find some kills, though. Queen's Gambit, charge on through that choke point. Exo Av do a good job backing up for now. Building towards that orbital ray, and as is Santix, but Jesus, shots onto Jeremy already. 3210 on the right side, trying to go for an off angle, now comes back with a regroup on the rest of the team. Everybody backing up, space constantly been given up for Azathon. Nobody dead just yet, though. Shots come through, overclock already built up 3210. Look at Kuna's, 50% compared to 93 in terms of overclock charge.
So much pressure from this Sojourn onto the Pharah, onto everyone, and here comes the orbital ray from Exo to stop the bleeding.
You have to find ultimates. 4 kills. My God, the damage is huge from Jeremy in that orbital ray. They're going to find all of the kills necessary, as on the other side, Queen's Gambit did use their orbital ray.
Yeah. And that's one of the things we talked about, where it was like this would be like the one weakness that we would have to target Queen's Gambit for. Because I think the disengage was a good idea, but just the overwhelming amount of damage was too much for Queen's Gambit to deal with, and they kind of give that very key ultimate back over. Because if you had that in this fight, it's a free win for you to be able to take this one with orbital ray and nothing else on the other side. So now we're back mono and mono, and these overclocks are going to be a big deal.
4 minutes left on the clock. Queen's Gambit still have a large amount of time. Cage at the corner. Barrage to counter it. Bakuna takes it down. Kindred is going to fall up in the Velvet. Jesus, some great kills from Exo Azathon off of a fantastic Cage from Kindred and the Barrage from Jeremy. And it just was such a great win for them there.
Kuna, I think, did a really good job in that fight, too, holding that rail for when that barrage was going to come through, instantly take the headshot. Mission gets no value with the barrage, so Exo Azathon really stopping the bleeding after a very difficult first point for them. Now they seem like they're in control. They have all of the momentum in their back pocket and all the sight lines as well, and this is really where the Pharah is going to start getting a lot of value in these pokey situations with how Jeremy has been playing it, and Queen's Gambit have to find a way to put that pressure back down, and with an overclock from 3210, that might be the moment.
Overclock on both sides, popped, but Senna's the one to get the kill first. Jeremy on a Missin will find one. But the damage is already done. Everybody's gone. Team wipe for Queen's Gambit.
Put someone on Senna's screen, they're going to take him out, and that's exactly what happens. The Juno gets absolutely obliterated by a rail shot from Kuna, or from 3210, and now Queen's Gambit are going to have this potential to get this second point here. There is going to be a recontest, though, coming in from Exo Azathon, but it's going to be difficult to get into this fight, especially with a Santana having that cage available to them. It's going to be difficult for this maneuvering of the team fight. Maybe you can see on the flank 3210 try and find something with a rail shot.
Trying to build it. Unlucky Man comes through with the rally. Everybody still falls with the cage. And everybody getting removed from the side of Azathon. They thought they had a recontest potential with the rally, but unfortunately Cage and shots from 3210 were far too much for moving on to third phase now. Queen's Gambit pressed back Exo Azathon once again.
Very large time bank as well. 4 minutes about for this Queen's Gambit team to try and capture this map, and they have, they have the orbital ray to work with to try and continue this tempo and continue the pace.
Going forward though. Aggressive from Kindred. And it actually works out. Amazing shot from Charge onto Velvet to get rid of the Brigitte from this fight. Queen's Gambit now back on out of there. Sure to keep the railgun shot, maybe find a kill, but that should stave off the push for now.
I mean, I remember when we were casting Kindred in Contenders, Dustin. She's the Ryan Queen, but this Mauga has been fantastic so far. I love the engages, and just winning fights off the neutral with a dive like that, fantastic.
Yeah, we're talking about Mari, but now, Kindred definitely showing fantastic work so far on this Maga. Barrage came through from Jeremy, by the way, in that fight to get the kills. Queen's Gambit again taking another fight loss, so that's 2 in a row for Team Exo.
mean, they whittled this down, the time bank down to 3 minutes here. Missin's going to have the barrage available, and inside the cage, and with the cardiac, it's going to be very difficult for Queen's Gambit to, or for Exo Azathoth to get away from that one. So we'll see how that fight's going to end up going.
Gambit playing it slow right now. The corner. Can't really set up those angles. They just go for the barrage at the corner, able to find Kindred. Kuda's able to take down Missin, but it's just too late. Kindred's gone down. They have to back on out of there and get another fight.
Great target selection as well from Missin. I mean, trading your life to tank for the DPS is totally a worthwhile trade, because now Santana can hold onto this cart and continue to push forward and get as much meterage as they can try to off this team fight.
Nice neutral game fight. There we go. That's the Sojourner of Team Exo Azathoth that was here yesterday, and another one comes through on the Velvet. Kinsey creating a little bit of space. Doesn't even use the cage. Save on the ultimates off some fantastic neutral game shots from Kuna.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the Pharahs, and rightfully so with how good they both are, but I think Kuna's been playing this fantastic so far. Very smart Sojourn play, holding rails for when Missin is just kind of in the air with that barrage, making sure it gets no value, and just putting that pressure down. I really enjoy what I'm seeing.
Around the corner, going for some space creation. Kuna's able to get the kill with the overclock. A lot more. Just to finally clean up here, make sure everybody's sent back to spawn, and that's a statement. Team Wipe trade back for Team Exo on third phase.
A lot of ultimates, though, coming in from Queen's Gambit. And you can see Missin's actually going to be going over to the Genji, just foregoing the Pharah matchup completely because of the amount of pressure that's being put down. Queen's Gambit, though, 4 ultimates in their bank, and they, the time bank that they had, though, it was 4 minutes, has been dwindled down to about a minute by the time they get back into this next team fight. We're going to see a lot of ultimates in this team fight, Dustin, and it's really going to be up to 32-10 on this Senna to see if they can find the overclock.
I mean, they know what Azathoth tried to do here. Barrage comes through from Jeremy, but it's going to get shut down by the overclock and also a rally. Every ultimate pretty much in the bank being popped at the correct moment. Kindred Shield's going to go down, in fact, for the overclock. Rarely see that cage get deleted in such a fashion. Queen's Gambit going to take that fight, win, and move towards that payload. Stagger kills come through. They want to spawn trap Azathoth here.
Yeah, and it's going to, with Paulette going down so early, I don't even know if there's a way to get back onto this card.
Oh, wait, they're here? They got somebody here. Kindred's back onto the Chucker Queen, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, with the orbital ray, the damage boost, everybody just kind of funneling onto the payload. At least you make sure that they only have 35 seconds in the time bank, but Azathoth get pushed all the way in, and they're going to swap sides.
It was a valiant effort from Exo or Azathoth on the other end of that from the defensive side. They held at third for a very long time, but again, when you have those like key moments in the neutral where you can see 32-10 just hit those shots, like again, the overclock comes out, instantly takes down the Pharah that was using that barrage, and that's really something that I've been interested to see the evolution of with Pharah being so prevalent, is that a lot of these Sojourns seem to be holding rail shot specifically for when barrage comes through, because you're kind of a sitting target, right? Like, if you have one rail shot and you just hit the head of a Pharah, no matter what, it's an instant one shot. So I think that this is something that I am going to be interested to see how it evolves, if that's going to continue to be happening, where rail shot being held much more for Pharahs instead of like just trying to pick off someone in the backline like that. I think the ultimate tracking in the macro also matters, because if you know that there's going to be a barrage on the other side, it makes sense to just hold rail for it and just take one in the head, and then it's a fight win.
Right, yeah, it's a smart play for sure. And, obviously Senna's a very fantastic player, understands those sort of micro games in terms of matchups, because, Overwatch at a high level is a very hard game. Understanding, when to be
It's hard
patient.
at a low level, too.
True. I want to be mean, but I can't. I need to hold back. Senna, I mean, has been mean on the other side, right? To Exo and Azathoth. It's been tough.
Kuna's been good too. I think Kuna's been playing pretty well too. Especially like with the, I think Kuna was doing a fantastic job of like doing that rail and like holding it. So we'll see if that continues on the defensive side here. Queen's Gambit gonna be running the same thing. I don't think we're gonna see too much variation. The only difference I think we might potentially would see is Missin going back over to that Genji if the Pharah really doesn't end up working out like it was.
Santana doing something similar to Kindred was on the defense. Flying around to the Maga, sitting above the statue of all places, right above Kindred, who's forcing back Missin. So Missin kind of playing it slow around this side. Everybody's sort of low. The spam from Jeremy is a lot, also from Kuna. So they kind of create that space, but nobody's dead just yet. So if you're Queen Gambit, that you could feel somewhat okay, but no, Unlucky Man just comes through that hotel side, able to take down 32-10. They try to come back through though. Can Queen's Gambit find kills without their star player? Santana will fall. So it's going to be very tough. They're going to have to back all the way and just take a fight in the streets phase as Exo and Azathoth take first point.
Yeah, now I think if you're Exo Astaroth right now, you want to just press as much as you can in terms of just holding that space. Because if you get caught in that like overpass at the very start of this second point, or the second part of the map, it's very difficult to kind of break that defense, and it's going to be where Queen's Gambit really wants to set up that defensive end. So we'll see how exactly Queen's Gambit want to operate on this defensive side, because now Jeremy has a lot of value in terms of being able to utilize this infinite skybox and really make it difficult for Queen's Gambit to find value.
They're backing up for now. Around the corner, 30-10, able to find that first kill. And that's what you're happy to see if you're Queen's Gambit. There's a Sojourn popping up. Jeremy just going in. Flies on the Sandtix, but Exo Astaroth will come back to this choke point and take a fight win.
One of the other things I really like about what Queen's Gambit does, specifically with like giving value to Senna and 3210, is the fact that they're using Speed Ring to kind of just maneuver the Sojourn in these teamfights with Rail and just catch the enemy team off guard. I think it's something that is really, really valuable and working out well for them. That catches just, you know, Exo Astaroth is not expecting a Sojourn just to kind of whip around the side angle right there and take you down with the Rail shot. Keep an eye out for that as we continue to see these fights play.
It's almost like they just teleport in. It's so hard to deal with. Queen's Gambit now at the corner. Orbital Library are going to have to back up. Cage, though, is in a great spot. Here comes that barrage, but the Orbital Ray is going to be here to sustain everybody on the defensive side. With all of that damage, it's not enough, though, because the Orbital Ray on Exo Astaroth's side was perfectly timed. Pauline with that, and the follow-up damage was there, so Exo Astaroth will get a fight win, and they could potentially close down the streets phase with a pretty good bank if they keep it going.
Yeah, really good patience from Paulette there, being able to, you know, hold and just wait for that perfect moment to use their own orbital rate to really turn that fight back around. And overclock's available for both of these teams here in this next fight. And with how good these Sojourn players are, we'll see how it's going to make this fight happen.
There's gonna be a lot of overhealth because of Brigittas, but nobody uses it in time. Kuna's gonna be able to get down Sandtix before Velvet even gets the rally off and gets another one. Okay, Kuna coming online, 32-10, able to get the kill, but might be too late. Maybe it's not too late. 32-10 gets another one on Jeremy. Missy's still here. Cage as well. Everybody's stuck on the inside here. But you have just 32-10. Kindred's there with the damage follow-up. Even the Cage just kind of stops. Oh my god, that was brutal. That was disgusting.
That was close. I was sweating. I was like, there's no way 32-10 can trade this. And it was 3 kills, but just not enough. And Exo Astaroth have a huge time bank, 4.5 minutes to start working through this third phase. And dwarfing the time bank right now of what Queen's Gambit have. And in terms of ultimates, not really, you know, the big difference is that there's going to be the Barrage on the other side. The Barrage doesn't necessarily get too much value. It would be the only thing that Queen's Gambit have to stop the bleeding here. But Jeremy takes down Senna.
Oh my gosh, okay. Exo Astaroth's going crazy. Kindred goes deep on a Missin who came down from the sky. Velvet able to get one on the trade at the very least. So they want to die around this corner. This might buy them enough time for another retouch.
Yeah, I think they should be able to get one here. Do they have anything to work with? I mean, Barrage, again, is still the only thing that they have. They have nothing else to stand on here, and you can see the ultimates for Exo Astaroth. They're so much in a better position right now, especially with Paulette getting towards this Juno Orbital Ray, but the Widowmaker, Senna.
The Barrage was there towards the payload too, but Missin's not able to get any kills. Just a lot of damage off. Santana finally able to clean up Jeremy. Kindred's Cage, though, locking down this payload. 32-10, try to dive in. Can you find the kill on the Widowmaker? It's a 1v2. Kuna will win it, and nobody else is really here to touch. You can see maybe why Queen's Gambit struggles on this map, as Exo Astaroth will cap out, moving up to 4 minutes in the time bank. And because Queen's Gambit was below a minute, I believe they were at 35 seconds, they go up to 1 minute now on their attack.
They're able to get a little bit more time in their time bank, but this is, I mean, it's going to be a very difficult mountain to climb for this team on the other side for Queen's Gambit to try and hold this defense for 4 minutes, or hold the attack for 4 minutes. I think when we look at that, Dustin, really, this was where I think we saw Jeremy get a lot more value, right? And I think it was because of the fact that they were realistically putting a lot of value into Jeremy. Like, Jeremy was being focused down a little bit more on that first attack coming in from Queen's Gambit. This time, it was a lot easier for Jeremy to maneuver around with the help, I think, from the supports, specifically for Exo, deserve a lot of credit, because I think that they've identified that Queen's Gambit is going to focus Jeremy a lot. And if they can just continue to just keep Jeremy alive, and if all the resources are being put into Jeremy, that means Kuna gets to play a little bit more, right? And I think Kuna, fantastic against a very, very adept Sojourn player on the other side.
Yeah, that's definitely a catalyst, is Kuna having that space, like he's mentioned. And they've got to keep that up, keep that pressure going forward. But Queen's Gambit do have a chance on the attacking side and have had some great play so far from their own Sojourn player and their support. So it's definitely a very interesting meta to watch in terms of, you know, what Sojourn pops off more, if your supports can live from those shots as well. And Queen's Gambit, they don't have a lot of time to work with, but if any team can do it and cap out the full map on King's Row with only a minute, it's them.
They have to play. I wonder how they're going to play this. I think they have to play a little bit more slowly, you know, rotate effectively around C if they can set up 3210 on a high ground somewhere, take down one of those members with a rail shot, because you're right, they only have 40 seconds left, and with how slow they're going right now, it does feel like they're going to get one only chance at this, and it's really going to have to be on 3210 to find a pick in the neutral.
And this inside neutral, playing around the statue, just kind of poking out the tanks. Kindred holding down this high ground, just going to dive on in there. Dives immediately onto the Brigitte and the Sojourn, but not going to find a stun. However, pressure is created. And look who's with them. It's Kuna going super aggressive past the choke point. The supports are here. Everybody's somewhat healthy. Here comes Kindred onto the Juno, making sure that's pressured out on the top side. Kuna's able to get another kill, and my god, Exo Antithoth might have done it. That was a great aggressive play from Kindred and the rest of Exo Antithoth. They're just staggering out everybody from Queen's Gambit, emoting on top of it. No tick was even gained for Queen's Gambit there. Exo Antithoth, amazing defense.
That was it was fantastic high tempo aggressive play, which I okay. I'm so glad we have match chat. Anyway,
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything about that. Let's see. Same.
Anyway, I think that, yeah, the aggression was, as we move past that quickly, the aggression was really good there, especially with like a minute left. And if you like, I think the biggest thing that they were thinking was like, let's not let Queen's Gambit set up. Let's not let them get Senna into a really good position to try and pop up on the Sojourn. They get into the back line. They're able to really put that pressure down onto Senna. And even when we talk about, you know, we talked with Mentally Boomed, and it's like the resources that they give to 3210 and Senna on that Sojourn, there's only so much you can do when there's a Malga on your face just continuously like rattling you in the backline. So I think that this was a really good decision-making play and good target selection coming out from Exo Asphalt.
Their pacing is great, and I don't know if it's like a mental block. What do you think about this, Kenobi? Like, why Queen's Gambit on King's Row seem to kind of struggle? Because the map's been around for so long, but is it just something to do with the meta that they just have a hard time understanding how to play the defensive side, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that might be part of it. It's just like this is a map where it's like, I always feel like it's weird to say you have an advantage on this map because everyone does play it, but it does feel like Queen's Gambit does struggle a little bit more on this map than potentially any of the other ones. So it was definitely understandable why Asphalt took us to this map, because they are kind of running the Gambit right now.
Indeed. King's already going towards that objective. Santana already go for that dive on the statue like most of these Magas do, but nobody is really there to be caught out except that Sojourn to fall back. However, Kindred is forced to back on out of there. Needs a ton of healing, gets him in that passive from Brigitte. And Juno, nobody falls just yet, even though everybody's so heckin' low. Queen's Gambit force away Exo Asphalt for now, at least.
Yeah, I think Kindred needs to buy Unlucky Mane a stake after this, because that Kindred dies 100% if Unlucky Mane isn't standing there with the shield. So really good peel from that Brigitte to keep Kindred alive.
Both Magas kind of running into each other, and Kuna again takes down 3210. Jeremy on a Santix too. And with those two down, you're missing a huge healing aspect of it. Kuna is online. Nobody else really here to touch except that Pharah. Exo and Voth have done it yet again. Tie up the series 1-1. We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Seems like the script is the same. What we were seeing yesterday, it's like, oh, okay, we're going back to King's Row. It's a win for the side of Exo Asphalt. And I think that like, this was, we talked a lot about the Pharah, and we talked a lot about, you know, Missin versus Jeremy and things. Kuna played very well this map in particular. And I think what we were seeing from Senna in the previous series was Senna was running the lobby admin, but Kuna, to their everlasting credit, played really well on the Sojourn. And I think that if they're going to be able to have that moment where they can match Senna or match Sojourn for Sojourn, then I think that does, again, open up a little bit more avenues for Jeremy to pop off, because you have to, I think after this map in particular, you got to put some respect on Kuna's name in terms of just like focusing down that Sojourn.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's been such a fantastic player, or they've been such a fantastic players throughout the tournament, but in particular today, right? That's when you need it most, obviously, versus a Sojourn that's as talented as 3210. And, you know, obviously moving forward, Exo Asphalt got to feel pretty good. I mean, in this matchup last time, pretty similar how things went in the upper bracket. To just win in such a fashion on King's Row yet again is definitely boding well for them moving forward. However, Queen's Gambit do have that map pick. They can change things up in the next map. But but there was just so much time in the bank from Azoth. It seemed like Queen's Gambit on the defense couldn't really figure anything out. So I imagine if you're Queen's Gambit side, you probably want to go to something like maybe like a Clash or a Flashpoint instead of playing these payloads.
I think yesterday they went to New Junk City was our third map in that series, and it was a very close one. It was a 3-2 win for Exo Azoth. So I think that's kind of where my mind is as well, Dustin, where it's like going to like a much more like enclosed map, I think, is where they could potentially shine a little bit more on this team. But this is a really good win for Exo Azoth, because now they get to hold serve, which is the biggest thing for them. They haven't lost on the Pharah composition in like a really brutalizing way yet, so now they can, you know, have that momentum. This is basically the same script as yesterday, where it was, you know, King's Row second map. It was a win for Exo Azoth. They lost control 2-0, but Gibraltar is where we're going to be going to next, which is interesting to me because we're going to be seeing this like screams Widowmaker to me, and with how we saw 3210 play, maybe they're just like, here's the ball. Let's go carry us on Widowmaker.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is also like not a terrible Pharah map, just because like of how many like how much verticality you have to hide behind, but definitely interesting. But usually in this case, I imagine Kenobi, it seems like they probably have something in the like practice room that they figured out potentially versus the other team, because all these teams definitely scream each other. Obviously, this week it seems like it's been hard for a lot of teams to get a ton of practice in. But, you know, going into Gibraltar, they must know something about this matchup in particular that can give them an edge.
I mean, Pharah can be played on this map, but I think it's a bit difficult in terms of just like, especially like with how, I mean, I think it's still good. I think you can pilot it, right? You can go into the hero selection and pick it, right, on any map. But I think that with how long the sight lines are, with like Widowmaker being as prevalent, it might be a little bit harder to play the Pharah, which I think is what they're potentially opting in for here. And I wouldn't expect, this is like where I expect like Diva, Winston, you know, we don't see like a lot of Malga on a map like this unless we get to like third point where it's a little bit more enclosed. So this will be a complete kind of change in the dynamic of the entirety of the series because of how different this map will operate compared to the last two maps that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, for Gibraltar in particular, like you mentioned, you have those sidelines, you have those crazy angles you got to deal with, and with Senna popping up and now Kuna kind of coming online, we definitely have an interesting series. Who would you look to next, Kenobi? If we're not talking about the Sojourn players on both sides, if we're looking at like a secondary player to kind of pop off or even take the spotlight, who do you think that would be in both teams?
I think on Gibraltar in particular, I think if it is going to be like Winston between both these teams, I think Winston does matter a lot. So the tanks, I think the ability to create space, you know, kind of play in that range of not playing like over aggressive to take space, but not really dying, like playing on that knife's edge. I think the tank will be incredibly important in terms of like, if the Widowmaker is going to be so prevalent, taking those angles away, taking that space away is going to be incredibly impactful in terms of deciding who wins that Widowmaker 1v1. Because I feel like, Dustin, there's not really 1v1s in Overwatch. Like, there's a lot of different factors that maneuver around, like giving that space to a Widowmaker or something that happens from a lot of the other players. So I think beyond the Widowmakers, if we do see Widowmaker as like a very prevalent part on this map, which we usually do, then I think it goes to the tanks and like where they're going to be setting up, how they're going to be able to take that space away and really allow the Widowmakers to pop off.
You could definitely see a variance of compositions, Kenobi, for Queen's Gambit. They're starting on the defense. Exo Azoth on the attacking side. You know, felt so good on that, or felt good so far on that Pharah, but obviously on Ilios, when we take a look at round number one, I believe it was Jeremy on that. It was the Reaper originally. It kind of struggled a little bit, so I'm curious to see if they actually locked that through. But for Azoth on the attacking side, obviously they can make whatever choice they want and kind of just go back to spawn if they really want to change things up.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to be opting... Yeah, okay, they're going to go back over to... Because I think you need, like, some sort of deterrent for the high ground, right? I think if you play in Malga, it's just, like, so hard to maneuver around. You need something to be able to control those high grounds. You need to put some pressure down. Interesting that it is going to be the Reaper on the other side, and that kind of tells me that Exo really wants to focus on this tank matchup more than anything. Really make it difficult for Santana to maneuver around.
Yeah, I mean, Diva theoretically should be, you know, easier to kill than Maga in terms of just health pool, but, you know, obviously you're not accounting for defense matrix, you're not accounting for the boost, and, you know, all of those other things. Really, I imagine the game plan of Exo Azoth is just play around 3210, make sure that you can't get a good shot off, make sure only providing, you know, hard targets to kill and potentially get a dive on. That's why you're seeing 3210 play so safe.
Yeah, they're just playing safe. And Exo, I like what they're doing, playing with this kind of, what they're doing in terms of just like staying close, staying as a clump, not really letting 3210 get some angles in the backline. And they're just playing very patiently, right? They're maneuvering around the sightlines from the Widowmaker. And then when they see an opening, they're going to try and go into the backline.
Yeah, nade, unfortunately. Whoa, nice jump on the cart. Avoid that. Here comes that Reaper. No sleep dart available because they used it on that Diva earlier. Nobody's dead just yet. Backing up to the forklift side. A lot of space given for Queen's Gambit, but that's the great part about Gibraltar is the geometry kind of always favors the defense at this corner here. So we'll see if Exo Azathoth can get a hard engage. He looks to do it now. Here comes the dive from Kindred with the Reaper teleport, forcing away 3210. No heals here available, but the grapple towards the forklift. Do they get the heals in time? No. Kindred chases down Senna, and that might be it on this first point. You trade back one, Kuna goes down, but without that Widowmaker, a lot of your pick potential is gone. Kindred now able to chase down this Ana, and that's tough. If you're Senna, it feels bad, right? Because it seems like she's not able to do anything there, just chased down by Diva the whole time.
And it's really fantastically played, I think, from Exo as well, where they kind of know that the Widowmaker is going to be the thing. Like, that's who the ball is in the hands of the Widowmaker here to really try and pop off a lot. And if they can get into that backline with these dives, and one of the other things that was fantastic about that dive was the ability. I love that.
That's
just sitting down. That's interesting. The ability, though, for the rest of the backline of Exo to live through a very aggressive dive on the other end, if they can continue to do that, I don't think Senna's going to have a good time.
Wait, Kuna's got a pick from the low ground back at the map on a Santix. This is, what a crazy shot. And here comes the Reaper, fading in. Oh, from Jeremy, brutal. Just melee, or one shot with the melee combo to get rid of that Widowmaker. And that's brutal now for Queen's Gambit. Looking kind of similar to King's Row on defense. Yeah. Queen's Gambit's not able to find any momentum.
Yeah, and there's also Orbital Ray right now for Exo Azathoth, so if you're Queen's Gambit, how do you even get onto this point to stall? Like, if you do, you're just going to get hit with an Orbital Ray, and you're going to get absolutely blown up, so it's going to be so difficult for Queen's Gambit to get in here.
Kindred just forcing him back. Here comes that bomb over the top side. Kindred might actually die because of it, but the heals are there. Also back into the neck, but healing perfect there from Paulie, and unlucky man to keep Kindred alive. Still on that payload. Velvet's able to get one with the rally. They also committed Nano Boost in that fight, though, and they're already kind of losing it. On to third phase now for Exo Azathoth.
Exo Azathoth are playing this map so well. I love the decision making from them. Just utilizing this Reaper, I was kind of like a little bit iffy about in terms of like how it was going to end up going, but instead of using it as like much more of a tank buster, Jeremy's like TPing into the backline, putting down a lot of pressure, and just very effectively kind of being a dive DPS almost, and it's working out so well for Exo. Look at his time bank back up to 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, they forced Queen Gambit to give up on all of their ultimate charge, or most of it rather, to swap over to the Maga competition, but both teams doing it because in third phase it seems to be stronger. Reaper asked them back onto their space created. Everybody just kind of taking that ultimate charge. No deaths just yet. Queen's Gambit, they need 3210 to kind of pop off. Shot is available with the railgun. No kill though. But still, everybody backed on out of there for Exo Azathoth as they kind of give a little bit of space for Queen's Gambit. Kuna, though, able to get the goal on Missin. That's a nice opening pick. As they disengage, resulted in Missin kind of being caught out. Now they got to push forward onto Santana, pushing them back towards that spawn. Santana wants to go for more. Just kind of dash around the corner. Jeremy going to take them down. And with that Reaper damage, it's just far too much. Here's an overclock, but it's just too late. Not able to get any value. Can't even really touch the payload at this point. You're able to get one, but with 3 minutes and 35 in the time bank, Exo Azathoth cap out without really any hitch in the plan.
Really, really fantastic from Exo. I mean, the way that they maneuvered around those first 2 points, dealing with that Widowmaker, the high tempo, really fantastically played from them. I mean, it felt like, I can't even remember a fight where it was Queen's Gambit who had a win. It was just the entire time, no legs to stand on. Exo were always in the front seat, and I mean, for Queen's Gambit, this is a bit of a tricky situation for them because this is, I mean, if you lose this map, you're on like match point and things like that. But this is a very brutal way to lose if they lose this. Like, this has been convincing so far from Exo.
Yeah, I mean, for Queen's Gambit, you got to hope, if you're a fan of them, that they can mentally reset after this one, or they can get a full cap here, right? It's one step at a time.
Yeah.
Right? It's just one fight, one team fight at a time, man. It's the classic saying, right?
Is that what you? Is that what, like, wasn't you a player? You're just like one team fight at a time. And it's like,
well, to be honest, I didn't even think as a player, so I don't even think I was mentally aware in anything. I was just like, yeah, I just played the game.
You blacked out whenever.
Yeah, exactly. I don't remember anything, dude. I don't even.
Do you not remember standing up and yelling that Cruz was a feeder? Like...
No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I blacked out then. Yeah, pretty sure. I don't know. I don't remember anything from that situation, to be honest.
Okay.
It's a distant memory, Kenobi.
Don't say distant. I mean, it was pretty long.
It was distant. That was like 6 years ago now, dude.
Oh gosh. No.
Bring it up. Bring it up.
I don't like knowing. I don't like feeling my mortality.
Everybody's already in their 30s, having mortgages and stuff, you know? Maybe. Probably not. But Overwatch for a
Not
second.
in this economy.
No, not. Yeah, you're right. Exo has a thought, though. They played slow on the defensive side. They're sticking with the Reaper again, but now 32-10. Finally hitting that shot on Kuna. That's a great opening kill because Kuna has been absolutely on fire so far for Exo and Shazant. If you can get 32-10 lined up, you're in a pretty good spot. Diva also taking a lot of bounty shots. Happy Halloween. We're in Christmas. But anyway, Queen's Gambit kind of progressing through this car wash area, moving on to the corner.
Yeah, now I think this is where I think you're going to get a little bit more value for 32-10 on that Widowmaker. But I like that we're seeing a change here from Exo. Kuna's just going to say, okay, I'm going to try and match mono, but 32-10 takes down Jeremy, getting some revenge for all those aggressive dives that the Reaper saw. This potentially could be a Queen's Gambit very quick cap.
Definitely could be. Before Caster Curse, though. We'll see.
Yep.
2 minutes, 55 seconds. On the right side, Kindred just goes aggressive, just shut out by 32-10. I mean, no follow-up there. Unfortunately, Missing able to get Pauline. Kuna able to get one on the Missing, but again, it's kind of similar to the storyline we saw on map number 1, Kenobi, where, you know, Kuna was getting these kills just a little bit too late. So Queen's Gambit, maybe they find some momentum here.
I also like that Missing is on this Symmetra. I think the Symmetra works really well in terms of being able to just like circumvent a lot of this potential difficulty you have to really maneuver around your composition. So you have that teleporter, you can teleport into the backlight, you can teleport onto high ground, and if you're going to be fighting in just kind of the neutral on cart, Beam is going to do a lot against something like a Malgus. So I actually do enjoy this little wrinkle that we're seeing from Queen's Gambit to change things up.
Yeah. Earlier you mentioned how, you know, teams... You know, in terms of theory crafting, can figure things out. Theoretically, the Symmetra should work. Whoa! My God, the shot from 32-10 just takes down Pauline over the top. He erases anything we could have potentially talked about, but Kindred just runs to that payload. And there's that beam you mentioned, Kenobi. I mean, it's absolutely melting. Anybody else here? The stagger kills come through.
But you could see that was all on the basis of a teleport, right? Because you saw the teleport come in from Missing onto that high ground. The entirety of Exo had to dip because they don't want to deal with all that incoming damage, and then it's just right into the sights of that Widowmaker. Can they get a test here, actually?
Oh, yeah, they do. They got 2 kills, too, because Jeremy earlier on Reaper just was in the back line. Reaper ultimate as well. Stun doesn't come through on to actually eventually does. And with the rally, it's enough. That could have been close, but forced out a couple ultimates at the very least, the Queen's Gambit.
No, I think the thing that's making the difference is the Symmetra. I think that, again, the ability to kind of just like maneuver around, and now it's going to be switched off because the fair is going to be a lot better on a map, on a part of this map like this. But the big thing that's going to be happening is that Exo are going to have the rally advantage in this next fight, so they have a little bit more sustainability if they're going to be opting in for the mono-a-mono with those orbital rays.
Around the corner, Exo trying to find some form of team fight win. Just dives on it at the inside. Cage as well, about to be popped. There it is. Everybody stuck in this room with me. And everybody just going to get deleted as well from Kun on the outside. That's a team wipe. Exo and Azeroth finally get their first defensive fight win.
Yeah, it feels like they stopped the bleeding now, but still, I mean, a hefty time bank for Queen's Gambit to work with here. And actually, Missing's going to be going over to the Genji, so just trying to put a little bit more of that sustained pressure down. Can get into the backline maybe a little bit easier and try and make Kuna's life a little bit more difficult and help out 32-10 in that Widowmaker battle.
So Azeroth taking that mirror instead of having that Diva from earlier. Both rings used inside of the Junos. You're taking a lot of damage, but it's able to be healed up. And Kuna, again, that's another kill onto a Widowmaker who is trying to get some value. Hit those shots, hit the headshots that Senna's been hitting throughout the whole map, and Kuna yet again able to get 2. And really close things out here for Exo and Azeroth. Kuna? The 4K in this fight.
Ace?
Certainly they leave Santana alive for this Widowmaker body shot. Nope, not again. Nope, it's not going to happen, Kenobi. We don't get an ace today.
I actually think that's probably worth it. You don't want to, especially with Cage available, yeah, you kind of just want to let that one go, but it would have been nice. And Kuna's actually going to swap over to the Sojourn because they see that Queen's Gambit to switch over to the Sojourn themselves, so don't want to be opting in for just that Widowmaker that potentially cannot get that much value, and just continuing to change. I love the way that Queen's Gambit, or the way that Exo has thought they're rotating this around and picking these different heroes to match with Queen's Gambit at the table.
Yeah. Here comes the barrage. Cage in this keeps everybody trapped inside. Jeremy also going to go down to Velvet's flail. follow-up damage is there now for Queen's Gambit. They get that team wipe and force EXO to kind of figure things out on the defensive hold.
Jeremy's going to be going over to the Venture just to try and have some stall tactics here. Cage is going to be available for Cringed relatively soon. We'll have it in this next fight. Can they continue this defensive stall, Dustin?
It's going to be tough. Rally available for the offense. Here comes Velvet's Rally. Everybody's going to stay healthy on the payload.
What a stun!
Definitely get the kill. Unlucky being shut down before Rally was even able. Now here's that Cage from Kindred. Can they stall long enough? Another kill onto Jeremy. Jeremy trying to go deep onto that Sojourn. Kuna's going to die with the blade being popped, but it may not matter. Orbital comes out from Pauline just a little bit too late. Unfortunately, the ultimates were too far. Again, and Queen's Gambit will fully camp out. Both teams kind of struggling on defense.
That stun from Velvet was so filthy. Hits the Brigitte with the stun, and then followed up perfectly by 3210 with a rail shot. Wonderfully, wonderfully played at that high tempo, where it could have been very scary if they had lost that fight, especially with the ultimates that were coming up relatively soon for EXO. So I fantastically played, good target selection, and that's going to be a cap for Queen's Gambit, 2 minutes. So I was talking about how they were, getting rolled a little bit in that first part, but it feels like just the defense is not the strong suit of either of these teams, and both of them very, very prolific on that offense.
Yeah, it's kind of. I think it's kind of a sentiment in terms of where Overwatch is at the moment, right? It does seem like generally teams love to play dynamic, kind of constantly aggressive. What's up?
What? I didn't say. No.
Huh.
I was coughing.
Okay.
Now I'm laughing.
Good. That's the point. That's good. Queen's Gambit.
It's like basketball where people don't want to play defense anymore.
Right. Exactly. You can't risk fouling. You know what? I do appreciate video games and Overwatch specifically for that, though. The fact that we don't have refs. That's a great thing. We don't have to worry about. We have to just worry about, I don't know, like ping, I guess. We're in a pretty good spot, I think, in Overwatch.
Yeah, I agree.
Speaking of which, look at Jeremy sitting here on this coastal side, a little sneaky beaky.
Will Ferrer. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they operate with this. It's a very aggressive dive. I mean, Jeremy playing on a knife's edge right there, but Queen's Gambit coming out with the Widowmaker still for 3210. 3210 had a lot of key picks on the first offense for Queen's Gambit. Can they do it again? Yes, they can. It's another pick onto Kuna, and that means that this Widowmaker is just going to be shooting fish in a barrel.
100%. Kindred goes towards that payload to stall it out at the very least. They just want to get a quick fight in, get some time off the clock, maybe build some ultimates, and everybody kind of just following suit with Kindred there. Wipe for Queen's Gambit. They get this cart moving even further.
See if there's going to be a swap. It doesn't look like there is going to be anything swapping from EXO as thought here. They're going to be sticking to this composition, and I am a little bit worried just because there's nothing to really deal with the Widowmaker at range, and again, I don't know how I feel about leaving 3210, all of these open sightlines and no pressure.
They're trying to kind of just play it back and forth, get these cover angles. Wing already used, so that's something to get away from this other side. Make sure your supports are nice and healthy. Velvet able to get a bash on the Jeremy of all people. Yeah, definitely interesting how the Brigitte is able to take down a Farah in such a manner. Also, 3210 over the high ground. Like you said, you can't really give 3210 all of this space, and this potentially could start a snowball here for Queen's Gambit.
I mean, EXO don't have anything to work with either. They're losing these fights like so quickly that they aren't farming up towards any key ultimates. They aren't being able to really get any footholds on any of this map at this point, and you're seeing Velvet's close towards that rally. You're seeing there's also the orbital race soon. Unlucky Man gets a little bit too over aggressive there, but should be able to get respawned and come back in time. And already a great position for Queen's Gambit to be in. I mean, yeah, they have 20 seconds left, but they already captured first, and they're on their way to capturing second, Dustin. This is a lot of momentum in their back pocket.
Don't you get the TP2 in spawn to go back? Yeah. So I don't know why they decided to walk out there. It was definitely interesting decision making. Wall hacks also now available for 3010, knowing exactly where to position, make sure they're not in a tough position. Oh my! Pauline dead. Wall hacks also still available. Pharaoh knows I can't peek this. See the mine? Back on under there. But that's already huge opening kill, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get this point without having to force ultimates, they're going to be able to potentially cap the entire thing, and they do. There's just no way that they can get through. Again, this Widowmaker is just there's no pressure on 3210 right now, and now with EXO as thought, their supports, Paulette is at 50% towards orbital, where it hasn't been able to play because the picks have been coming in from the Widowmaker, and the supports from right now Queen's Gambit are in fantastic position with their ultimates.
Yeah, at least on the attacking side for EXO, as I thought they had the D.Va to pressure out the Widow, but now ultimates in your favor for Queen's Gambit. You pop down the orbital ray, and EXO has to back up. They need to build up some ultimates. Cage also comes through. Injury close to their own cage. Pops it before. Potential dance. No support ults here for Unlucky Main. Rally for Velvet was popped, so they have all the pressure. Barrage comes through from Jeremy. Does get 2 somehow. Make it 3. That's huge. Blade has to be popped now. Dash comes through. Kuna gets a kill before dying into the Blade, and somehow it's just missing left on the payload. So that barrage from Jeremy could have brought it back for Exo. Monkey, Winston coming back from the spawn doors. Just this Genji on the payload. Can they stall for a long enough time for the team to get back? No, pushed off the payload, and that is it for Queen's Gambit off of a sick barrage from Jeremy.
Jeremy, yeah, if that barrage isn't there, it's a full cap completely for Queen's Gambit. So Jeremy gives a chance for this Exo Azeroth team to come back in on the Pharah of all things, especially. And it's a winnable situation. You just have to get to that golden box of victory. They were so adept at doing it on their offense in the first half that I don't know why they wouldn't be able to do it in a point like this. And it just feels like we're going back and forth between both these teams. 32-10 had a great performance, but at the very end, it's a great clutch from Jeremy to hold. And I mean, but if you're Queen's Gambit, you're like, okay, we had 2 minutes basically in our time bank, and we got it essentially halfway towards the end. So we're feeling not bad in terms of our defensive play.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 50 more meters than they should have gotten. I mean, it's tough for
anything after first point is like gravy. It's like, okay, we got it.
You might as well. I mean, it's tough for Queen's Gambit because, I mean, you called it out, Kenobi, during it. It's just like they weren't building any ultimates. Like, what were they supposed to do, I guess? It's just like they would go in, somebody get picked by 32-10, and then, you know, what do you do at that point? Die in the payload and maybe build 20% ult charge? It's brutal.
Not even probably, but interestingly, we're going to be seeing the Sombra on the defensive end instead of something like the I mean, the Widowmaker didn't really work too much on the defensive end for Queen's Gambit, so I like that they're opting out of it and going over to something like the Sombra. Really going to make it difficult, I think, for these dives to come in from Exo Azeroth, where they were throwing in the D.Va, throwing in that Reaper, and you have to be worried about hack here, and also the damage orb coming in alongside of that. It's a lot of damage that can be put out, and if you just hack the D.Va, you're not going to be able to escape, and that's a lot of incoming damage that you're going to have to deal with.
Juno well aware that they're now a very large target for Queen's Gambit. Duck around the corner, though. Here's that Juno caught out underneath the gas station. Pauline will go down. That's a fantastic rotation at a macro level from Queen's Gambit.
Really good in that. I mean, that's Pauline taking down. That means there's a lot of Juno healing that's not going to be there, so Orbital Ray is going to be a little bit easier here to get for Queen's Gambit, as 32-10 does end up going down to Kindred. Really good dive, and that means that there's no threat at the Samba, and you can play a little bit more aggressive.
This is what you'd like to see out of Kindred so far, but Santana going aggressive. Here is Velvet, too. Velvet playing aggressive on the Brigitte. Losing track of some of their teammates, in fact. Mission's going to go down, so does Santix. So Exo, Azeroth getting another fight win, but here's Santana still waiting underneath, making sure that his payload doesn't get any further. Just maybe looking for a kill to stall at the payload. They could potentially get a retouch, too, before this hits the checkpoint.
Yeah, I think they should be able to get one, especially with the Genji here, and Santana will be back in time. They don't have a lot in terms of ultimates to work with here at the very end, so it's going to have to be in the neutral. I love the positioning from Kindred here, being aggressive, already close towards that self-destruct, so has that secondary life to help her in this next fight.
Hey, Kindred was a huge reason why the first time they capped out it was because of them, pretty much. Kindred is kind of running into the back line, forcing out full support, the Kinkins to choke point, trading to 1-for-1. Jeremy goes down, so does Mindred. Kindred also tosses the D.Va bomb to the sky. Santana had to touch that payload, could not avoid that D.Va bomb, so Kindred putting the team on the back at the moment. Exo Azeroth move into second phase.
Kindred is playing fantastic right now on this D.Va, and it's actually the reason I think that Queen's Gambit can't play the Widowmaker on this defensive end is because Kindred is just being so prolific and so dynamic with these dives that there's not really a way to have that Widowmaker on high ground, and you can see Queen's Gambit, both of their support ultimates available to them coming up in this next fight. Exo, Unlucky Man, just a little bit behind in terms of that rally, so we'll see if that can make a difference.
EMP available. Here comes that ultimate from Pauline as well on the defensive side, or the attacking side, trying to disengage. But Saintex able to get Jeremy alongside with other kills that might be big enough. 32-10 thinking they didn't need to use the EMP. Are going to go down to Kuna. Kuna gets straight down, so it's 1-for-1 consistently. Queen's Gambit sort of have the edge. The defensive matrix here keep Pauline alive for a little bit longer. Santana goes down to Jeremy, though, and this is actually not too bad of a fight for Exo.
And Queen's Gambit are like holding this and not like trading back and forth, but they didn't use any ultimates during that. Right. And now they're going to come back in, 5 ultimates in their bank. They have the EMP, and it's just a one-fight territory win for them. Exo have to make a miracle play right here if they want to be able to hold Dustin.
Where does Queen's Gambit want this fight? Is it right here, right now? Santana dives in onto the D.Va. Jeremy goes down with the barrage too. That was a catalyst for the defensive side for Exo Azeroth. So at this point, it might be too little too late. Kindred will fall, and as does the rest of EXO. As I thought, Queen's Gambit will hold in a very scrappy Gibraltar and win that map to go to map point. They're up 2-1 in the series.
And we talked a little bit about earlier, how there was some potential macro mistakes from the side of Queen's Gambit in terms of like using ultimates in fights that were lost or fights that they didn't really need to. That was a complete difference right there. Was they were like so patient, they knew that they had the time to work with, they knew they had a recontest, so they're just like, let's fight on cart, let's trade 1-for-1, we're totally fine with that, because once we get back to this last defensive hold that we have, we're gonna have 5 ultimates to work with, and EXO are gonna have nothing to be able to stop it. They didn't have their own orbital ray, they didn't have rally, and walking into EMP, like 5 ultimates in a fight like that is almost impossible to win. So really smart stuff coming in from Queen's Gambit to wrap up that map.
And now we are not going to see any payloads, right? We're not going to see hybrid. We're not going to see, like just any payloads in general. So, at that time, at this point now, if you're the side of Queen's Gambit, it does feel like you're out of the woodworks a little bit, right? I mean, you've gotten rid of arguably your weakest map types, and now you're just kind of going on a clash, going to Flashpoint. You got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, you're feeling fantastic, especially because the Pharah that was such a problem yesterday hasn't really been one. Like, I mean, Jeremy's still playing well, but it's not like as incredible as it was yesterday, and why they lost. So I think that this was a fantastic performance from Queen's Gambit. I think that if I'm EXO, I'm like probably kicking myself a little bit that we didn't focus down the Widowmaker more, because Senna, I think, had a really good time kind of just playing Widowmaker and shooting fish in a barrel, and I think that was something that they probably should have focused on a little bit more, if I'm being picky about how they played.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, because you have Kindred onto that Diva maybe instead of the Maga when that swap came through. Then you can't really match Santana's aggression. So it's a tough choice, and it's a tough decision to make. But because of said choices, Queen's Gambit are going to win on Gibraltar, up 2-1 in the series in this first to 3. So that would mean, if they win this next map, they get to move on to that grand finals and have their very first matchup, at least in the playoffs, versus Nightmare Eclipse. So that's going to be an incredible matchup in just a little bit, potentially, if Queen's Gambit gets the win here. Now, for EXO Azathoth, you've gone to King's Row, Kenobi. Now, you're out of these payload maps. How do you feel moving forward with the map pick?
I think they played Runasapi yesterday and they won that one. So I think that that's probably where my mind would be going, where it's like you want to play a map where the Pharah potentially is going to work a lot. You have a skybox to work with and things like that. But to be fair, it feels like Queen's Gambit have solved the Pharah problem a little bit, right? I think that they kind of identified that was a big problem yesterday, and now they're putting a little bit more pressure onto the Pharah. The Pharah's not getting the same amount of value from Jeremy as it was yesterday, so I think that this is really good kind of coaching coming in, and kind of good understanding of what really were the problems yesterday, fixing those, and now they're in the driver's seat, one map away from going into that grand final.
We'll see if they can do it. We're gonna go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see if they can close it out, or if EXO Azathoth can make that comeback. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Be back in like a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Major number 3. We're in the lower bracket finals between two amazing teams. It's currently 2-1 in the series. Queen's Gambit, the number 1 seed going into the tournament from the Swiss stage, are in the lower bracket trying to close out over Team Exo Azathoth, who in the upper bracket knocked them down. So Kenobi, it's like you said, they are on that hot streak right now from the lower bracket, like you said, but I think it's kind of rare that we sometimes see these teams play even against each other yet again, right? With Queen's Gambit potentially having that rematch.
Yeah, and now we're going to be going to Runasapi, which is a map that Exo Azathoth won yesterday to close out that series against Queen's Gambit. But we talked about how going to that lower side, maybe that's the motivation and the kick in the pants that was needed for a Queen's Gambit team who was so successful in that Swiss stage, who was able to 6-0 and not lose a map. And now coming into this, they got knocked down to the lower bracket. But since lower bracket, it's been 3-0. They 3-0'd Valentine previously on broadcast, and now they're up 2-1 against the team that sent them down to the lower bracket. So they seem poised right now to try and get to that grand final, but not if Exo Azathoth has something to say about it with this Runasapi pick.
Right, and we're still seeing the weakness of this team where they can, at points, defensively kind of struggle. And it might be, like I said, similar on Runasapi, where you have to come back from that spawn. That could be a similar situation where, you're not expecting an aggressive push from Team Exo Azathoth. Both teams really good at maintaining momentum on the offense, and that's why we saw, I don't even think Queen's Gambit, yesterday, they didn't even get a meter. Like, they just got snowballed on this map yesterday.
Yeah, I felt like it was really, really convincing. And I wonder how that'll go, because it felt like the last two maps that we saw were, it was close between both of them, but it felt like it was always a foothold that Queen's Gambit had, and there were times where Exo really couldn't find those footholds. So we'll see if that continues on a map like this, where I think that we'll probably see the Pharah come through from Jeremy, which, again, hasn't had the same amount of value as it did yesterday, because I think there's been a really good target selection and really good focus and change of kind of scheme from this Queen's Gambit team to make a lot of those changes and make Jeremy have to work a little bit harder to get value.
Yeah, it is super important, but obviously, Overwatch math never adds up, right? Obviously, first of all, we're bad at math, but, it's just, who knows what's going to happen, right? Yes, yesterday, Queen's Gambit got 100 owed basically on this map, or the push equivalent of 100 owed. Yeah. I don't really know if that'll happen again. It's pretty unlikely. Like, the fact that even happened in the first place is pretty crazy. I imagine it's going to be closer, but you never know. You never know, baby.
I think also on a map like this, where one of the interesting things about Runasapi is that I feel like it's never over until it's over, right? You can come back on this map pretty easily for the most part if you have a lot of the momentum. So I won't really say it's over until someone just caps the entirety of the point, because you could come back from like a 100-meter deficit in like a minute if you play your ultimates effectively, especially with how the macro is very important in a map like this. So we'll see how that ends up going. And I wonder if we continue to see a little bit of this Sombra play coming out from 3210, because I think one of the things that the Sombra would do really well is like just making Malga miserable. So if you kind of want to try and just win the frontline battle, and then just make sure that if the tank is gone in compositions like this, it's a lot more vulnerable for the rest of the players, right? Like Malga does a lot in terms of peel with like cardiac and stuff like that. So if you just want to say, hey, other Malga, you're not going to be able to have any fun, then if you play like at a high enough tempo and take down the Malga so quickly, the Pharah is not going to have that time to just like continuously spam from on high, which is what Jeremy was so good at yesterday with that dynamic Pharah play. So we'll see if that's kind of what they're opting in for, if that Sombra does stick.
Yeah, it's Senna's definitely favorite pick. It's obviously their favorite hero, as we see usually in the the roster lineup. They love to play the Sombra quite a bit, but Senna has pretty much pitch perfect aim in terms of Sojourn railgun shots as well. And on the other side for Exo Azathoth, you mentioned Jeremy having to kind of pop off on this map. Kuna as well, right? It's been consistent for today. I would even say more so than yesterday for Kuna. But it all kind of stems from even allowing Kindred to create that space, play as aggressive as possible. So both teams kind of starting out in this neutral game as the robot waits to unlock.
I'm glad we had the Sombra POV, because I'm really interested to see how the Sombra is going to end up functioning in a lot of these team fights. As Missin actually takes on Pauline, it's a lot of healing loss, but traded back for a DPS.
Yeah, traded back for a DPS is quite important. However, everybody's still relatively low, right? You only have that break heals. Yeah. Injured around the corner. Gonna heal back up a little bit, but just gonna back up for now. Queen's Gambit in this instance take the robot first.
And that might be a difference maker in terms of just the ultimate charge in terms of orbital rank, because with Pollock going down so early, that means that Santix has a little bit of an advantage when it comes to that ultimate charge.
Yeah. A lot of damage coming through the top side. Here comes that Farah. 3210 able to pack on out of there for now. Come back through that top angle as well. Farah expecting that Jeremy this time. Pressuring out 3210, but 3210 still gets Jeremy. Not enough heals in that window, whereas Missing and 3210 were getting heals on the back angle. So now with that advantage, they're just able to push on forward, find Kuna too, who's not able to hit a railgun shot in time. And Exo Anzathoth just kind of run towards this robot, die on that push. Objective as Queen's Gambit take yet again another advantage.
Yeah, and there's so much mental resources being pushed into the Sombra here that Missing has actually been kind of free-farming on this Farah so effectively at 92% towards that Barrage, and while there's so much focus on that Sombra, not really enough has gone into that Farah, and now Barrage is going to be here, and I wonder if Exo even know that that's a possibility in this next fight.
Missing has been fantastic so far in the series, but is now kind of finally getting a light shown on them via pop-off potential. Barrage still available as well. They just play it slow, though. Play it back. Can they keep Santana alive? It looks like the answer is yes. Here comes that Barrage into the cage, and Kindred takes down Kuna and Lucky Man instantly. Kindred, sure, able to trade it, but the damage is already done. And that was a fantastic Barrage from Missing, even though it cost them their life.
Yeah, very, very, I mean, that was almost a very insane cage from Kindred on the other end to block the damage, but just it's a game of inches Overwatch, and the momentum is fully on the side right now of Queen's Gambit. They're able to move forward, get that control point, and the biggest thing about that is now Santana has cage. You also have Orbital Ray and Velvet so far ahead in terms of just that rally charge, and even if that doesn't work, EMP is up here for Santana.
EMP is going to be brutal to deal with. There's that TP as well. EP comes through now into Unlucky Main, who just kind of bashes 3210 into a wall. And then Kindred is also there. So that was a great disengage there alongside Pauline with that Orbital Ray. That ultimate kind of showing its value there versus the EMP, and it's a team wipe for Exo.
Yeah, I think that's one that Queen's Gambit's just going to say maybe we could have won that with EMP and gotten back into that team fight if we could have, potentially, but I think it actually works out for them very well because now Orbital Ray is going to be available for SanTX, and it's going to be so difficult for Exo unless they find like a miracle overclock or something like that, or a very good barrage from Jeremy to be able to sustain through a lot of incoming damage with the Orbital Ray.
Yeah, well, if anybody can do it, it is these two. So Exo, Azathoth, see how they want to play this. It's a very long angle in the street portion. Cage utilized by Santana. Barrage into the cage, deleted. Pretty conservative barrage, and it might actually work out because the rally's there from Unlucky Man, but Unlucky Man goes down. And with that, the momentum is shifted. The Ray from Santix just far too strong, and the damage boost is just too much damage to deal with Rex, so Azathoth does it just back up for now.
Gonna have to get out of there, and unfortunately with the high tempo that was played in that last fight in the cage, it was really good. I mean, it forced basically Exo Azathoth to use all of their ultimates reactively and didn't end up working out for them. Now Velvet still has this rally, so a lot of sustainability coming in this next fight. Can Kuna find something with this overclock though? That might be the difference maker.
Pop it now, rally on the other side, gives everybody some HP to work with. Dash or bash into Kuna, and Kuna's just shut down, unfortunately for them. Santix is gonna fall. On the other side of Jeremy, who has played very aggressively, gets a direct shot on Missing, but the heals are here onto the fair player of Queen's Gambit, and it's kind of made them look around a little bit dicey. The wow, cage from Kindred used, and a really tough team fight to win, so they're not going to have that available, and Queen's Gambit get another fight win. Nice shot for Missing as well.
Momentum is so far on their side right now, and Queen's Gambit are coming into this next fight. EMP is so close here for Senna and 3210. Is there going to be a way for, I think, for Exo Azathoth to find this Orbital Ray in time, because that's really going to be the thing I think that can hold them and stop the bleeding in this next fight. But I think if you're also Queen's Gambit, you can just leave the card here and just go back and play in the neutral, right? You have such an advantage when it comes to the meterage. You can just let them come into you. You have also Missing with that Farah just continuously spamming down that damage. It's going to be difficult for Exo to really maneuver these fights.
Great vision so far from Queen's Gambit. They play the corner at the moment. Exo kind of poked down a little bit low. Jeremy close to that barrage, but EMP like available for 3210. How do they want to use it? Kuna, there we go. Maybe finally online. Hits that shot out of Santix. Does 3210 think they can win this? They're all very low. No, in this situation, it's going to die on that robot. Give up that fight and live to fight another day.
Good patience there. I mean, not using any ults there I think is a big deal, especially keeping that EMP. That's going to be something that's going to be really nice, but it is going to be hard to deal with all the sustainability coming in from Pauline and from Unlucky Man with those supports here. If there's really the way that they could win this fight if you're Queen's Gambit is you can disengage from that, and then with the fact that you'll probably get your own support ultimates in time and then re-engage with EMP or with something like the cage. That's really, I think, the avenue that we're going to see Queen's Gambit win this fight if they do.
Push on the corner. Here goes Kindred. Also, the orbital ray coming from above and the barrage. So two ultimates committed against that cage from Santana to counter out that trade. You may be okay with it as Santana's stagger kill comes through from Kuna, but EXO are getting some more robot space, and we have 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, really good aggression from EXO, just trying to take as much as they can here. It was almost a fantastic disengage from Queen's Gambit, but they just weren't able to get there in time, and 3.5 minutes left in this map, Dustin. We'll see if EXO is going to be able to take the lead here, and you can see Kuna setting up in that back line, trying to get those sight lines. Overclock available here soon, but they're going up against that orbital ray, and we know that that's a difference maker here.
I would say it's a game of inches, but we're working with the metric system here, so it's a game of millimeters. There comes that orbital ray from Saintix. Rally as well from Queen's Gambit. Both ultimates utilized with a rally on the other side. Isn't enough to keep Kuna alive, missing over the top angle, able to get the kill. Cage, though. EMP counters it immediately. I mean, just amazing counter plays there from Queen's Gambit, and nobody else really here to stand with 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, I think, for Queen's Gambit, or for EXO Azathoth to really come back into this one right now. They do have that potential, especially with how far they've gotten. You know, they can go back if they win a couple of these fights, but this has been really good macro play coming in from Queen's Gambit throughout a lot of this. Jeremy has the barrage soon, but I think if you're Queen's Gambit, you just kind of take the bot here to this neutral fight and continue to fight just in these open areas with Nissan on the flank. Do they know that Nissan is here?
Yeah.
They don't.
You know there is the Juno sees, but no, it doesn't matter. Missin dives in. Yes!
Ooh.
Kindred shuts down Missin. Unfortunately, the support was not enough to keep alive that Pharah. Saintix able to take down Jeremy, but it may not matter at this point. Kuna hits some nice shots on the back left angle. Saintix finds a stagger cone. A Lucky Man finds 2, in fact, in that fight. But no ults had to be used. They just got that barrage out from Missin, and that was big for EXO.
Yeah, really good smart cardiac play coming in from Kindred, being able to soak all of that damage from the barrage and stay alive. And that little gamble that Queen's Gambit took doesn't end up working out, and now Jeremy's the one who has the barrage ready and available, but there is a cage on the other side, but if there's barrage, you can just use barrage to take the cage out, and then you're going to be in the lead a little bit.
It does feel like you have an edge in this situation. Both supports, by the way, on the sides, very similar in terms of ultimate charge, so this could be a fight that makes or breaks either team. For the top right, just trying to poke out. Oh, Kuna might be caught out. Caught the cage! What a cage on Kuna on the outside angle, but does EXO just want to back up? Yes, they give it up for now.
Yeah, you have to back up here. Both of these teams coming up towards their orbital rays, but this is going to be all of the meterage here coming back for Queen's Gambit. If you're EXO, you have to stop and you have to fight in this area. You don't want to give up any more of that space away, because then you have to play perfect from here on out, and it's going to be very difficult to do so.
Probably take that if you're Santana. I mean, that's so much you just gained off of that cage. So meanwhile, playing it slow with the robot. Just kind of spamming out. A little bit of poke on both sides. Also 3210 close to that EMP. Watch out for this in this upcoming fight. Onto that Sombra. 3210. 1v1. Doesn't win it. Jeremy, nice shot to him. Also on the front line. There's an orbital ray to secure a team fight win because Santana popped through. Santana gets 2. Here comes the barrage, though. Needed to be used. Santana somehow got 3 in that fight. Traded out. Full team wipe. EXO's control the robot again.
45 seconds left, Dustin, and this is where it's going to all end for both of these teams. This is the last fight. We have EMP so close here for 3210 and Senna. The cage is from... There's going to be a cage from Kindred, but it's not going to matter because the EMP is going to be available on the other side, and then you have both of the rallies. A stun would be something that could completely turn a team fight.
They want the perfect fight here. So playing it slow. 20 seconds left. EMP available. Both teams very cautious. This is the tournament lives on the line. Here comes that EMP.
Oh, what
Gets rid of Pauline. Kuna, though, with the overclock, able to get one. The cage is also here. Cage is still available because the EMP didn't hit it.
Cage.
Jeremy's there at a 3210. On to Velvet as well. Everybody's gone, and they're still in control of this this robot.
The cage was so good there from Kindred, got so much value. The EMP just not enough to deal with the rest of the team. Velvet's coming back in with the rally, but is there a way for Queen's Gambit to touch? They're going to get the Tracer to try and proc that overtime.
That time, 10 meters left to go. Barrage shot happens, forces the recall. 90. This Tracer going to touch the payload alone. Jeremy gets the kill in the Missin too. 3210 has no recall, but does have the rally to stay healthy. Can they find any kills with this rally? There's no support ultimate for EXO. Cage, though, from Santana. And everybody else is here. I mean, this is a brutal deal with support ultimates. Brigitte goes low. Everybody else is here for Queen's Gambit. And with 6 meters left to go, it can't be closed out by Team EXO Azathoth. Queen's Gambit are going to get it done and cement themselves into the grand final. So this lower bracket, what an amazing game from Queen's Gambit in a close match with EXO Azathoth.
Queen's Gambit get their revenge, and they continue their run through that lower side, getting to the grand finals with the inevitable matchup it felt like against Nightmare Eclipse in that grand final. What a performance from them to come back after being kind of beaten down in that upper semifinal by the same team, and really changing the dynamics of how this map entirely worked. They put so much pressure down onto Jeremy on that fair. It doesn't feel like it got as much value as it did yesterday, and really good, I think, adaptations from the entirety of Queen's Gambit to really change the dynamic of this entire series.
Yeah, they've done so well, and obviously they've got some holes to fix, maybe some patches to maintain, but now we're going to see that matchup between Queen's Gambit and Nightmare. So that's going to be a sick matchup in just a little bit. Obviously, we've not seen it so far in the playoffs. They played it in the Swiss stage, which didn't get to see just yet. So, I mean, we'll have to see how that matchup goes. But for Team EXO and Azeroth, I mean, you got to hang your hat off for them, right? They played super well, even though they do lose. Still a top 3 finish is quite good.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how well they played in that upper bracket against the same team, against Queen's Gambit, right? They definitely had their moments in the sun throughout a lot of this, but it felt like this is Queen's Gambit, really logging in like we talked about. And, I mean, since they lost to Azathoth in that upper bracket semifinal, it's a 3-0 against Valentine, a 3-1, or it was a 3-0 against Fable, 3-0 against Valentine, and now a 3-1 against Azathoth. I mean, they've only lost a singular map throughout this entire lower bracket run so far, so they are on an absolute heater, and the momentum is definitely with them going up against Nightmare Eclipse. Yeah,
and we'll have to see if they can close it out, obviously, in that grand finals. But generally, to be honest, the parity is just great right now in Calling Out Heroes. It just feels like, I mean, like other people mentioned, like CB's mentioned, the top 4 teams maybe right now are all, neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of these maps where it could have gone either way, especially between Queen's Gambit and Azathoth. Like, even that last map that we saw, like, if that fight, like, if they don't get the touch, and they were so close to being able to do so, if they don't get that touch, we go to map 5, and then anything can happen on a map 5. So I think hats off to Azathoth for a great performance from them, and Queen's Gambit, again, trying to get to that grand final and trying to make it all the way through that sick lower bracket run that they've had so far.
Yeah, it's been awesome so far, and you know what else is awesome is one of our sponsors of today's tournament, Blacklight. They've got a Christmas special going on, so if you want desks, chairs, you name it, all of this stuff really available for you for a great deal on Christmas and the holidays. So make sure to check that out, Blacklight. And overall, I mean, this whole tournament has been exciting to watch. And, obviously we've still got a little bit more to go. We're going to have other casters on the other side for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll have more later. That's going to be it for me and Kenobi. Thank you guys for watching so far. We still have the grand finals, the championship matches. Actually, sorry. We have more from me and Kenobi a little bit. We have an interview in just a second. So almost close this out there, Kenobi. You're not out of here just yet. Not done with the day so far. So we'll have to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll have that interview guest available for all of you. Welcome back, everybody, to Calling All Heroes Major 3. We just wrapped up the lower bracket finals, which was an incredible matchup between EXO and you had the other side with Queen's Gambit. And we're going to have an interview with one of the fantastic players of said Queen's Gambit. It's going to have Missin on the call today. We're going to have an audio call with Missin. Can you hear us on the line, Missin? Hey, congratulations on your win. Well, first of all, I mean, fantastic fair play throughout the series, and you guys had to make an adjustment going on to today. And as that player who kind of was a part of that exact compositional change, how are you feeling in going in today playing a little bit more Pharah?
It was chill. I just I don't really play Pharah, so it's kind of just honestly, what happened is we had Face It League. We have Scuffed, Exa, or Boomed are on Face It League teams. They said the Pharah was really OP. It wasn't even the match that we had against them last time didn't really dictate it. It was just Face It League, and I'm just like, yeah, I can play Pharah. And it worked. Yeah.
Oh, we could not tell you didn't play Pharah. Yeah, if that's the case.
Could have fooled me. Could have fooled me. But also I'm kind of interested in how the dynamic of the team worked mentally, because getting knocked down so early, I would say, into that lower bracket from that loser side or from that upper side, and y'all went on a tear. You only lost one map, I think, through that lower bracket. Who's really the person on that team that kind of settles all of you, your mental and stuff like that?
It's kind of like a group thing, because the reason why we lost yesterday was we were really tilted going into it, right? We lost King's Row, which is our worst map. We got tilted, and then we won our next match 3, and we're just okay, everyone just chill. We watched some VODs and stuff. We VODed in the morning, and we were just confident going into it. So the vibes kind of just sorted themselves out.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, you'll see a lot of teams, obviously make that mistake where they can, get into their own head and stuff. And obviously you guys didn't. So why is that, you guys think? Why are the vibes good in Queen's Gambit? Are you guys just that confident, or is it sort of a culmination of you guys just being a super, friends team sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of we're pretty confident. I think we are a better team than them. They play weird stuff with the Pharah. We hadn't played that before. Plus, also, we're just we've all just became friends and stuff. So we got the friend buff too. So really good vibes.
So, what are your thoughts going into the grand final? Because there, a lot of Overwatch has been played, and it feels like there's a lot of momentum on your side. Is that something that y'all are kind of thinking about just continuing that momentum? Do you enjoy, playing the series that you've had played so far, and then now you have all of that momentum going into that grand final?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a match. We just gotta all play our best. We have momentum, although there's a pretty big break between them. So I don't know. We just gotta focus on the next match, which we're prepared for.
Right, one step at a time. And you guys seem to do quite well with this swapping up compositions last second. Real quick, Missin, do you have anything last things you would like to say, or any quick shout outs before we send you off to prepare for said match? Like you said, you have a little bit of a break there, so maybe some VOD review or whatever for you guys. Any other last second shout outs before we send you on your way?
No, I'm good.
Okay, dang. Meanwhile, your coach last game just gave up an entire ad read. I respect it. I respect it. Thank you, Missin, for coming in. I appreciate you. Good luck in your match in that grand final.
Thank you.
Thank you, Missin.
And that was Missin from the side of Queen's Gambit, and obviously the Queen herself. So a fantastic interview and some awesome games today that were brought to you by Blacklight, guys. So make sure you check them out. One of our sponsors of Calling All Heroes. They're a huge support onto why we can make this whole tournament work in the Calling All Heroes series, and to have such, a lengthy day for all of y'all. So thank you guys for watching so far today. Make sure to check out Blacklight too, and Kenobi obviously in that series with Queen's Gambit. You said they're on a tear. Early predictions, I guess, for that grand finals. Do you have any thoughts and feelings on Queen's Gambit?
I mean, again, the momentum I think is a big deal. Yeah, there's that break in between, but I think, playing as much Overwatch as they've played so far and playing it very convincing as well, I think that they are definitely poised to try and make this a very competitive grand final. I'm hoping for 7, especially because I need to get the drops. So, and everyone else in chat probably also wants to. So yeah, I'm definitely hoping for a Giga Banger series. Hopefully in the Rising grand finals, there's also a Giga Bangers. So I'm just hoping that we have some very good competitive Overwatch. It feels like Nightmare is still the favorite, but grand finals, anything can happen.
Right. Yeah, anything could happen. And by the way, guys, just to Reiterate again, Blacklight crafts the ultimate gaming experience on an ergonomic chair at a time, and will generously be giving away one Blacklight Kraken Pro gaming chair. So it's going to be given away to some lucky community members who are going to win it. So hopefully it's one of you guys in the chat room. In the meantime, thank you all again for watching. We got 2 more series left to go. We got the Rising series and then the championship of today of Major number 3. So that's going to be me and Kenobi heading out. Later on, we'll have some new paracasters who have been fantastic as well. So catch you all on the other side of this break, and see you in a few minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. It is the grand finals of the Calling All Heroes Major 3 for both the Rising Series and the Challenger Series. We got two new Monarchs to crown here, starting off with the Rising Grand Finals. And it's been an interesting day already thus far, and for such an interesting cast, of course, we had to bring in myself and the most interesting man in the world, Mr. Leg Day.
Most interesting? I don't know about that. All of
like
our
the Old Spice
teams are
commercials,
very...
it's like you.
Yeah, you know, I'm just here to bring a little bit of interest, but I'm mostly interested in our teams today. Like, watching those last series, I was on the edge of my seat. That could have gone either way. Seeing Queen's Gambit being able to bring that back absolutely got my heart pumping. I'm ready for 2 sets of grand finals today. We've been delayed a little bit because our lower finals in Rising took so long because they were so close.
Yeah, I mean, so we're going to be kicking things off with the Rising Grand Finals here. And, you know, by the way, I hope you're strapped in. I'm glad your heart's pounding, because we have a tradition around these parts where, for whatever reason, the Grand Finals of Rising always goes to a map 7. And with how close the last game was, I suspect the Challenger Series Grand Finals might also go the distance. But speaking of going the distance, that's exactly what Lava Lilla's Rising did in the upper bracket here, dropping only 1 map to Dreamlight Academy, 3-0ing their eventual opponent here in Fruit Salad. One of these points that I'm going to kind of echo across both of the brackets here is who wants it more. And from the looks of Lava Lilies, the fact that they brought in Coach OC to coach them, they really want this.
Yeah, OC, she's been popping off when it comes to being one of the biggest minds in Overwatch recently, as well as one of the most well-regarded minds. OC's content grind has been great to see, so huge respect for what she's been doing there. But Lava Lily's Rising, like you said, only dropping a single map so far, including going up against Fruit Salad, who's going to be their grand finals opponent, and 3-0ing. Maybe that has like a little bit of an intimidation effect, you know, or maybe, like you said, about wanting it more. Fruit Salad, they may feel more comfortable approaching this as an underdog and kind of allow that to invigorate them. I know a lot of competitors often feel that way, but when they feel that there's not as much expectation that they're sure to win, they are able to play better because some of that pressure is relieved.
I mean, Fruit Salad, I mean, you know, you can look at their road to getting here. I mean, there's definitely been a fair share of pressure. It's been quite the bumpy road for them throughout, going, you know, 3-2 against Pixel Peeps, 3-2 against Fireside S'mores, getting sent down to the lower bracket, having to go 3-2 against Cuttlefish. They've been getting in by the skin of their teeth, and we have, you know, the lower brackets. We can see how that all shook out. Shout out, by the way, to a lot of these other teams. Sakura Mochi, that's a team that my other casting partner, Tiny Shiny, she played for, unfortunately. They were not able to make it past Fireside S'mores, who were eventually felled by Cuttlefish, who were eventually felled by Fruit Salad, a team that has been grinding for a long time, oftentimes not even making it to playoffs, but always still sticking together through thick and thin, grinding and growing, and this feels like the culmination of years worth of effort.
Yeah, years and years worth of effort. Like Fruit Salad, one thing you can see just from the bracket, this is a team that enjoys a good scrap, a very scrappy team. And when you have these teams that like are often being able to clutch it out in those like very close matchups, often the pressure is not as much of like a deterrent to them because they're so used to being up against the wall, being either 2-0 down or always being 1 map away from losing. I think that Fruit Salad, like a lot of that competitive expertise, you're getting more time in the Crucible, more time to cook. Fruit Salad probably aren't going to start feeling the pressure too much from Lava Lilies until essentially like 3-0 scoreline. I think that Fruit Salad are ready to trade punches at any point.
Yeah, reminder, by the way, for everybody in chat, both this and our grand finals for Challenger Series are going to be a best of 7. And again, both of these, you know, we had a tradition around the Rising where it almost always goes to 7 maps. The last time these two met, it was a 3-0, but with that tradition, I suspect Fruit Salad will be able to try and make some waves here. But let's have a look at the rosters here and talk about Lava Lily's Rising. So we talk about who wants it. If you want it and you're bringing in Coach OC, you got to bring in some of the biggest names, people that if you're familiar with the Calling All Heroes Rising scene, some mainstays who have been consistently towards the top of the scene for a long time, the likes of Blood Bunny, Lilac, Soup, and that backline as well.
Yeah, Blood Bunny and Instinct have been names that have been a large part of esports Twitter for a while. If you're so inclined. Instinct, fantastic as both a player and as a backroom asset to so many orgs. Blood Bunny, I've known her and about her for a while.
Her reputation precedes itself.
Her reputation does precede her. I'm so excited to see how well these teams are going to play in terms of their synergy. Lava Lilies, like you said, so clean so far. Only dropped a single map. Figure out what that map is. If I go and have a look at the bracket, maybe I can see what they did drop. Okay, we don't have the details for which map they dropped. Maybe I'll be able to find out with a sneaky DM shortly.
You mentioned, Blood Bunny and Instinct as being members of the community, long-standing members of the Overwatch community. It kind of feels like a lot of that is in Calling All Heroes Rising. It's a lot of players who are very, very passionate about the esports scene as a collective wherever they can get involved, and this is a great place for a lot of them to get involved. And as we look over to the other side, we'll see a lot of that as well. People like Matneva, people like Willowtron on the bench over there, some amateur casters and other members of the scene who love what they do and love being a part of Calling All Heroes Rising, and all of that passion has again culminated in this grand finals appearance that last tournament they didn't even think was possible.
Yeah, Mothia, also the perfect name for a good Lucio. Bless up to the old, to the old King of Main Support. Yeah, the streets remember Moth, and Mothia certainly likely does as well. This team has been scrappy, and I wonder how much acquiescence to our current meta we're going to be seeing between our rising teams here. Are they going to kind of like bend the knee, play the Malga? It looks like from the heroes that we've had displayed here from Fruit Salad, but they are quite enthusiastic about some rush compositions, and Malga does fit into that. So maybe you try and get the most you can out of these currently quite powerful heroes.
And speaking of powerful heroes, I do kind of expect that on the other side, when you go back over to Lava Lilies, Coach OC, she has been, really popping off lately, like we talked about, but in a big way talking about how just broken and overpowered Juno is. And she's right, for the record, but I think that does kind of, to me, signal that you are likely to see some Juno-centric compositions from the side of Lava Lilies as well. Probably going to play into the meta, but maybe mix things up with the DPS to try and play into their strengths, as it were. We go into that first map pool, the selection here, Busan, Ilios, or Oasis. I suspect if we're going to go to Oasis, we're probably going to see more of that rush. If we go to Ilios, it might be a little bit more of the dive. Drum roll, please. It's Ilios.
Okay, Ilios was, during like one of our most prolific events, Stockholm, the only map that was really like dive is mandatory, or like you could very much flex away from the Malga and still get results. By the way, these are going to be long series, as CB said earlier. It is going to be a first to 4, so make sure that you're comfortable. And if you want to feel the most comfortable that you could, you should consider our supporters here at Calling All Heroes. Blacklight chairs will make sure that you have the most ergonomic gaming experience, so that you aren't left out in the cold when it comes to comfort in these long series.
I personally don't have a blacklight chair, so I'm entering the giveaway as well, hoping I can. We're also giving away blacklight chairs to the MVPs of both the Rising and the Challenger series, and you can join our Discord and enter a giveaway there, so you can get yourself one. I'd like to have one, because I feel like I'm going to be sat here for a long time lamenting the fact that I don't have a standing desk, so I'm just in this boring non-blacklight chair for what could be 14 maps today.
Oh man, I feel so bad for you and your back, CB. It would have to happen eventually. All right, here we go, getting into it. It's going to be Calling All Heroes Rising Grand Finals. We could not be more happy to show off these players. It's going to be Lava Lilies Rising versus Fruit Salad, and we're starting off on the Lighthouse.
And my fellow uncoachable viewer, we do now know that Ilios is in fact a dive map, as Christopher lamented several times. Both teams already recognize that, and I think this being Lava Lilies Rising map pick, Jasmine really likes to play the Winston, really likes to play the D.Va, really likes to play these dive heroes, so I think they're trying to play mostly into her wheelhouse here. You got the Ana Brig backline to try and facilitate that. That should be a pretty solid offense against what Fruit Salad is bringing to the table. They look like they want to be playing into the meta over on that side.
Now looks like the meta is going to be showing. For now, Blood Bunny just going to catch a little bit of this high ground. Watch for the rotations of Fruit Salad, and straight away it's over onto Brigitte. I love that deep dive to make sure the whip shot can't get that much. Forces the Brigitte off high ground, and that's going to be an early pick onto Mothia.
Yeah, and you can even see like some of the healing tried to come out for Matneva, but it just wasn't there. He wasn't there in time. Mafia dies. It's traded out for Instinct, but okay, with the full backline of Fruit Salad done, this should be Lava Lily's taking the first cap.
Yeah, Tycho presenting a very difficult to dislodge backline here. Going to be a quick cap coming through from Lilox. He manages to secure the point, and Fruit Salad are back to the drawing board for the moment. And Lava Lily start off with some early dominance when it comes to positional warfare.
Yeah, positional warfare is definitely the name of the game because, you know, Blood Bunny goes up and, you know, dislodges the entire backline, takes this high ground away from Fruit Salad. Lava Lilies are going to concede it once again, but now that they've got what they came for, they can control their old high ground. Jasmine can just go for another big jump up here, try and put that same pressure right back. There's a kill there. Easy convert.
Lilox managed to get into the back as well. Some excellent pathing coming through from the Tracer player. A right click onto the Echo should get them gone real soon. However, Blood Bunny didn't have a support over here. You can see the nade coming in, unfortunately late. Cleanup should still be good. A D-Mech onto the Diva would be a godsend here for Lilox. Indeed, they can secure it. Lava Lily's Rising going to have a moment to breathe while Blood Bunny comes back.
Yeah, yeah, Fuzzy Doe forced to go ahead and make the reset there. Great discipline from Lilox to not try and go for that Baby Diva, just let the stagger play out, force Fuzzy Doe to jump off the side. That gives all the time in the world for Blood Bunny to get back, and even though Fruit Salad are coming up on some pretty big, impactful ultimates, it's going to give Lava Lily's Rising the opportunity to continue to build up that capture percentage, build up that nano of their own, eventually build up their primal, all these tools they can use to stall this out to that 99.
Oh, Hostile, I believe, already headshot. That's going to be a stick onto the back of Zythring. Clips the wings is Lilox as Fuzzy Doe moves up onto the support. Still hit by the anti, unable to eat that one up, and instead is going to be eating plenty of damage off the back of the anti-heal. What a shot from Soup. Turns the enemies into edibles.
Fruit Salad just gonna have to back off here, but Blood Bunny not gonna let them do any such thing. Late kill there onto Mafia, and when you're getting to 80%, you know, you're still gonna get an opportunity to touch, but losing your fast heroes last in the fight, not going to be ideal. You're still going to get one really good ult fight here if you're Fruit Salad, but, I mean, look at the ult bank Lava Lily's Rising have. They are not sweating this at all. Nano, Primal, Bob, Rally, all the ults that can make this last long and hurt.
Plenty of ticks going to be displayed. Good cleave coming through early from Blood Bunny here. Primal Rage is prepared. Going to be a good old dive duo. The good old days brings a tear to my eyes. Both Diva and Winston will grace Fruit Salad. Zythrin's already down though, unable to get their own Primal. Blood Bunny still holding on to hers. And well, everyone lines on up for a slapping in from the Blood Bunny. A nice 9-0 surely here for Lava Lily's Rising. As Ilio starts off with Lily dominating.
And one of these things that I think we see a lot in Calling All Heroes Rising is because, you know, nobody is really sticking directly to the meta. They're going to stick really hard to what they're good at. So all of the map picks are going to facilitate what they're good at. And right out the gate, we're seeing this map pick that comes out from Lava Lily's Rising playing into a dominant performance on Ilios Lighthouse. And they should be able to keep that up as they go over to Ilios well, but they seem to be ditching the dive here and going for something a little more royal.
Oh yeah, indeed. So Junker Queen on deck here. I love the idea of potentially getting a knife pull into a well. It's not the most likely play here, but if you're expecting what Fuzzy was likely going to be coming out on the Winston, the Junker Queen is a great counterplay to that, especially when Winston's trying to brawl in the shield. You can stick the knife in him and not actually pull it back so that Winston's constantly trying to mind game the Junker Queen into that pull before the jumping disengage.
Might have been scouted by Fruit Salad, though. You got Matneva on the Kiriko, so you will have a cleanse that could potentially come out for that Rampage when Blood Bunny finally gets that up online. But you're still going to have a lot of frontline pressure with this top from Lava Lily. Tycho going to fall early, though, so where'd that frontline go?
I think one of the big changes here is Hostile being on the Genji, actually being able to join some of these fights. It felt like Fruit Salad was kind of getting hamstrung by Hostile's Tracer, having a lot of trouble getting up onto those high grounds where Instinct and Tycho were previously posted up on Lighthouse.
Lilox gonna go ahead and make that jump over onto the Tracer to try and keep that in check. Fruit Salad, though, on this dive composition that they have now been essentially baited into playing, are looking pretty good. Like, they have a great place where they can set up and try and take these fights on their own terms, and it's gonna force Blood Bunny to react to what Fuzzy Doe wants to do. So as long as Fruit Salad has the opportunity to set the tempo, Soup is gonna be sweating.
Yeah, so manages to at least join back up with the healers. Was that a reflect on the rail there from Hostile? Chunking down Soup,
Had to be.
getting rid of that huge amount of damage that was coming on through. Mott caught next, though. And remember, when the Juno's able to put down that speed ring and you've already used your amp for healing, the disengagement is near impossible. Blood Bunny faced with an echo. That shotgun does work to the big hitbox of those wings. And Lava Lilies will gain control of the point.
Nearly disastrous with the opening there, and Supa's going to be lagging behind in the ult charge, but the rest of Lava Lily's Rising clutching up, especially the healers able to keep Blood Bunny alive. Yeah, they're checking for a straggler there, but gonna go ahead and settle for a Jagged Blade there onto Fuzzy Dough. 41% only given up to Fruit Salad. Now on the dive, they have to go in, build this Primal, and try and get back.
Nice whip shot coming through from Tycho. Already falling down though, courtesy of Hostile. Lilac looking for targets. Able to find Hostile once again, but unable to really chase up all that areas. Once again, dealing with that Tracer problem of having the lack of verticality at the moment. There is a pulse bomb in the back pocket. If only you're brave enough to try and go for it. Still worried about that Suzu though.
Not committing the duplicate here. I kind of feel like when you don't have Fuzzy Dough, you could have committed the duplicate to try and keep the pressure up, but they're actually going to wait until Fruit Salad have a full stack there. Full spawn comes out from Lilac. I'm not going to find anything. Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush gives everyone... Oh, this is going to be so good. With the quick copy of the Junker Queen, Tycho goes down in short order. The axe too much to bear for the young mace wielder. It's a better weapon, some might say. Zytherin about to run out of charge on this duplicate. Unable to have gotten the additional rampage back over. Oh my god, the collat. Goodbye, Mosaneva. He gets caught the wrong way. That's going to be Anti going over onto Fuzzy Dough, courtesy of Blood Bunny. Still surviving for long enough here. Or is it going to be a rampage, or rather, is it going to be a Carnage axe in order to keep that healing up for Blood Bunny? And for now, Lava Lilies are just playing for the stall on point.
Mafia dies at the start of that fight, so not able to build up to that sound barrier. They do now have it, but they were forced to use the Primal in its stead, and they still haven't been able to flip the point for it. So 82% and ticking for Lava Lilies, and Fruit Salad are only just now getting their foot back in the door, and they're gonna have to invest if they want to stay in there.
Blade and barrier could be on the cards. Instinct draws out. Oh my goodness, Hostile barely got the call out before they were stuffed into the locker. This ends now proclaims soup, and indeed it could, as Lava Lily sit on 99%. Oh, Fuzzy Dough, the shield is down the well. It's swallowed up by the holes of grease. And that's going to be Fruit Salad scuppered here on Ilios. Map 1 goes to Lava Lilies Rising.
And again, it's that map pick. You just feel so much more confident in both the dive and the counter dive with these compositions. Even, making the late swaps onto the Winston to try and mirror, you're totally fine with it because you have that confidence. You've played this before. Oshi knows exactly where this team's bread is buttered and exactly how to exploit that. Very well scouted from Lava Lilies, but there was some life in Fruit Salad there. I think a couple of picks that just came out at the wrong time that, had they been able to avoid, they maybe could have translated that into a little bit more progress, or perhaps at the very least, gotten that flip that they were scrapping so desperately for so long that just never came. Hopefully this is just kind of a map pick angle and Fruit Salad will be able to leverage this themselves. Otherwise, it looks like it might be a short day.
Yeah, we gotta think that probably last time Lava Lilies and Fruit Salad faced up in the upper bracket, which was what knocked Fruit Salad down into that lower bracket. Likely Lava Lilies identified this as their best chance of a map to win on. And maybe that's because we see a bit more Malga play potentially from Fruit Salad on different maps. It's going to be their own map pick now. And admittedly, Fruit Salad are coming into this with a good amount of information, at least, having faced Lava Lilies before, even if it was a 3-0.
Yeah, and now that you also have that information and you get to pick it on your terms, this map pick should go absolutely huge for them. They have basically the entire gambit that they can pick from any map. Any map type. It's just once you pick from any one map, you can't pick that type again until we go into map 5, which I believe is I don't remember if it's actually control or if everything opens right back up. I've never been clear on that because we don't see enough map 5s, but we will be seeing at least a map 4 here in this best of 7 series. Where do you go if you're Fruit Salad here? Because you don't want to go somewhere where you could just play into that dive that Lava Lilies came out with again.
Yeah, I think the one of the things you don't want to go to is something like Gibraltar. And actually, I love this pick of Shambali. Shambali, pretty rush heavy, but also picking an escort here takes Gibraltar off the table, which is one of the few you've got to play dive here. Often maps. Although in our previous series, we did see it devolve into Malga versus Malga, for want of a better word. It is one of those maps where you can definitely try and excel on dive enough for it to be mandatory. Here on Shambali, you take away that option as well as picking a map where the rush is a bit better.
Yeah, on Shambali, I fully expect, Lava Lilies to try and go for a mirrored rush composition. And like you said, you take that Gibraltar out of the field. And with Gibraltar and Ilios now out of play, at least until the map pool gets reset, you've basically taken away every opportunity to play dive. Granted, again, even on dive maps, we're still seeing Mauga, at least in challengers. But in Rising, I don't know if the macro is always going to be as strong to be able to just counter that outright. So you do still have the ability to try and play that dive or make it work if you're good enough at it. And, after that last map, I don't think anybody's going to doubt that Lava Lilies are good enough at that dive to make it stick if they're in a map that facilitates it. But right now, like, that's completely off the table. Great pick from Fruit Salad.
And one thing that I'm very interested in here is where we're going to see Fruit Salad pick up the Juno, which right now is probably the strongest hero in the game. An incredibly powerful support with a quickly charging ultimate that often can be a fight win in itself without any assistance. And if we see an inability to bring out the Juno early from Fruit Salad, that could be a poor omen for the overall health of their rushes.
I have seen Juno ultimates, by the way, in scrims just completely win a fight. Like, that's the only ult you have, and the enemy team has 4. I have seen the orbital ray like overcome 4 other enemy ults. Like, it is. I'm not joking when I say it's the strongest ultimate in the game, and most of these fights are going to revolve around who has an orbital ray and who doesn't. I can guarantee you. I mean, I can't really guarantee you because it's Rising and Fruit Salad, they like to be silly. This looks a little bit more like what they might come out here with, because this kind of feels like the kind of thing you'd bust out on Shambali. A Mei and a Junkrat, like, kind of works here. I've also seen this from Lava Lilies Rising, though, going for a spawn hold with the Junker Queen.
Brutal damage up close. Going to need to be conscientious of that Mei wall here. Blood Bunny like to be spotted right off the gate, so I'm watching for where this wall is going to go. Of course, it's a wide zone, which means that the wall is not going to be entirely effective at isolating that Junker Queen. Already a huge amount of damage taken here by Fuzzy Doe. Has used most of their cooldowns, so this means that Fuzzy Doe is going to be vulnerable thereafter.
Gonna force a little bit of space to be given there. Early pickoffs, though. Fruit Salad, they're not gonna be able to get a whole lot of ground off of this.
Oh, big pull into the wall, right around it. Blood Bunny still finds space for stabbing. Hazard would be proud.
Yeah, and I mean, Instinct is going to be like completely safe here, by the way, because she could just play back and let the space that Blood Bunny controls, be the key. And Fruit Salad have to just continually walk into this until they're able to find some way to break it. And it's really going to have to be a wall from Hostile.
Oh, that's a beautiful pull. I believe managed to get 2 off the Carnage. Blood Bunny popping off here. Almost done is that Fortify from the Orisa. And that means another free amount of damage to come on through. Blood Bunny smells blood in the water, and the Bunny, they do be seeking it out. There goes Fuzzy Doe. There goes Hostile. Fruit Salad once again routed as they move forward.
And still 0 meters on the cart. I mean, Fruit Salad are going to be coming up to that blizzard, which should be at least enough to force Lava Lilies Rising to vacate the premises. But if they use that ult here, first of all, they still need to build up to it. But if they use that ult here and don't capitalize off of it, they might not get a chance to break this.
Oh, the overclock. A high ground given over by the Ice Wall. A gift from Hostile. Perhaps an offering to Lava Lilies Rising. Trade-off for denied as Soup takes yet another life.
And that is about as economical as you can get. The overclock for a full fight win. And Fruit Salad have yet to come up to an ultimate of their own. They're coming up on a lot here, but Lava Lilies haven't been forced to invest that heavily. If Blood Bunny goes down here, though, they might be forced to, but she's able to hang on.
Looking for a stun to make sure they aren't going to be taken out of this. Oh, wow. Big pull coming in from Fuzzy Doe. Everyone just focuses fire onto Blood Bunny. And here's the swap over onto that Juno I wanted to see from Martin Neva. Allowing them to survive just a little bit longer. Instinct still rolling out on the cart. She's getting some value. She's getting some time. She, of course, isn't going to be using that beam. And Lava Lilies are finally taken away from this spawn hold.
It is going to really slow down the cart progress, and, the fact that you find the kill into Fuzzy Doe means you can't push the tank forward to take additional space. So, Fruit Salad essentially forced to just play the cart. They can't try and take that additional space. Lava Lilies Rising, they're going to be able to get themselves 2 fights here that they can lose before the cart actually is threatening to go through to the next checkpoint.
Well, here's a prep. Oh, big... What a knockback! Oh, Blood Bunny set well off course. It's going to have to be reinforced here with the blade. Faced with a fortified Orisa going for a Mei instead. Yes, it's a slightly more fruitful target. Everyone else has to be scattered away. And while it may have been expensive, Lava Lilies have regained their stability. And Blood Bunny swaps over to Orisa.
A fruitful target. I like that. It's Fruit Salad.
Yeah.
Only 60 seconds left, and Fruit Salad do have the ults here. Yeah, like you said, the swap coming out from Blood Bunny, and you do still get to hold on to that orbital ray if you're Lava Lily, so this is looking like it might end up being a full hold here, unless this Blizzard from Hostile goes absolutely nutty. We've been holding on to this for a long time. Sooner or later, it's gotta come out.
The fourth driver eaten. There goes the javelin spin. Now Blood Bunny is going to be vulnerable, but Hostile was more so. An early usage of the ice block perhaps allows Lilac to pick that one up. And now shoved back into the locker. Everybody stacked up. You've got to be wary of those collats here from Soup if you're coming over in a line.
Still holding on to that Blizzard is Hostile. You didn't use that and you forced the orbital ray out, so you do at least have a winning condition. But look where Soup is playing with this overclock. Wants to put this all to bed. The Blizzard gets eaten.
Oh, not like this. Blood Bunny superstar play with the javelin spin. There was one win condition and Blood Bunny absolutely spat on it. Here comes the overclock. Moss and Ava noted over here. Knock, knock. Here's Johnny. Soup's coming in to try and finish it off, but you're just caught between a rock and a metal place as Blood Bunny finds the headshots with the fusion driver. Time runs out, and Lava Lilies hold strong on first.
And for a map pick from Fruit Salad, it feels like they just walked right into a bear trap, right? Because they were like, okay, we don't want to play the dive, so we definitely don't want to go to Gibraltar. All right, we'll just take it to Shambali, force you to play the rush. Well, it turns out Lava Lilies actually had a set strat for this, and it was that spawn hold with the Queen. And again, we go back to that kill from Instinct onto Fuzzy Dough at the tail end, the fight that Fruit Salad actually won to break that spawn hold. Again, you lose your tank. You can't force that tank forward. You can't take any space. You're forced to play the cart. So when Blood Bunny gets back to the fight, you have to give ground or just fall victim to the overwhelming ult advantage that Lava Lilies had amassed throughout the entirety of that offensive push. We only get roughly halfway through point A, and even though we see a lot of full holds on Shambali, to not even get around that last corner is pretty devastating.
Yeah, this is a very, very dangerous position for Fruit Salad. Not only are they going to have to leverage this spawn hold for possibly 2.5 to 3 minutes here, Seaweed, to have a realistic chance, then they've got to try and play around one of the corners, which is quite easily flankable in this game, because, hey, if you're trying to play that corner to defend the cart, you can easily have the enemy team duck through Mega and take the high ground away from you, because you can't hold both down at once.
Fruit Salad, I mean, they're going for a spawn hold here just like Lava Lilies did, but they have to. Like, this isn't Fruit Salad's choice. This isn't what they wanted to do, but they have to do this now because of the lack of cart progress that they got. And Lilac with the Sonic Arrow is going to be able to scout it, make the swap over the Genji, and suddenly we know where everyone's playing, but Soup can't find the shot.
Yeah, Soup going to call this one early here, like they're going to go back over onto the Sojourn. Indeed, so it is. Blood Bunny is going to be exchanging cooldowns here with Fuzzy Dough. Remember that Javelin Spin does not deal with the Cryo Beam from the maze, so there's going to be that constant slowing happening. Already the Immortality Field has been given out, surrounded on all sides are Fruit Salad. The Blender has been activated, but the Blender it's getting its blades dulled by avocado shells or something of the like. Fuzzy Dough takes out their counterpart in Blood Bunny, and Soup is forced to scurry for the hills.
And this composition for Fruit Salad, by the way, is so tanky. It's an Immortality Field from Nyx that helps facilitate that, followed up with the rail shots that come out. And Soup wasn't able to match it. There was so much damage that came out onto Blood Bunny. All she had to do was live. But when the backline is falling apart, that becomes a tall order.
Javelin's been used just to allay some of that pressure. Nyx going down even after the Immortality Field is thrown on out. Blood Bunny manages to find their target, and Lilac is now going to clean on up. It's going to be reset after reset. This is where the Genji thrives. Fuzzy Dough at least stops the cart for a while, but look at that box of victory. It's so close.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario for Fuzzy Dough, to be the last one to fall and to touch the cart there after all of those staggered pushes. Look at how far up Blood Bunny's going to be able to push now. She can even push past the golden box of victory there, and Fruit Salad has to try and make some sort of adaptation here. They do have the overclock, so they might need to leverage that, coupled with the animators, just to force Lava Lilies rising back, but they got to get on the cart first.
Out comes the wall. There's going to be an attempt to try and isolate someone. Soup manages to get out and grab a mini on the way as well to not tax the healers too far. Here comes the counter push. Tycho moves forward with the rally. Yes, there's a stun, but the follow-up isn't quite there just yet. Just buying space for Soup. In comes the Dragon Blade. Oh, those little supports and backlines. They're so fragile. Thousand-folded steel tears them asunder, and Underill strikes forth at the heart. Lava is rising. Claim Shambali, and Fruit Salad are going to have to look for even more answers.
And apparently there's more bear traps waiting in the wings because, okay, you know, we took all the dive maps off the table. We thought that was your biggest strength, but apparently the set strats are something we also got to watch out for as we continue to pick some of these maps. Because it really feels like Fruit Salad, aside from this one defensive fight win, we're never really in this map. And if it's your map pick, you really got to come with something stronger than that. Otherwise, it feels like Lava Lilies just have their number. It's the shots that come out. It's the compositional understanding and the ways in which they're able to set the tempo and control space. And I think a lot of that does, again, come back to that coaching.
Yeah, the coaching for Lovely's Rising has been obviously a lot of reputational value there, but the reputation comes just from how much they've been able to do previously. 67.39 meters is a brutal hold, including, I think, about 2.5 minutes right at the beginning. Lilacs, not even any amplification on this blade, by the way. There wasn't an orbital ray in the background for most of it until finally we saw Instinct get that up and use it to really reinforce the fight on cart. Having that much come out of an unamplified blade onto 2 supports and a Sojourn is kind of crazy from Lilac.
Because you've already like forced all the positioning, you've already forced all the cooldowns, you've forced the immortality field, you forced everything out of that backline, and suddenly they are vulnerable, juicy targets for Lilac to just slurp right up, and it's all free. The orbital ray that does eventually come out is just like a complete celebration. You know, it's a fireworks display for Lava Lilies, and maybe they'll queue up another one here. We're gonna go to Suravasa again, Fruit Salad's map pick, and I feel like this might end up being more the same for Shambali, because again, like, this is one of those things where everything that we've seen Lava Lilies come out with, sans the dive, is still really, really strong here. You know, the Orisa play that they were able to get the better of, the Junker Queen, both are pretty good here on Flashpoint.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be even more comfort here for the side of Lava Lilies, but Fruit Salad, they have fought tooth and nail to be here in the grand finals. This is a team I described as scrappy. They never had a clean series. They were always up against the wall, but always managing to find the way to clutch it out, CB. And it's this kind of environment where these scrappy teams can really thrive. So they are far from out of this. And we've got so much runway in this series as well. It being a first to 4, yeah, you drop the first 2, but there is so much room for adaptation and learning. And the more time you get with Lava Lilies, the more of their tendencies you're going to start to download and potentially start to exploit.
Maybe we have a lot of runway, but it's not like the runway from that one Fast and Furious movie that went on for like 12 minutes. Where you remember that scene, right? Where it's like straight up 10 minutes of the plane just going down the runway, and we're like, damn, how long? How big is this airport? I don't think if you're Fruit Salad, I don't think you really have that much room, because you still get one more map pick if you drop this, but that's it after that. And this is another one of those, you know, kind of situations, Flashpoint especially, I touched on this yesterday, where a lot of it comes down to the macro in between the various points and trying to take that gamble of like, okay, I have the ults to secure this point now, but there's going to be another point and another objective after this. Do I want to hold on to this and save it for the next one? Or do I want to invest and really try and make sure that I get this one? The 100% for this Flashpoint versus like the 50% for the next one. The ult can make the entire difference here. And in that kind of situation, I have to give the edge to Lava Lilies, because what we've seen from them is a much better macro understanding.
I mean, a lot of that, when it comes to deciding whether you want this fight or the next one or the one after that, can also come down to effective leadership and respect for a call that maybe a team like Lava Lilies has had kind of drilled into them. Like, this is the call, you are going to obey it, this is the plan. And
who is their team captain, and how much do they respect them?
Yeah, like, how much respect is there for the commanding officer of this team?
I mean, Blood Bunny is the captain for Lava Lily, so apparently they have a lot of respect for her, which...
Maybe she's the one making those calls. They seem to have gone well so far. Speaking of Blood Bunny, by the way, that E on the Blizzard was absolutely point-winning. And I think that because it was a point win on first point, it was essentially a map-winning play. One click of the E on the Orisa and Fruit Salad, what they've been building up to, was absolutely squashed.
Yeah, like, and not just building up to, but like holding on to for such a long amount of time, waiting for the perfect moment to try and use that ultimate, and then it comes and it's just taken away. That's the kind of thing that, like, okay, you've played this up for so long and you're not able to execute. That's backbreaking. And Fruit Salad gonna go right back to that same composition with the Orisa and the Mei. I do still like this, but I mean, if you're Lava Lilies, you look on the other side, you're playing the Junker Queen composition again that works so well on Shambali. Why switch up now?
Nick's going to be bringing out the Brig this time. Might have a little bit more danger for Blood Bunny, but also provides one more target for that Carnage, for that self-healing if you can hit it. A big pull in here. Fuzzy Doe forced to use a couple of their cooldowns just to escape this one, and expends their stun as well. Out goes the wall, doesn't actually isolate anybody, but Lilac is still going to try and play some doors around the periphery. A wasted spear does mean that it's open season. Was that a collapse from Soup? Unbelievable.
wasn't a collab, but it was 2 back-to-back shots, and the first one was threading the needle around that wall. So Sook didn't even have the angle, but still was able to find the headshot, and then followed up with the second one there. Fruit Salad were doing such a great job of controlling the space and forcing Lava Lilies Rising into an unfavorable position, but with one shot from the Sojourn, it's turned completely on its head, and, you know, of course, one good shot warrants another.
Yeah, if you got it, keep on going. Blood Bunny playing up very aggressively here, trying to tax every step forward in terms of Blood. That's a nice ball. Oh, good angle. Blood Bunny isolated. Everyone else needs to come and try and move forward. They're not there to support Blood Bunny. Soup's still on the point, wondering where the fight's going to happen. Nyx gets taken down. Yes, that's a reset for Lilock, but look at that HP. Lilock solo manages to grab a Mega, perhaps somewhere. Tycho might have gone forward to try and deliver those cookies. That's going to be a pause as well here. Maybe called by Lava Lilies? I'm not sure.
It could have really been either way, but, like, you know, let's assume that it was being called by Lava Lilies there, is that the fight did start to feel like it was favoring Fruit Salad there, both Briggs inevitably getting traded out, but with Tycho being the last one to fall, and you know, you could also see the troops for Fruit Salad starting to march forward. It kind of felt like they were on the precipice of something there, and Lava Lilies maybe put a stop to it with that pause. We'll never know which side it was on. Don't want to call anybody out, but yeah.
Oh, we don't have to call anyone out because we've got ourselves a moment of peace and quiet. And you can have moments of peace and quiet too while you're gaming, using our sponsors over at Be Quiet, who provide some of the most whisper silent hardware available for your PC. You've got some behind you, CB. I've got some right below me in my PC itself. As someone who does a lot of work in voiceover, sound is important to me, so I picked a lot of Be Quiet hardware when it came to making my PC. I got a Pure Base 500 case and a Dark Rock Elite for my CPU cooler. Very easy to install, by the way, so highly recommend the products from our friends over at Be Quiet.
I'm slowly working, like, I'm pretty impoverished, so I'm, like, slowly working to try and accumulate all of the parts to fill up this case behind me, because my current PC, it sucks. There's no Be Quiet parts in it, and it's loud. Like, thankfully I have a mic that doesn't pick it up, but, like, the fans sometimes will just kick on at night and, like, wake me up, because they're, like, I don't know, like, my desk just shook a little bit, so my computer came back up to life, and it's like, with this again. But, you know, getting the parts so that I can stuff this thing chock full and have a real PC that won't interrupt my cast. And thankfully, this pause is no longer interrupting our cast, nor is it interrupting the march forward of Fruit Salad as they're able to flip the point in their favor.
Yeah, critical flip here. Dytherin looking for some danger. Everyone gets pulled in by that Orisa ultimate. Unable to grab Blood Bunny, but Lilock is going to be a consolation prize given on over. Instinct being staggered here would be huge. A long-range shotgun shell gets it done. And while Lava Lilies do have survivors, they don't have the point.
I like the Reaper swap, not just because this skin is absolutely silly, but I do also really like the Reaper swap because you are able to do... Even though, you know, the Junker Queen's not the beefiest target, you don't think that, like, the Reaper is going to be the anti-tank hero to try and take down specifically that Queen. It still does help you win out that frontline battle that you're investing into with the Mei.
Oh, out comes a boost onto the blade. It's plenty of damage for Nyx. Looking for a melee fight, not going to be rewarded for it. Up close and personal with Zyther means you can see the whites of their eyes as it fades away to bleakness. And now only 2 remain from the side of Fruit Salad. Hostile's going to fall, doesn't want to invest, of course, the Blizzard in this fallen fight. And Lava Lilies Rising, they should be able to claim the point on this.
Yeah, there should be an opportunity for another touch. Monteneva, by the way, tries to mirror that orbital ray, but there's nothing to combo it with it, so it's the blade from Lilock that actually ends up sealing the deal. And Zytherin had the Death Blossom. Death Blossom plus orbital ray is an oftentimes fight-winning combination, but never given the opportunity to pull the trigger on that one, holding on to that one for the next one. But now you're gonna have to try and find, like, just the perfect opportunity to use that Death Blossom. Same with that Blizzard. Maybe you combo those and try and get something out of it, but you're looking at Tycho's rally here just to try and snuff all that out.
Yeah, so many things that need to be kept track of here to try and mitigate the Blizzard. It is actually going to hit pay dirt, but will it freeze anyone? Looks like no one was there. The wall was misplaced. Out comes the Rampage. 5 people struck with an anti. It's exsanguination as blood spills onto the ground, and Blood Bunny do be feasting on both self-heals and red blood cells.
There's nothing I love more than seeing a Junker Queen hit a 5-man Rampage. And that was on a Mei and a Reaper that both had self-cleanses. Blood Bunny just waits until those are offline, goes in for the kill shot, and there's nothing Fruit Salad have that they could possibly have done to withstand that. They do still have this rally for the next fight, but Nyx on death's door, and Lilock kicks it open.
Yeah, Death's Door opens readily for Nyx, and that means the rally's not going to be available. Lava Lily's not losing anyone here just yet, but Blood Bunny touches the face of death. It's only a sweet caress, though. Mwah, I'll see you later.
So, holding on to that rally for next fight against your own will, still able to be matched by Tycho, but I mean, Lava Lily's Rising are controlling so much space. They're choosing to take these points, or take these fights off of the point, so that you have to go through everything we throw at you just to even get into the point where, oh, suddenly we have to try and scramble for positioning to try and keep the point in contention here.
All right, moving forward is Blood Bunny deep into the back. The wall comes up. Out is the rally as well. A three-person stun from Nyx, and Zytherin can pick up on it afterwards. Huge value from the rally. And Zytherin saw their moment, pressed the Q, and this is going to be a fight win here from Fruit Salad, but not without cost.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to pay insurance on that cost in the next fight here, because have a look at Instinct, has that Orbital Ray. Motneva a little bit behind that, likely going to be forced to mirror that, but once again, you don't have anything to combo Mott's Orbital Ray with, because you just used the Death Blossom. You might have to invest the Blizzard, perhaps.
Oh, what a boot. Huge whip shot coming through, minimizing the effort here. Once the Juno finds the Juno, Lai locked into victory. Hostiles dead too. Zytherin, for a moment, is going to be able to survive thanks to some miscellaneous boots onto Lilox. And here we are. This is going to be a claim, surely, for Lava Lilies. 2-0.
And that's just the blade. They don't even need to combo the Orbital Ray this time, so they're still going to have it to match Motneva's. And by the way, Zytherin forced to swap over onto the Sojourn to mirror this. You're still sticking with this Mei, and you've gotten a couple moments where you've gotten good walls, but overall, the tempo has been set from Lava Lily's Rising, and Fruit Salad hasn't had an answer for it. They haven't been able to match it. They haven't been able to win out these ult fights, oftentimes not even getting the chance to use the ultimates that they want to before the fight kicks off proper. And by the way, speaking of the Orbital Ray, Blood Bunny, if she gets up to that Rampage, can just completely shut Mott's down wholesale.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the Orbital Ray indeed. It's an early play forward here as there's an exchange of rays. However, one's going over onto the point, and that's going to be benefiting Lava Lily's Rising. 3 players hit by the Rampage. The anti-heal is brutal to try and deal with. And while Mott will stand alive, he's going to stand alone. Zytherin's down too after taking out Lilox. And Lava Lily's Rising.
Staggering him.
Small bit of meme.
Greetings. That's about all you can offer at this point in time, Mott. Very good. Thank you for coming. I mean, 25% and counting. We're going to be up to over 50% by the time this next fight kicks off, and you only have this Blizzard that Hostile's been holding on to for a while, but hasn't had the opportunity to use, and that kind of feels like it's becoming the narrative, is you have this big fight-winning ult, but just because of the tempo, you're never able to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, it's been difficult to try and find those opportunities. Super's got this commanding POV to try and deal with. Blizzard out. That's a beautiful wall. And that's going to... Oh, no. Vajuna's managed to just slip away with the float around the side. Still, the space given was enough for Fruit Salad to try and crack open that can. And indeed, Lilox is going to fall on down after grabbing Nyx.
That is a great play from Hostile, but we need to see more of that. You know, you're able to actually use that wall to make the optimal situation to pop that Blizzard, and finally it comes. And you're also able to shut down Soup's Overclock with that. Now Zytherin is going to have one for this next fight here. You can maybe even combo that with a Terra Surge. Fruit Salad actually do have a path forward here, but Lava Lilies, they've treaded this path before.
They have trodden it. It's a path well seen, a path well noted. Lilox wants the Kiri, a TP away is given, as well as the Suzu. All out of cooldowns, all out of luck, all out of healing. Yes, it's going to be an overclock, but can it connect? Lilox down to 50 HP, a nice shot to the knee. But guess what? Everyone else is dead. Zytherin will have to stand with but a Brigitte at their back to try and hold on to this point. 70% will tick on up before it flips. And Lava Lilies are on the precipice of victory.
80%. It's going to be a scramble to try and touch the point here from Fruit Salad. They do have some pretty big ultimates that could win this fight outright, and they're in one-fight territory, but, you know, the first step is getting yourself on that point, and Blood Bunny wants to let them do no such thing.
Oh, a stop early.
No!
They call it with the Terra Surge from the Orisa. They can't make it to a point. Lava Lilies claim themselves match point here, 3-0 in this first to 4, and thus far, everything Fruit Salad have tried has not been appetizing.
And that was the closest Fruit Salad have gotten to even taking a point against Lava Lilies. It's been pretty dominant throughout the entirety of this. Very uncharacteristic of a Rising Grand Finals here. It feels, like I said, like Lava Lilies Rising. They've only dropped one map thus far to Dreamlight Academy, and they want it more than anyone else in this bracket. Fruit Salad still have one more map pick. But like you said, everything they've tried, it feels like it just hasn't panned out. We started to see inklings of it on that last point. They need to try and keep that momentum up and keep, you know, those same gears spinning, and maybe they can try and get themselves some momentum. But the like at this point, it's now or never.
What I'm hoping is that Zytherin has been offered some confidence by this map, because sometimes if you just get that ego rolling on your Sojourn player, your hit scan player, it really can translate into ladder performances being incredible. You have to believe you're the best DPS in the lobby sometimes if you're playing on that Sojourn or on that Widowmaker. And Zytherin getting the frags that they did, maybe it's going to be enough to try and tip into that kind of ego playstyle where you can really challenge Lava Lilies on those angles.
Yeah, that's one of those things about like this meta. Like you think back to where we were just a little bit. Like this is still a very macro heavy meta. Before it was like the Mauga with the Juno and the Reaper Echo, and there's not really that opportunity for pop off potential. But with the Sojourn, you do have the opportunity to make those big plays, find those big rail shots outside of those big macro fights. We saw a lot of that in the Challenger series throughout this entire bracket, and we're starting to see a lot of that from Soup on the other side. And maybe, like you said, Zytherin can try and get the better of that, try and start to win that one outright. I think that is a good way that you can try and, win this battle, because so far on the macro, you feel like you're kind of outmatched here.
Yeah, like when it comes to the overall planning, maybe the extensive backroom of Lava Lilies Rising has been driving them towards some expansive macro play. However, there is going to be a little bit of time for recollection, for figuring out where things are going wrong and how to address them, because we have a break. And after it, we're going to finish this series for better or for worse. We'll see you on the other side.
Fruit Salad have been gifted one last life and one last opportunity to go back to the drawing board, which, if you watched the broadcast yesterday, you will know that the drawing board is my natural enemy. So good luck with that. And at this rate that Lava Lilies have been going, it feels like that last life may be on life support.
Yeah, Lava Lilies has only dropped one map so far in the entirety of the Rising bracket, including our grand finals where they're currently 3-0. So at the moment,
They
Lava
dropped
Lilies,
a point against Fruit Salad.
yeah, they are looking incredibly dominant here in our Calling All Heroes Rising Major Free Grand Finals. And once again, it's going to be the map choice of Fruit Salad. However, if they win this one, every map choice until the end of a series will belong to Lava Lilies. Runa Sapi is the chosen final battleground.
You know what? I love it. You know, push is always a great map mode, my favorite in the entire game. So I'm a big fan. I don't necessarily know what the strategy here is for Fruit Salad, though. I think at this point it might just be, all right, well, we've exhausted all our other options. I think we have to die by the blade. So let's at least make it a show and take it to push, because honestly, it's either that or hybrid. And if we go to King's Row, like, you got to expect that, like, all right, that Junker Queen's coming out. If we try to take it to Hollywood instead, oh, okay, we have to play into this dive again. Definitely don't want to do that. So I guess we just got to bite the bullet and go headfirst into this brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to play push at some point. Better that you decide where the battle's going to be rather than allowing Lava Lilies to determine exactly where they want to play. We haven't seen any Malga this game, which has been... Yeah, I'm with you there, see. It's a bit of a blessing. It's been nice seeing some Junker Queen, seeing a little bit of Orisa. Orisa, of course, got a tiny bit of a buff heading into Season 14, getting a larger pull radius, or a greater pull on that Terra Surge ultimate. Even though, at the moment, with Juno's prevalence and the speed boost, it's fairly easy to escape.
Yeah, I feel like the Juno Mauga is still just, like, so strong across the board, but, like, even with the Risa's buffs, it has at least put enough of, like, a question mark into people's minds where they're like, okay, maybe we don't need to play the Mauga all the time. We can at least try and deviate towards, like, Orisa and try to play to our strengths that way. You know, use the spear spins and the javelins to try and command space rather than the overruns, and we're getting a little bit of that, but at the end of the day, like, it kind of feels like all roads still kind of lead to the same rush, brawl kind of style, and we're seeing two different flavors of that on either side being flashed here right now. A Reinhardt on one side and a Junker Queen on the other.
On the on our roster graphics, Fuzzydo did request being represented by Ryan, so I was thinking maybe this is a glorious hurrah of what we may well be best at, our favorite heroes. I'd be quite surprised to see how the Kiriko stacks up against the Juno here. As we've noted before, Juno does seem to be the best support by a mile right now. Lava Lily's going to be sticking with the tried and true. Oh, they've got Caramel in now.
Yeah, I'm going to swap over for Caramel, and, you know, no longer on the Reinhardt. Every morning I wake up and I hope to see Junker Queen in the mirror, but I'll have to settle for a Junker Queen mirror in this matchup here. The Kiriko versus the Juno, like you said, is something I want to highlight, though, because that's really going to come into play when these rampages come online.
Yeah, that cleanse might well be everything. Look at this, going straight into the backline. Fuzzydo trying their best to try and find Tycho. Instinct and Tycho looking for that cross-supporting, and they're surviving for long enough for the DPS and tanks of Lava Lilies to pick up those who would assault their backline instead. It's all about that cross-heal, and Lava Lilies, they stand tall.
You see a lot of soup in the kill feed there, but Instinct is 100% the star of that fight. The peel that came out there to keep Tycho alive, I mean, she was 1 HP, and Instinct able to make the save. That ends up saving the fight completely for Lava Lilies Rising. And again, we're still seeing that forward momentum from Lava Lilies Rising across this entire series. It hasn't been ground down to a halt yet, and Fruit Salad, like, they still feel like they might have a compositional advantage if you look at just the hero selection, but they haven't been able to leverage it just yet. Maybe this high ground advantage. Nope, not if Soup has anything to say about it.
Yeah, Soup has just been an absolute star in this series so far. Pick after pick, shot after shot going to land. Disengagement, yes, with the speed given over by Belucio, but a little more than that is going to be available for Fruit Salad.
This is one of those things, right, when you're playing the Junker Queen, is you're not that big, beefy, large presence that an enemy Sojourn is going to want to try and focus on, so she's just going to be able to farm the rail shots off of you and then have a shooting gallery on your backline. Checkpoint already given up. Fuzzydo has to go in to try and take this fight head first, but is the support there?
Fuzzydo wants Tycho so bad, but the spacing's good from the Brigitte. Pulled back in, could be in danger. Yes, Hostile picks that one up. Soup grabs themselves a Mega. And yes, now has some HP to try and brawl with as Blood Bunny in the front line is trying their best to survive. Do they have the healing with Instinct gone? Certainly not going to be the case. Instead, getting the self-healing off the bleeding, thirsty for the blood. Yes, surrounded by 4. Blood Bunny can't stand up to this alone. And after getting the checkpoint, Lava Lilies are routed.
I feel like this next fight is going to be a really explosive one. We've got just about every ultimate about to come online for Lava Lilies Rising. The Kitsune Rush is lagging behind a little bit for Matneva on the side of Fruit Salad, but you're still also potentially building up to a full house on that side. So 5 ults versus 5 ults. I mean, this one is going to be bloody any way you slice it.
There we go, Fuzzy Doe looking for that rampage. Blood Bunny catching up, and remember, that Suzu might well be the difference maker here between these teams. No cleanse available. That's going to be a 2 caught by the Yanti. Sub actually pops the overclock, could bleed to death in the midst of all of it. Mosaneva's already fallen down, and that means no Suzu for the Yanti, only afflicted onto Fuzzy Doe. Instead, it's going to be the sound barrier reinforcing the Queen. Blood Bunny tries to stay away, allow for that sound barrier to tick down on its own, and now the counter-strike comes through with the Orbital Ray, and we know just how strong it is, and Lava Lilies, they are giving us a message about just how strong that Juno is gonna be.
You know, these teams giving out ultimates like the Taco Bell drive-thru gives out hot sauce packets. Like, homie, I only asked for 2. My bag is full right now. That Orbital Ray, though, again, you can see how strong it is. Even though it comes in so late after so many resources have been expended, it decisively, once Instinct pops it, everybody falls, and Fruit Salad aren't able to answer.
Aggressive early here. Caramel looking for some value, but Morthia getting in close and personal. Thinks that sound beats for Blade, and in this case, indeed it does. That Samurai was no match for me and my boombox. Moving forward now, Kitsune Rush gives over additional attack speed and, of course, movement speed to all to catch onto these slippery targets. Fruit Salad, I'm not sure if they entirely needed a Kitsune Rush to win that one out, but sometimes you need to just secure that victory.
I think you'll be okay with that because you are coming up on the Rampage and the Overclock, both of which you have an advantage over, and there's no real support ultimates coming up for the side of Lava Lilies Rising. In fact, no ultimates to be had on that side at all. So even though you kind of stack your support ults, you know, Overwatch 101 probably shouldn't do that. The fact that you're able to win the fight and still have this insurance policy means that you are still sitting pretty.
All right, for now, everyone being shoved into these positions of cover to stay away from that overclock. Yes, it's a headshot on the tail end, but it's only onto Blood Bunny. And of course, she takes reduced damage from headshots as a tank. A missed knife is going to be an opportunity gone awry. Soup finds the Kiriko, forces out the TP. Now they're going to be in a vulnerable position, especially if Fuzzy Doe can manage to get onto them. Fuzzy Doe's actually gone deep here. Morphe is going to be the next to fall, though. That means the disengagement here for the Queen is going to be very difficult, and there's no one to peel for Mossy either. Fuzzy, the last to fall in this case, apart from, of course, Scytherin. Lava Lilies going back.
Fruit Salad don't invest in that, but Lava Lilies don't have to either. They're able to win that outright and stop the checkpoint from coming out for Fruit Salad. That is the critical detail, especially as you start to see the bot progress inching closer for both sides. Had that checkpoint gone over, suddenly Lava Lilies are playing on the razor's edge there. They still have a little bit of breathing room, but again, look at the ult advantage for Fruit Salad. They should just be able to pop this Rampage, and as long as they can get Tycho with it, can win this outright. But an early rally is going to make Fuzzy Doe think twice about that one.
Yeah, on board with Hostile. Don't want to get too close. Wait, I believe the shield is broken, and that means that it's a runway, an opening for Fuzzy Doe to land the ideal Rampage. Down go Tycho. Blood Bunny's gone as well. Instinct nowhere to be seen right now, like a little bit further away. Tries to re-enter the fight with those torpedoes, but needs to take care of Soup. The Soup's been left on the pot too long. It's forced to be burned and boiled. And yes, Instinct stays around to just try and keep that bot in place, but Fruit Salad win that one out fairly cheaply.
Yeah, just the Rampage, but the problem is, you know, again, Lava Lilies Rising, they only use that rally. They're about to have just about every ultimate in the game, and again, that Orbital Ray, Matneva doesn't even have the Kitsune Rush to, like, pseudo-match it, so Hostile has to try and hunt down Instinct and see if you can maybe shut down that Juno before she's able to pop that ultimate. Otherwise, you know, again, you can already see Fruit Salad, they're forced to give space, they know.
Oh, well, it's already been given over. Everything comes in the form of that increased priority. Mosaneva's already down. Fuzzy Doe going to be joining in. Wait, Scytherin thinks they can turn it around. Pops the overclock. It needs to be the perfect shot again and again, but it's Soup who's managing to hit pay dirt here and taking out the Time Demon of Tracer. And Scytherin, all they can do on the cart right now is die after taking out one of their enemies.
A Sojourn out of ultimate with that Orbital Ray is stronger than a Sojourn actively using the overclock, is what I've just learned there. All right, so if you Fruit Salad, you still have your support ultimates, but Lava Lilies, they have a lot. Like, you know, both DPS ultimates and a Rampage. That is a scary thing to have to contend with, and it's going to put a lot of weight on Monteneva to be right on the mark with this Suzu.
Caramel pulls out the sound barrier using the unassisted blade, and well, Lovely's Rising are happy with that trade. Just back off, take stock for a moment. Nice pull here, can actually grab Fuzzido out of a good location. Tries to force them into that room. Big Rampage, 4 are afflicted, and Fuzzido doesn't even get to feel their blood leave their body. His life is drained from it first and foremost. Lovely's cashing the bank. They collect the interest.
Like you said, that's such a good Rampage, and it punishes the aggression that comes out from Fuzzido. Tycho got down to like 1 HP there, and Fuzzido really wanted to secure that kill, but Blood Bunny just says, nah, you call an ambulance, but not for me. All right, you're on the clock now, buddy. You still have this Kasune rush that could come out for Monteneva, and I think you have to use that here if you want to try and stop this progress, but Lavali's just disengage.
They simply leave. The S key, one of the strongest in the game, and Lava Lilies have been using it to great effect all the way through this series. Yes, there's going to be some exchange, some love taps given between these Junker Queens, but for now, Fruit Salad, they haven't really been able to extract that much. A big stun could come on through here. I believe it interrupts the carnage. Not able to block the Rampage. That's a lot of self-healing now for Fuzzy. They're reaching full health before you even know it. Tycho, yes, no longer antied anymore, but doesn't have a tank to try and keep their front line sustained. Hostiles down, courtesy of Soup. Scytherin needs to hit the shot, but Tycho and Instinct, they have the auto-aim abilities. A beam comes down. It's what we've been talking about the entire time, but it wasn't quick enough to try and save Tycho here. Mothia taken down by Karamo, and yeah, the beam is everything. It always has been. It always will be unless a nerf comes through, and the bot's going to start shuffling again.
And even with just the backline and a Genji, look at how much damage you're able to do. I mean, Fuzzido did a lot in that. Even throughout that orbital ray, still able to find a kill, but it's just not enough. And you have this 3-man hit squad that continue to push the bot up. All right, they're going to give it up, say, all right, this one's in your side. Ball's in your court. Fruit Salad. Looking at Scytherin with this Dragon Blade, she's got to be the difference maker here. Maybe you get a big pulse bomb there on the hostile. For the time being, you don't have to worry about the orbital ray, but what do you have to worry about?
This Fruit Salad needs a hero. Some je ne sais quoi flavor. Oh, nice TP away. That wastes a lot of time on the blade. Tycho's seen Scytherin. She's managed to get the value, but they've already lost Mothia. Caramel avenged in the back line. Look, the bot is leaving, and Blood Bunny draws in Scytherin to try and keep that contested. Fruit Salad, yes, they're back in control of the bot, but it's not clean.
It's not clean, but it is still in play. Fruit Salad do still have a win condition here, but they've got some distance to make up and a butt scratch to make up as well. Yeah, stay near the bot. You've got both your support ults, but you need to try and win at least 2 fights here and maybe make one of them a snowball fight here. Either Blood Bunny's Rampage or Instinct's Orbital Ray, if they're able to build up to those ultimates, could put this all to bed and crown Lava Lilies the champions.
A well-played stick could end this fight early, but it's not going to be connecting. And now you've got to deal with the Kitsune Rush instead. Tycho solo, nice pick onto that mini pack. Still, 3 have already fallen. The Fruit Salad has been torn apart. Lava Lilies Rising. They are throwing the bouquet in the air, and they are catching it themselves. Our champions here in Rising. And there they are, Lava Lilies, undefeated, untouched, unbesmirched, as they only dropped 1 map in the entirety of the bracket. Undisputable champions.
Now, like I said, who wants it more? I don't think anybody in Rising wanted it as badly as Lava Lilies did. And bucking all traditions, bucking all trends. No, no Rising 7-map curse here. No, they make it a swift 4-0, and it was never in any doubt. There were some great plays that came out from Fruit Salad on Runasapi here. I think this was their best chance. They were starting to get some momentum. They were starting to cook. They were starting to feel themselves, but it came just too late in the series. The tail end of Suravasa and, throughout the entirety of Runasapi, but Lava Lilies Rising, even still, just that one consistent step ahead, always having either Soup with the big pickoffs when you need to find them, or you just have the orbital ray, you pop it and say, whatever, I win, who cares.
Yeah, I win those signed orbital ray. It's just been an absolute masterclass here from Lava Lilies. It felt like every single push that we saw from Fruit Salad, like Lava Lilies had the answer. They've been drilled so well when it comes to responding to all of these different stimuli, and every single solution seemed to be the right one.
I do also really, for various reasons, like the Junker Queen play, but even playing up against an enemy Kiriko, which has the opportunity to cleanse your entire Rampage and make your entire ultimate ability all for naught, you still have the understanding of the macro and the tempo and the way to set yourself up for success that you don't really have to worry about that. You know, you can set the other team up to try and be forced to use that ability suboptimally, and then you go in for the kill shot. And we saw that happen, you know, in that one fight where Blood Bunny just comes back with like that 4-man rampage to try and punish all the aggression onto Tycho. The peeling for the backline for Lava Lilies Rising was stellar all throughout.
Yeah, unreal play. I've been so impressed seeing Tycho and Instinct do that cross heel, support each other, while also maintaining a good amount of distance to make sure that they were never going to be in a position where one dive would be able to cleave both of them. That's so important against the Junker Queen. If a Junker Queen manages to get a Carnage Axe off onto both your Juno and your Brigitte, which I've seen happen an unfortunate amount across Overwatch Esports recently, it can be very over for your backline. But great usage of the floaty abilities of Juno by Instinct to make sure that they were always just a touch too far out of the grasp of Fuzzy.
I do again also, you know, want to hype up Fruit Salad because again, they were a team that up to this point had always been on the outside looking in, never really got that deep into the playoff bracket. For them to even make it here to grand finals is definitely a run of all time for them, and they have nothing to be ashamed of, you know. And I'm not just glazing them because some of them are good friends, you know, on both teams. These are some friends that we all hold very close, very near and dear, but the work that Fruit Salad have put in has been stellar throughout, and I think if they continue on this trajectory, maybe next time around we might see them in grand finals again. But for now, Lava Lilies Rising will have them firmly seated, and they will take their throne. And their MVP, by the way, is also going to have a new throne for their room.
Yeah, a brand new throne delivered by our friends over at Blacklight. The Kraken Pro gaming chair is going to be going to Tycho. She has been popping off on the main support. Mostly stuck on the Brigitte today, but Brigitte gets so much value, especially when it comes to shutting down the enemy Junker Queen, hitting the right whip shots at the right time, and of course the rallies as well, getting those stuns in the most critical of places. Tycho has been on it all day, and now when it comes to the new throne, they can perch on it too.
And I'll even, you know, throw in one extra layer to this as to why Tycho deserves this. She is phenomenal. She has been the ult tracker, the target caller, the overall shot caller for this team. It, like, all that from the point of view of the Brigitte, which is something that doesn't always come across on the broadcast. Like, you can never really tell who the one making those decisions is or who the one assessing the threat is. But for Lava Lilies Rising, it was Tycho, and she did a phenomenal job. And you can always tell in the way that Lava Lilies played around those calls that they understood that, you know, what she says, okay, we take that as the gospel and we will play based off those assertions.
Yeah, if you want to feel like a pro, like an MVP as well with your own throne, there is a Blacklight Christmas sale going on at the moment that you can find over on their website. And if you're a little bit strapped for cash right now, there is a giveaway as well for a Blacklight chair going on the @radiant.gg Twitter account. So make sure that you hop over there to enter the giveaway and make sure that you're sitting in ergonomic style and comfort through this holiday season. But that's it for Rising right here. We have ourselves a grand final that's been cooking for a while, and you're all super excited for it, but we've got an interview before that, so stay right where you are. We'll be back with an interview after this break.
Well, we have crowned the first of our 2 winners in this tournament day. The Rising Grand Finals has been concluded, buttoned up nice and tightly with a swift 4-0 for Lava Lilies Rising, and it really felt like, from their point of view, it was never in any doubt. And here to talk us through that, let us know what the process was, how they got there. We've got our MVP, Tycho, here for an interview.
Oh my god, you guys, I'm so speechless. My heart is pounding. I don't even know what to say. I am so at a loss of words right now. I'm so real with you.
I'll start with saying congratulations on both the victory and the MVP. Brand new chair. That's going to be amazing. One thing that struck me about you when I was looking at your team sheet prior to this particular tournament is you're a polyglot. You speak 4 languages. So I assume that's English, Greek, German. What's the last language?
So the last one, okay, I learned Italian in school. And I just remember a little bit of it. I only had it for 4 years. So, but the languages I'm most proficient in are German, of course. I have a German mother and a Greek father. And also, thank you so much for congratulating. I've never thought this would ever happen in like a million years. That I mean, I never doubted my team, of course. I love my team so incredibly much. They're my backbone. They are my goats. But getting MVP is just, I was on the edge of crying before. I was like, oh my god, no way.
Okay, well, so you say the team is your backbone, but the way I see it, it's the other way around, because I was with you guys in scrims just the other night, and you were the one calling out all the ults and calling out all the shots. And I gotta ask you, like, what was that like in this high-pressure situation for you to be the one trying to, you know, at least inform the decision-making of the team?
Well, it is of course extremely hectic, right? Because you gotta just fight plan, you gotta ult track, you gotta call what ultimates you wanna use, you wanna call what you kite, what you wanna engage on. And I wanna just give a quick shout out to Blood Bunny or to Jasmine, because she is I'm more of the co-shot caller. Jasmine is the main shot caller. I do the background work, I do the ult tracking, and just being able to help my team is all I ever want. I want to help us to victory. I want to be the person they can rely on so much, and I'm so glad I could provide that today.
I mean, you definitely seem like a very reliable force in both the backline and the comms. What do you think really made the difference between your team and everyone else in this bracket? You only dropped a single map, the entire bracket. So what is the big difference between Lava Lilies and everyone else?
Well, one big thing are definitely our mentals. We are not a team that gets boomed. Not whatsoever. Every time we lose a fight, we're like, okay guys, that was still good. We still had some good points. Let's just try and keep it up. Build the momentum with what we did well and try to fix what maybe did not go so well. But yeah, we have a very good mental. And I think what plays a very big role is just trust. We trust each other. We have each other's backs in case somebody makes a mistake. Everybody else like, all right, don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. We go next fight. We go next. And so I think a huge part of it is just mental. It's team play and trust. Definitely. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Again, like I said, I was just there with you guys the other night, and I could hear all of that in your voice, especially as your voice wavers from this this big moment. Okay, so this is kind of a loaded question, but for someone who has been kind of in the scene for a while, playing through, you know, several Calling All Heroes Rising tournaments, I want to hear from you specifically. What does Calling All Heroes Rising mean to you? What does the opportunity to play with some of these people that you trust and that you gel with so much mean to you specifically?
Well, obviously, it means the whole world to me. I got into Overwatch thinking, okay, how am I ever gonna set a foot in some even like the semi-pro scene? And seeing that, I said that in the Minor One interview as well, seeing that there's a space for us, for people that normally don't have a chance to like compete in other tournaments as well, to have a place where we can be, and especially in Rising, where even the lower level players can just play to their heart's content, fight for a trophy, get that sense of, okay, I can do this, right? I have the other people with me. Like, Rising is just a huge community. Shout out Rising. I love those people there. So I feel so comfortable here. It's just such a nice environment, and after playing, I think it was 3 minors and 2 majors, almost the whole circuit. I did not play Major 1 though. I just can come to the conclusion that, of course it was hard. Of course it was just nerve-wracking every single time to go out there and not falter under the pressure. But I would do it every single day over and over again. I would keep going over and over again, and it just means the world to me. 100%.
I'm incredibly glad there's a space for you. That sounds like an amazing journey. And well, thank you for giving everyone such a wonderful show and letting them be part of it. I'm sure that everyone is as charmed as I am to see that there's so much passion and love here in this scene, and it just seems like a fantastic part of your life. Thank you so much, Tycho. It's been wonderful chatting to you. It's been wonderful watching you play.
I'm glad that there's a space for you specifically, but I'd make some space in your room because you got a chair coming your way, by the way. Just a quick little reminder. Yeah, you might want to make sure you got some room for that too.
All right, I gotta put some stuff out here, I think, yeah. No, but genuinely, just thank you guys so much for casting this, for making Rising be a part of this. Everybody here appreciates it so much. And just at the end, shout out to my family for always supporting me. My poor dad, and normally he's in the room right next to me, and he always has to go down or sleep downstairs so I don't disturb him. Just shout out to my mom for watching, my sister, and of course my whole team. And of course, thank you everybody who's watching Rising. Thank you so much for supporting us here while we do what we absolutely love the most.
Also valuable, so valid. We'll send Tycho to go clear some room for that MVP prize, and I'm feeling love right now, CB.
Yeah, I mean,
I wash over, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you can really feel the passion. By the way, you know, I'm always touting out on Twitter. I'm going off saying, please support Calling All Heroes. But by extension, of course, support Calling All Heroes Rising. Because you can hear in Tycho's voice, like, how much this means to people. And the passion from the Calling All Heroes Rising community has been showing for quite some time. And those opportunities where they actually get the chance for that to show through, it means the world to them. And it means the world to us to actually get to facilitate that. But speaking of passion, there are few in the world more passionate than those in our Challenger Series upper bracket, that finals that we've been staring down the barrel of for a while now, that's been brewing this entire tournament. That is next up on the docket.
Yeah, next up on the docket indeed. And if you want to feel just as well styled as our players, you can check out some of the Calling All Heroes X Radiant merch from future events, and I believe some limited time ones for this event as well. I personally think that I could rock that crop top, CB. I think that's all me, you know?
I own one of those crop tops. I've worked out in one. We were also talking earlier about whether or not, like, Kenobi can rock it, and I think he can. I think every Calling All Heroes caster, it should be mandatory that you have that crop top, and also the Mercy Cat, which is, you know, just adorable. Like, why would you not want that? Like,
yeah, if you don't have that, it's time to sort it out and explain yourself.
And if you got some Calling All Heroes fans in your family, there you go. There's your holiday shopping all sorted. But of course, we've got a couple other things that you might be interested in. Maybe some quiet computing, perhaps, or maybe some comfortable gaming chairs. Whether it's either of those things, we got you covered.
Yeah, if you need to be covered on that, check out BeQuiet.com or Amazon.com/BeQuiet in order to make sure that you can pick up some great deals this holiday season on quiet computing needs or high-powered computing needs. If you want to pick up a big beefy power supply from BeQuiet instead to get those hungry graphics cards fed properly.
I have literally one of those, a 750 watt just out of frame right here behind me as well. Like, again, I've been trying to make this build for a while now. That's going in there. Whatever we're going in, all right, I'm going to have the juice for it, and it's going to be quiet. But I want you guys, after this break, to be anything but quiet in the chat because some fireworks are about to go off. We're going to go ahead and send it to a quick little break, but when we come back, we are going to kick off our Challenger Series Grand Finals, Queen's Gambit versus Nightmare Eclipse, and it's going to be everything we've hyped it up to be. how heavy is the crown and who wants it more? On the one side, we have a team that seems destined for royalty. On the other side, a group of queens looking to take it for themselves. Queen's Gambit versus Nightmare Eclipse for our Calling All Heroes Major 3 Grand Finals. This one is going to be good.
Oh, this is going to be an absolute gigabanger guaranteed. Queen's Gambit have had to fight much harder than anticipated to be here, being taken out by Exo Azathoth early in the bracket, having to make the salty run back of adaptation later on. Meanwhile, for Nightmare Eclipse, it's been sailing over here to the grand finals. They certainly do appear to be fairly favorited coming into this, but I think it's anybody's game, CB.
It absolutely is, and you look at the history of these teams, it's pretty, you know, we talk about it being a salty run back from Queen's Gambit. It's been pretty salty from them from the jump. Like, a lot of this roster on the side of Nightmare Eclipse, which we'll get to in a little bit. Let's quickly have a look at the bracket to see how we all got here. Queen's Gambit, they came in as our first seed after having bested Nightmare Eclipse 2-0 in the Swiss stage. They come in with that first seed. Nightmare Eclipse has to settle for that lowly second place that they despise ever so much, and they were not content to drop that at any point in time. They cruise right on through, dropping a map to Valentine, but not before Exo Azathoth drops Queen's Gambit all the way down to that lower bracket where that salty run back had to take form.
Yeah, like, the adaptation was strong. We saw, like, in that first drop to Azathoth from the side of Queen's Gambit, like, it felt like there were some macroeconomic concerns when it came to using ultimates, maybe not planning maybe 2 or 3 fights ahead, just thinking of the here and now. For Nightmare Eclipse, very similar run to what we saw from Lava Lilies, only dropping 1 map so far and being able to cleanly defeat Azathoth, which they had less trouble with. Jeremy's Farah is the main difference maker, I think. And here we see how Queen's Gambit decided to run the lower bracket. Unfortunately for Fable and Valentine, they found themselves on the business end of a angry Gambit.
And, you know, we could even go back to that series earlier today, Valentine versus Queen's Gambit. You know, the entire top 4 of this tournament, you know, the narrative is obviously going to surround Nightmare Eclipse and Queen's Gambit, with Exo Azathoth potentially nearly playing spoilers to Queen's Gambit, and Valentine also taking that map off of Nightmare Eclipse and also making both Queen's Gambit and making Nightmare Eclipse and Queen's Gambit both work for it to try and get this deep into the tournament bracket. Realistically, any of the 4 of them could be crowned our new monarchs in this tournament, but at the end of the day, it is these two, Nightmare Eclipse and Queen's Gambit, as it was destined to be.
Yeah, I'm expecting some incredibly high-level mechanical play here today. Like Queen's Gambit earlier, they came in pretty hot when it comes to their mechanics. Like, I've been incredibly impressed with what Missen's been bringing to the table. When we were doing some practice casts earlier, Velvet kept catching your eye as just being this anti-air Brigitte against Jeremy, which is not the easiest thing to do, dealing with that Farah as a Brigitte. Velvet seems to be up to the task constantly.
Yeah, the anti-aerial the anti-aerial Brigitte, as it were, coming out from Velvet. And as we start to look at the rosters for these two teams, there's a lot of different narratives that can start to take shape. Let's start off by having a look at our, the ones who made it all the way here to the grand finals through the upper bracket. Nightmare Eclipse, again, shout out to Nenwai, by the way, good pronouns there, the bringer of doom. We're going to be going with an any all there, but shouts out for that one. No, but again, I'm going to echo something I said yesterday. When this roster dropped, the narrative surrounding this entire tournament became, oh, the battle for second place is going to be absolutely stacked. And it's like, okay, but Queen's Gambit come through and they say, nah, fam, we're not going to make it that easy. You look at this team, you look at Hitori, one of the best tank players in Calling All Heroes, bar none. Peace, Whiffs, NYZ, from top to bottom, this team is stacked. And again, I beg you the question, who wants it more? This team is triple blocking scrims, according to Z, on top of other team obligations that they all have.
Yeah, like, these players are active in so many professional scenes at the moment. I'm a huge Hitori fan myself as well. I've seen plenty of Hitori Winston before, and she's been popping off considerably. Buns on this roster as well, I believe currently a substitute. And also in the coaching slots, we've got Optimus and Fi. Fi's someone from when I was casting contenders. The German hit scan themselves definitely is going to be like a huge boon to getting a lot of value out of these Sojourn off angles that we're expecting from both Wisp and Bun.
Yeah, bit of a throwback there, but over on the other side, while Nightmare Eclipse seems to be this star-studded roster, it doesn't look like a whole constellation over here on Queen's Gambit, but there is a good mix of strong star players like Senna, veteran talent like Santana, and people on the come up like Missin and Velvet. I've been so impressed with Missin as of late, and again, Velvet is one of those main support players that not enough people were talking about a couple tournaments ago, but they need to start because she is the real deal.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't as familiar with the naming conventions here at Calling All Heroes, 3210 is often going to be referred to as Senna, the name that she previously competed under, or maybe 3210, depends on, how we're feeling at the time. 3210 definitely seems like a very apt name for someone who picked Sombra as their display hero.
That's you get the hack and then 3-2-1-0. Everyone pounce on this one right here. And that's Sombra, by the way. I want to highlight because when we saw these two teams clash in Swiss, that Sombra was the key that cracked the whole thing wide open because we were in that macro-heavy Mauga meta where you're playing for the orbital raid trades and then you're playing for like a Cage Death Blossom combo with the Reaper. The EMP is such a powerful tool that can shut that down outright. You just completely take away that secondary win condition, and as long as you're able to win the orbital raid trades, you can win the whole series outright. The question, though, is with where we are now, with all the time has passed, and with the patch that dropped in between Swiss and playoffs, will that work against this team again?
Yeah, we've also seen like a couple of different looks in the backline from Queen's Gambit over the course of the last 2 days. We saw Scuffed in for a couple of games when there was the loss to that Azathoth. Santix played a majority of the games in their sweep back earlier today on stream. Oasis is going to be where we begin, which I believe is quite an apt map for both of these teams. We might see a little bit more of the Mauga than we did in Rising comparatively, where Junker Queen was far more popular, but Junker remains a ever-reliable bastion.
Something that's interesting is that this is going to be Nightmare Eclipse's map pick as they do come into this from the upper bracket being the higher seeds. So this is their map pick, but the last time we saw them with a map pick, it was against, I believe it was against Valentine. They picked Ilios and had Hitori play the dive. It seems like they don't want to go that route against Queen's Gambit. They don't feel like they can win that one outright against Santana. Maybe they're afraid of Senna Sombra there, or even they've seen the Pharah that came out from Missin, and they don't really want to deal with that on a map like Ilios, so they're going to take it right back to Oasis, where a lot of this is going to facilitate the Mauga or the Orisa style of play with, again, that looming threat of the Junker Queen that either team could reach for if they feel like that might be, the kill shot that they need.
Yeah, especially on University, we get a bit more of that sort of like Grug Rush style, where you can just bash your head into the enemy team. There's not as much like variability when it comes to verticality on those high grounds. However, we are about to get into it. Calling All Heroes Major 3 Grand Finals. Get excited because it's Queen's Gambit going up against Nightmare Eclipse, and we are 7 seconds from seeing what our compositions are.
And being that we're going to kick things off on Gardens, this is where, at least on Queen's Gambit side, the threat of that Pharah is looming, but Missin going to go ahead and open up with a Symmetra. That might just be a TP out. She still could reach for that Pharah. Nightmare Eclipse, though, I imagine this is exactly what they're going to run because this is what a lot of teams coming into this tournament read the meta to be. They saw the Orisa buffs and they said, all right, Orisa is the key. Genji is really strong into this. You've got the Sojourn who got those major buffs to the rail shots, and she has been a force to be reckoned with throughout the entirety of this tournament. Fully expecting this to stick for Nightmare. We'll see what the Sims end up swapping to on either side, and there we go. There's the Pharah, but Bun actually going to go ahead with the Echo on the other side.
Oh, I like the Echo. The Echo very good at meeting the Pharah in the air with the constant fire that can come out from those tri-shots and really being able to overwhelm the healing that can come out from Regina with something like a focusing beam.
Who's able to get the early positioning here. Santana going to go ahead and take the opportunity to try and take the high ground here, and over on the low ground with looking for an opportunity with that rail shot. Has a clear one onto Santana's skull, but that is a beefy target. Santana able to withstand, but not able to hold that high ground any longer.
You can see the reticence as to, do I want to invest my charge shot in the Mauga? But as they start to drop off, you're like, okay, I can try and really claim more of that space here. Missin, hit by a couple of stickies. For now, plenty of feeling coming through from Arjuna. That means that Santana's going to start falling through the cracks, falling low. There's the finish. Wisp again with the headshot. They have come to play when it comes to this Sojourn, and while Nenwai is going to be brought to their doom, Nightmare Eclipse will claim the first point.
Missing not going to stay onto this Pharah. Going to see the Echo respect it and, in fact, mirror it. You could actually see she was trying to go for a direct rocket onto Bun throughout the entirety of that fight, but when you're playing the flyer heroes, you never want to be the one with the lesser altitude because you will just never hit those direct hit shots when you really need to. So Missing going to go back to something a little bit more familiar to her and hope to try and match here and maybe even take a gentleman's duel against Bun back here.
Missing doesn't want to go too far out here as they could be pressured out by the opposing Juno. Of course, that long-range hit scan is it's going to be all about claiming that space courtesy of Santana. An overrun gets a nice stun. Drag down to Terra Firma. Scarf is dragged into that of all things. Back to Mars. Hitori sends them as Bun just picks up kill after kill. That focusing beam well informed. The information is good. Santana going to be staggered. It's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, they're going to try and jump off the side of the map, but never going to make it to the edge. How sad. You are going to have the orbital ray trace on either side. Nenwai can try and stem some of that bleeding with that rally, but you're going to be looking for the DPS ults on Nightmare Eclipse to be the difference makers, especially that overclock that should be coming out here from Wisps.
Off-angle pressure here from Bun is just going to try and force out some different pathing from Queen's Gambit. Indeed, they are going to go a little bit wider apart. Scuff fell low, but the finish isn't going to be there as Nightmare Eclipse don't want to overextend against this Malga. Threatening of an overrun and a big stun. Overclock fused by both of the Sojourn. Wisp actually takes a wide swing here, and Hitori is there to manage the aggression. There are so many Sojourns on the fight, no matter where you look. Scuff manages to grab one off the back of their beam. Yet another Overclock attempting to kite away from that Predator. Swings away to make sure they aren't going to be stunned, and indeed that shield is being taken down by shot after shot, and Bun gets the retribution beam onto Missing from the focusing. Still, Nightmare Eclipse have fallen apart at the seams with 3 ultimates invested.
Yeah, but 89%, they will have at the time to build those ultimates back up, and they're able to hold on to the rally here. I suspect Nenwai isn't going to want to try and pop that until they have something else that they can hang their hat on with it. Possibly that Terra Surge, but Queen's Gambit, I mean, they have a duplicate and they have a cage fight. Maybe you duplicate the Terra Surge and go for a combo there. That can be absolutely massive.
Here comes the Orisa, looking maybe for a Terra Surge. For now, there's plenty of cooldowns to try and keep them locked here on the point. Oh my goodness, Senna already punished by Nenwai. There's going to be an attempt to try and make sure that Nenwai pays for this one, and indeed they do. Velvet managed to wrap around the back, get the whip shot when it was most needed. Missing now heading to the skies, but taken down to the ground real soon by Wisp. Hitori picks up Velvet with a well-placed Terra Surge. Remember, a shield can't block that one, and Nightmare Eclipse back in control.
That is just not the kind of thing that you ever expect to happen. You never expect a rallying Brig to just go in your backline, hit the big bash on your Sojourn, and win the duel. Like, Nightmare Eclipse had no business winning that fight, and Santana has to use the overrun just to get the touch here.
Oh, wow. What an isolation. Hitori says, you know what, team? The rest of you can just disengage, try and play away from that Malgra. I'm going to get rid of the Juno when it's most important. But the rest of the team didn't get the memo. They were unable to disengage. Maybe a speed ring was given over by Scuff before they fell. So Queen's Gambit find themselves to 4v4 where the Malga's a big advantage.
Even that wave from Hitori, too, you could tell she thought she was so smart for that, but meanwhile, the entirety of the backline of her team was just falling apart at the seams. Now as we go, 55% and counting for Queen's Gambit. They are not matched up to Z's ult percentage in terms of this orbital ray, and they really, really need to be. Otherwise, Senna is going to have to pull some more miracles out with this impending overclock. Nightmare Eclipse, very firm ult advantage at 99%. They might be trying to take this.
Space given over. Santana doesn't want to sacrifice too much of their health too early. Orbital ray hits the ground. That means that Bun's getting a boost here, but of course very well regarded on the Sojourn as well as on the Echo. Overclock's good to go. Time to hit some rails. It's an exchange here with Senna. No one's able to hit them right now. It's knees knocked and blasted down by Bun in the end, finally hitting pay dirt. And Bun finishes off with some well-placed stickies onto Velvet. This should be the point claimed as Missing is unable to touch Nightmare Eclipse. They're made to work for it in the end, but they do claim point 1.
But they have been not shy about putting in the work from top to bottom. Like we said, this is a team that's been, on top of other obligations, have been triple blocking scrims just for this because they want this that badly. And, you know, Queen's Gambit, all credit to them so far. They are, like you said, making them work for it, but it feels very much so like the work is paying off for Nightmare Eclipse. I want to give a specific shout out to Bun, by the way, because, I mean, they went up against Exo Azathoth yesterday. She just, like, completely dunked on an Exo team. Then she bounced over to play for Faceit League for Rad-X Avidity alongside Nenwai, and then they went and dunked on Exo NA. And now they're going up against Queen's Gambit, another Ex Oblivione team, Hater of the Year award for Bun across every EXO team. If you're affiliated with Exoblivione in any way, Bun wants to know your location.
Yeah, Matilda Smithius, partial owner of EXO, currently beefing with Bun, and Scuffed beefing with Wisp. Wisp finding that early. Oh, okay, it's a Farah. It doesn't actually matter. It's fine. Rocket's going to be hitting. Queen's Gambit actually managed to pull out 2 here. Interesting. Got control of that high ground, of course, with 2 guns in each hand for Santana and a smile on her face. She's able to try and claim that one. Going after Z. And we'll find them. At least enough to chase them out.
Tend to back out. And by the way, while that was all playing out, we need to talk about Senna reaching again for that Sombra that they were able to leverage against Nightmare Eclipse. She's able to get an early kill onto Nenwai, but she's going to get punished with the Javelin there from Hitori.
Information gathered, information acted upon. Santana in far too deep now, trying to rescue their wayward Sombra and just get a little bit more in terms of percentage. Scarfed is going to be rounded upon, and it's going to be a flip.
I think, again, I want to go back to that Sombra pick from Senna. I do think it is still a very strong pick, even into this composition. But as we've moved away from the Mauga slightly and into that Orisa isn't quite as susceptible to that EMP or that hack as a Mauga is. So you do at least have a little bit of a better trade in that one, that head-to-head. But it's still like you kind of have to get that EMP online before we even get to that discussion. Nightmare Eclipse are doing all they can to make sure that she is nowhere near it.
Tori backs off, gives some space, plays on the other side of that drop down, and now looking for that ever vulnerable Juno. Oh, a nice headshot onto the Farah. Scuff starting to get aggressive. Damage boost coming through from the orbital ray, and it might well be enough here to try and overwhelm Hitori. She drops so low, the healing could be there, but no. Trapped away, and Santana manages to find their target. Missing, looking for even more here. It's an all-out brawl on the point, but it's only for percentage at this point, as Nightmare Eclipse are going to not invest more than but the rally in the overclock and give it over.
Queen's Gambit, they use that orbital ray, and Z still coming up on her, so that is going to be a looming threat that they're going to have to try and contend with. I mean, if you're Nightmare Eclipse, the fact that you're able to stagger that out and build up so much extra percentage off of that is great, because you should have this next fight as a guaranteed win if you can leverage that. Look for Senna's EMP, though. That Queen's Gambit we've seen time and time again. They feel like that is their win condition, so wherever she's lurking, she should be coming out of the shadows. There it is on the Nenwai.
Senna paranoia struck Hitori right there. Oh my goodness, it can't be cancelled. They use the beam to try and give more damage over onto the Terror Surge, and in the end, Hitori manages to leverage that beam for absolutely bonkers damage. Nightmare Eclipse turn it around after an early pick onto Nenwai.
But like that EMP does kind of force that pseudo overcommitment that comes out from Nightmare Eclipse, because have a look at their ult bank now. They got nothing, like Snake Eyes over there. Meanwhile, Queen's Gambit, a Rocket Barrage cage fight combo. If Santana can get in position to drop this cage, this should be a one fight for Queen's Gambit. Senna, really dangerous, but might have just been the bait.
No answer for the cage, apart from Hitori simply walking away with the S key. Oh, Fortify, what an ability it is. And Santana, a touch of tilt there, turns off the cage and walks on forward anyway. Bun caught in a 1 versus 2, and eventually the Machine Pistol is going to be more than enough reliable damage to take down that Echo. Peripheries have been controlled now by Queen's Gambit. It's time to elevate the crunch. That's a nice barrage, but you're instantly stunned out of it, potentially. A nice spear from Hitori after spinning it in face. Nenwai takes out that counterpart, yes, with a well-placed whip shot, but it seems like Queen's Gambit are going to be able to collapse on this point sooner rather than later with both the Mauga and the Juno available. Bun's worked the edges and managed to find Senna amidst all of this. The fight's still going on, and Santana's forced to disengage into the loving arms of Juno.
Yeah, it's too hot for Santana to stick around there, especially with the looming threat of Bun, with the duplicate up there on the high ground, uncontested, with Senna in the spawn, and Scuff taken out. Nightmare Eclipse might have just done it. They're going to get the flip. Queen's Gambit even get the touch here.
Second Mauga given over. Bun's going to try and grab that one. Terror Surge slams the ground. It's not enough to take out the Brigitte, but now it's a Farah in place, and it's a lovely spear. One to the bird. It's not the usual spear fishing target, but you know what? Hitori's going to take it. There's no touch to be had as Senna lays down the EMP, and Nightmare Eclipse begin our grand finals with a map win that they were made to work for.
Every single bit of that fight, everything was invested to make sure that that fight did not happen on the point. Nightmare Eclipse understood that if they were waiting out the clock and trying to fight on the point throughout that entire time, if they ever conceded control and had to worry about that EMP or worse, an orbital ray coming out from the side of Scuffed, like, that might have been the map going over to Queen's Gambit, but it's just so smart, so well coached from Nightmare Eclipse to know exactly where to take those fights and how heavy to invest to try and make sure that the fight is never on Queen's Gambit's terms.
here, just always dictating the pace, always being the one with the greater negotiating position, and really leveraging. We're getting a lot more value out of the Orisa ult than I thought. Maybe that's to do with the buff that came in with Season 14 alongside Hazard. But it feels like it's a great way to try and deal with like an errant Brigitte as well, because it does damage through the shield that during rally, you can't stun the Brigitte out of that ultimate either, even though she can be hacked out of it. But that's something that often is being checked for with forcing a Senna disengage a bit earlier.
And something else that you called out as well, you know, when it comes to this Mauga versus Orisa head-to-head, and potentially another reason why Orisa started to take a little bit more precedence is because she is as strong as she is, and the fact that she has Fortify and can simply leave when there is a cage fight down. Whereas, like, if you're in the Mauga mirror, you either have to just throw down in the cage or drop your own cage just so you have at least a little bit of shielding at your back, so that you can take that as like an actual fair fight. But Orisa she cares not for fair fights. She's a bit of a pacifist by nature and by lore. So yeah, just simply leave.
We are 1 map into a potentially 7-map series, or even longer. It's first to 4, and we never draws exist in Overwatch. So it's a good chance, CB here, to quickly touch on all the things that our competitors are fighting for. They want it so bad, but the pricing is partially is brought over from our sponsors over at Be Quiet. There are 5 light-based cases on offer for the first place of our Challenger series. You can get some light loop to 40mm, which were on in the background of CB's camera. That's a all-in-one water cooling solution for the quietest operation of the coolest CPU temperature. So thank you, Be Quiet, for this pricing for our Cooling All Heroes challenges.
And again, a second share to give away as well from our other sponsor, Blacklight, to the MVP of this series. And you know, coming out the gate, you know, I was already primed to like hand it over to Bun if Nightmare Eclipse wins, and if they keep on at this trajectory, maybe that's someone who you go for. But it's kind of hard to pick out like across the entirety of these 2 rosters. Like realistically, like it could go to anybody. Like let's say Queen's Gambit makes the salty run back. Like who would you give it to? Like with no information right now, pick someone.
With no information, pick someone now.
Yeah, just no information.
I mean, it depends on whether you're asking, like, is it going to be just for the grand finals? Because thus far, I've been super impressed by Misten. Senna has been popping off as well. Like, maybe Misten for me. I feel like Misten also has, like, that charm of being, like, a bit of a newer kind of factor where there's a bit more mystery around her. And she's been flexing a lot onto things like the Sojourn as well, which I think she came from being a Genji player before. Like, more of a projectile hero.
I mean, she does play a lot of the projectile, and she's one of those players that have been on, like, you know, your Inarizakis, your Vancouver Titans Blue way back in the day, or, you know, like also like that Fluffy Mafia from some of the past tournaments. So always on the precipice of being able to break into this bigger scene. But with the help of Queen's Gambit and what this team has managed to accomplish, she's actually been able to shine amongst this roster. And everybody on this roster is very much so, like, pulling their weight, shining in their own regard. As we go into Midtown, their map pick, I'm curious to see what it is they actually want to pull out here, because you know, it's not King's Row, so it's not going to be as rush dominated, but it's just different enough to where I'm like, huh, okay, what are you cooking? Yeah. Like, what's going on here?
High ground here can be everything, especially on second point as the fire truck begins to go through that initial kind of choke point. You can set up some interesting surrounds there where, like, pre-planned...
Speaking of surrounded.
Give it up, Eclair, you're surrounded.
Yeah, imagine that Nightmare Eclipse is that Eclair and Queen's Gambit are these pigeons, right? This is what they want to do. This is the entire plan right here. You go for the eyes, peck them out.
Begin by pecking out the eyes. My teammates, we need to peck out the eyes. Blinding maneuvers.
I think that's a sound strategy. It might not be the most sportsmanlike, but like you can't deny that like it would be effective. If your enemy can't see, they can't fight. Like that one episode of Fairly Odd Parents taught me that.
Someone ever watched Marco Polo?
I've played it.
Oh, true. Queen's Gambit going to be starting off here, I believe, on the defense. Nightmare Eclipse going to be starting off, looking to try and probe these defenses. This is an actual legitimate defensive Symmetra here, which is a great pick against the Orisa. Orisa has very few mitigable tools against a fully charged Symmetra beam.
Yeah, looks like Nightmare Eclipse gonna just try and play for cover. You know, threaten to go through that that subway cart that everyone hates when you go through. But like you said, I mean, the beam damage from a Symmetra is very painful for the Orisa and really puts the pressure on the Orisa to try and land a big javelin. With that off, you can already see Santana's going to go in, and here comes the beam damage.
Yeah, they want Hitori, and that's a well-placed spear right here. That's enough time for Scuff to be taken down there by Bun. It's a favorable trade, honestly. With Scuff taken down, everyone else is going to have so much more trouble surviving. Yes, Santana can self-heal just a touch, but she can only do so much, and Hitori's fusion driver just keeps on going. TP, little bit of confusion, given over, trying to play it smart is missing, but she's going to need more than TP tricks to beat Nightmare Eclipse, who should get a pretty early cap.
Yeah, going in deep just to kill Scuff there isn't just like a good trade. Like, that's an investment for the future, because have a look at the orbital ray percentages right now. Scuff got almost nothing done in that fight, whereas Z's 77% and counting. She is going to have that online for this next fight, surely. And Queen's Gambit, I mean, either they've scouted it and they're going to be ready and they're going to be forced to give ground, you know, simply leave, like the strategy holds true, or they're going to get completely caught off guard by this.
Got some more tops coming through. It's going to be Senna actually playing the Ashe for now, maybe taking advantage of that larger hitbox of the head of Larissa. Oh my goodness, what a circuitous route in order to try and get the crit from Santana there. Going to be rebuffed indeed by the beam. Hey, if you want to commit to the fight, we're more than happy to fight you in the sunlight.
That's a 3K for Nenwai. Wisp going to go and deny the ace there. Bun takes the last kill, but that's just like I said. Queen's Gambit got completely caught off guard by that orbital ray. Santana commits to the fight, not even perceiving that as a possibility, and as soon as they hit that stomp, Z says, I bet.
Absolutely bet. Wisp up high with an overclock. It's a dangerous position for a Sojourn to be in. It's going to need to be dislodged by the combination of potentially a Dynamite and Missing, but the Dynamite for now only gets Hitori, and Wisp strikes back when it's free to peek that Ashe. Santana moves in, actually pulled out once again. Come into my club and I will sing you the song of my people. It is just one loud note played by my spear, unfortunately. Wisp looking for his targets, and eventually there should be an overwhelm here onto Missing, unlikely to get any exit frags, and Queen's Gambit once again sent scurrying away.
They're just not going to be able to come up on their own orbital ray, but look at the positioning from Nightmare Eclipse with 5:15 in the time bank, a speed run through points A and B, and they're going to completely swarm, take away every possible high ground that Senna could potentially want to leverage. So I suspect she's going to be the first one to fall once Queen's Gambit fall into this trap that has been expertly laid by Nightmare Eclipse.
Santana coming straight in. Santana lays down the cage already. I'm not sure who might be caught within it. It seems like it's going to be a couple who remain within there. Hitori was looking for some business elsewhere and manages to eat the incoming torpedoes. Oh, that could be a big crit, but luckily Z manages to get up onto the stairs before being taken down by Santana's dual cannon. Wisps is still around, and Mission's got plenty of HP to play with, but up against 3, it won't last for very long. The temptation of the health pack's not enough. Instead tries to get onto Wisp, but at range. Hits the Shuriken of Fate, and Nightmare Eclipse continue to roll.
Okay, this is smart from Santana. I like this. It's something I've seen a lot. Yo, okay, Santa's probably going to be tilted after that one. She really wants to get out alive there, building that bob. But I like this swap from Santana swapping over onto Zarya. It's the same premise as the Symmetra, where you're relying on the beam damage, but you need to keep this girl alive.
Oh, the beam are trying to push them out of it using the spear spin. Santana is eventually bereft of the energy, pulled in at range. Missing still has a dash to try and clear themselves of Hitori's ultimate, but the pressure keeps on coming. There's going to be a rally in the back. Missing can't decide on a target. Everyone's so fast, so evasive, scurrying away at the sign of the light. Nenwai is still marauding in the back, of Viking Raider plundering.
Oh no! That's the Bob offline. Hitori's, by the way, going to mirror the Zarya. She's going to be coming back to the fight here very shortly. Even though the Nightmare Eclipse don't have an ult yet, they're going to have this overclock, and that is going to be the win condition for Wisp. Queen's Gambit have to do something now to stop that before they get it.
It's now or never for Queen's Gambit. Trying to support that dive into the backline from Missa, looking for a target. Wants for Juno. Instead, it's going to be Nenwai who suffers at the back of this. Zarya versus Zarya. Bob sent out in towards the back lines, maybe, but it's Wisp around the outside with a double dink. Unreal accuracy. And guess what? You'll settle for a body shot on Velvet. That's all you need to settle for. Scum takes the peak, the swing with the bubble. Great support from Santana, and now finally a modicum of stability.
The Bob does enough. Senna now going to swap over onto the Widowmaker and try and leverage the last remaining amount of space that Queen's Gambit have. Santana's coming up on this Graviton Surge, and that has to be their next win condition. But there's nothing to couple it with. The damage just has to come through raw. And maybe you look at Nightmare Eclipse's ult bank and you don't even invest, you know? It's going to come down to the ult tracking here of Queen's Gambit and what decision they want to do. Santana, though, going to have to be the decision maker here.
2 Widows, 1 fight to play with, and a Graviton Surge laid into the backline. May well have been only onto the Widowmaker. I don't see who might be caught within that. Very deep right now is Nenway. Going to have to duel out. Wisps get even more. Oh, Wisp, they are popping off. This is so aggressive. Wisp just making sure that it's unexpected angles again and again. Nightmare Eclipse, even going up against the Graviton Surge, just absolutely explode. And I don't know who Santana managed to get in that Graviton. Maybe it was just Z. Maybe they were trying to grab the Widow. I didn't see anyone in it.
I'm going to go ahead and give Santana the benefit of the doubt and assume that that was onto Z, because that is the target that you definitely want to get. You want to try and take out that Juno and do all you can to mitigate the ult charge up to that orbital ray. The problem, though, was once that Graviton Surge came out, Missin had already fallen on the Genji, and she really needed to be there to be that frontline damage to follow up on that Graviton Surge, but it just wasn't there. You couldn't confirm the kills, and while you're pushed up so far to try and confirm them, your backline is left completely open for Wisps to hit the shots. I mean, we're going to go ahead and glaze the Widow play because it was incredible, but it was also set up so expertly by that early pickoff onto Missin.
Yeah, allowing for the space of the Widow. Like, once you have that numbers advantage as well, once Missin's down and she cannot hunt Wisp, at that point, Wisp also has an advantage in information as well. Likely knowing where Senna is, so they can very freely take some swings on very aggressive angles against a less protected backline.
Are we really going to open up with a Zarya mirror here on both sides? I mean, Nightmare Eclipse have walked out on it. It seems like that's exactly what they want to do. Queen's Gambit, I mean, they were on it towards the tail end here. Maybe this is the road that things have inevitably led to. Maybe we're back in a Zarya meta. Maybe we, you know, the Orisa and the Mauga have been a facade all along, and we've fallen for it.
Plans within plans for our pigeons. They begin their yapping as we begin our spectating. And there's going to be still Widows here as well. An interesting composition. We're sticking with exactly what we saw at the end of the previous game. Of course, Scuffed is going to be a primary target here for Hitori, but not too much in the way of energy to try and leverage here. Oh, Senna already under threat. Could there be enough healing coming through here? And honestly, Bun not being able to get that means that there's no escape, there's no second chance, and there's no more Genji. Now Senna is free to play.
Yeah, now she's asking herself, where is Wisp? If I can take out the enemy counterpart on the Widowmaker, suddenly I have free reign. Nenwai's gonna fall, Z as well, and there we go. Now the Widows have scouted each other out. But Wisp doesn't have the insurance policy, can't really take this duel. That is a warning shot, if anything.
Not enough charge for the headshot to become a full kill, and still they're exchanging. I believe Santana actually took a headshot there, fell incredibly low. In the end, though, it was just buying space for the rest of the team to be able to cap this point without incident. 5.5 minutes for a second.
Yeah, not too bad. They have to do the same as Nightmare Eclipse did, though, and crucially, Scuffed, look at that ult charge, only at 40%. You're not able to get that early orbital ray advantage like Nightmare Eclipse was able to leverage, so there's got to be another answer here, and right now, looking at the ults, I don't see anything online, so it's gonna have to be Senna winning this Widow duel, or maybe you catch this this Brig out. What is Nenwai doing up there, by the way?
Nenwai is presenting a threat. Constantly bubble tier.
That's my bringer of doom up there.
That is the bringer of doom. There they drop down. Bun's taking a lot of damage. Just 100 charges. Too much to have to worry about. So they're going to become a primary target here. Santana taking a large amount of pressure, but Hitori might have gone too far. Uses their last bubble. Yes, the healing's not there. And the Brigitte certainly is ready to beat you down if you go too far. Yes, there's a lot of value out of the torpedoes, but Z stands alone and the cart's moving.
I mean, taking down Senna at the tail end of that, though, means the Widow's not going to get an opportunity to get set up in an advantageous position here, so Wisps will have an opening to try and clap back in this Widow duel. The rest of Queen's Gambit, though, they have to try and take this high ground, take this forward position, and try and play for the Graviton Surge advantage, and try and make up the deficit in this Orbital Ray advantage that Z has just inched to the finish line for.
Information for days now with the Infrasights up. Wisp less so right now. Oh, that's so much damage. That's a big Graviton, but can Velvet actually get there to try and follow up? Instead, goes elsewhere, tries to take out the Widowmaker. Big stun coming through onto this. Senna trying to hit the shots. Bun is presenting a threat right now, but doesn't have enough HP to really try and make this work. Missin's there for the stab from behind. I'm sorry, my clone, but I'm going to have to call it.
My hero, thank you so much, Missin. I mean, Senna, like, nearly having a heart attack there, you know, in that duel with Bun there, but Nightmare Eclipse, like, they invest both support ults, but they still have a grab blade combo that they can leverage here, and Queen's Gambit don't have anything to deal with. They got scuffed on Death's Door. Hitori chasing that one down. Missing gonna be falling as well. Nightmare Eclipse are going to stuff this payload progress at the start of checkpoint C, and this is something that Queen's Gambit failed to do. Wisp with another parting shot there onto Senna. Hitori just continuing to march forward.
Missing might have the sieging tool that's required, though. The Dragon Blade can be incredibly adept at trying to take out those Junos, but you've got to make sure that you've forced out enough cooldowns beforehand, like the float and the speed ring, because you can easily be outpaced. Graviton Surge, fought out early, trying to block off that healing. Hitori very intelligently played, making sure no healing can come through onto Santana. Missing would be loath to pull out the blade right now, so instead just tries to elicit some pressure as Queen's Gambit, they're going to have to break their way through this door somehow.
And I'm looking at the blade from Missing here. You don't have any defensive utility on the side of Nightmare Eclipse, save for a couple of bubbles, so you just bait those out from Hitori and then pop that blade as quickly as you possibly can. And then again, we keep hammering home the orbital raid trades. You won the last one, did Queen's Gambit, but you're gonna have to win this next one as well.
Hitori with another bubble for survivability, but it doesn't quite come up in time. Bun's in the back line. What? They forgot about Bun for about a second, and then memory snaps back to reality and snaps back onto Bun. Nenwai is so aggressive.
Once again, that's my Bringer of Doom going in deep just to confirm the kill onto Velvet. That's going to be really annoying. Does set her back a little bit in terms of trying to cross the finish line into getting that rally, which will be, you know, something that she's going to have to worry about when Bun finally gets that Dragon Blade. But you look at the other side, Nenwai doesn't have one. Missing, once again, still has the ability to just go in with this Dragon Blade should she choose to pull it. But with that sights up from Wisp, there we go. Now it's go time.
Already the bubble forced out. Still a dash in the back pocket. And that's going to be the second bubble given over as well. Both of Zaya's bubbles were used for selfless reasons. Hitori playing the supportive Zaya and is able to leverage that as well. Wisp with the perfect shot onto Senna at range with the informational dearth given over by that ultimate. Trying to get the energy of Santana out. The evacuation is not successful. It ain't Dunkirk. It's New York.
There needed to be a little bit more frontline pressure to try and force those bubbles out of Hitori like in another way, because she was able to use it on first Z and then on Wisp, both of the targets that Missed and tried to go in for. So yeah, mission failed on that one. Nightmare Eclipse, they're gonna have a lot of ults here. Queen's Gambit can mirror it, but every ult that Queen's Gambit is forced to use now is one they won't be able to use to brute force the cart that last little bit of the way.
Hitori enthused by what's at their back. That's both of the supports caught within the Graviton Surge. There might not be enough damage to try and kill them, and Santana's keen to strike on back. Senna was caught elsewhere. Velvet super low, scuffed as well. Bun finds exactly what's needed with the blade. A huge investment from Queen's Gambit. All of their breaking tools were laid out on the table, and they were cast aside by an investment from Nightmare Eclipse.
A very heavy investment, though, because they invest literally every big damage ult they could possibly have. Santana going to swap over onto the Winston. I like this. This is a good counter to the Zarya composition, but you do have to start making up some ground here. Looking at the DPS, the hit scans, you're going to have Wisp building up to these infra sites. Not the most impactful ult, but an overclock for Senna damn sure could be.
Could be all was needed, maybe even a little bit more. NY caught away from the cart right now alongside Hitori, so he may decide to wrap up the back line instead. And indeed, Velvet's seen, Velvet's bombed, Velvet's blasted away. There goes Senna as well. And unfortunately for Scuffed, all they can do is watch in horror as their team is torn apart. The cart is moving though. A touch of back cat, a little bit of naughtiness here in the back from Missing. And Queen's Gambit, they're all back.
All right, you know, admirable attempt there, but, you know, we're kind of back where we started a little bit. Okay, Santana, what are you doing? Well, we're on the Reinhardt now? I don't know about this one. The Winston I was totally on board with, but the Rhine? I don't know. You know, there's some merit here. This composition still has legs. You do still have the overclock, and Senna's going to go ahead and pop it, so this has to be the difference maker.
Oh, Senna taking a wide angle. This might put her at risk of the Widowmaker, and guess what? Widowmaker's location's been identified. You're so far away from the rest of the team, the supports can just beat you down. Hitori just about runs out of bubble charge, but all that means is more healing for Z and Nenwai to start building up those ultimates again.
We have to call out the positioning of Wisp in that last fight. You could see that Senna had to try and look up to find where Wisp was playing, and every single time you're looking up at the skies, you're not looking at the ground, and that's where all the hurt was coming in from. She's not able to get the value out of the overclock that she really needed to, and now with only 30 seconds, Queen's Gambit don't have anything to hang their hat on, and they're gonna have to worry about this blade coming out from Bun. plus Hitori just stuffing them all back in their spawn.
Okay, there's the TP trying to run the blockade of Hitori and get to Naboo. Oh, Wisp and Burn already grabbing out both their DPS counterparts. Yes, it's a charge, and yes, there's some damage, but there's nothing more than that here. The Sports are having to stare aghast and mouth wide as they look upon the destruction wrought of Queen's Gambit. Nightmare Eclipse on third. They're punching their ticket on the train to victory here, 2-0.
I like the map pick. I like the zone that came out from Queen's Gambit, but I mean, Nightmare Eclipse, they're like, all right, anything you can do, we can do better. We're going to go ahead and mirror that. And Bun and Wisp had so many insane plays there. Like that last one where you get, you know, the headshot from Wisp coupled with the deflect headshot from Bun is just like, this DPS line is something else. Like, what can't they do?
They're so explosive as well. It's like always grabbing like these parallel picks that happened at the beginning of the last fight. Like usually you're expecting to see like one at a time, you know, just from independent, just from everyone targeting the same person for maximum potential of kill. But being able to split that targeting and get one of those DPS headshot by the Widowmaker while they were sort of forced out of position, the other one maybe trying to cover that dive, losing the duel to the Genji. Nightmare Eclipse are just mechanical monsters all the way down.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the map selection going forward here, and like, okay, so you've taken Hybrid out of the rotation for now. You maybe want to go to Escort next, or maybe push Flashpoint. Those are kind of your main options. I don't think you want to go to Clash for any reason. I don't think anybody ever wants to play Clash, but that's just a me thing. I like if you go to Escort, like you don't want to play the dive against Hitori because her Winston is like it's something special. And she feels like she's able to match Santana on just about any tank that there is. And you also, you know, Wisp versus Senna, that's your top two hit scans in Calling All Heroes. They are second to only each other. And if your tank is making more space, then you're not really going to be able to capitalize. So I don't think I favor Senna in that trade unless Santana can facilitate that. So maybe we go to another Brawl Escort map, maybe a Shambali.
Yeah, and Hitori is worth saying that after the swap over onto the Zarya, even with multiple on-paper Zarya counters coming out in the Reinhardt and the Winston, I think that Hitori never really felt, oh, that's a pick.
That's a personal attack pick on me. That's a rush map, but it's also Clash. Just after I got done saying no one ever wants to play Clash. All right, I guess Queen's Gambit do.
It's a great destabilizing pick. I'm surprised that they didn't go for Shambali, like you said. I think that Shambali would have been a great way to take away the Gibraltar pick from a potential back foot Nightmare who may have wanted to go there to leverage how good Hitori is at Winston. Anubis is certainly one of those picks, though, that it's got a weird bit of confidence about it. It's kind of like it's a dueling glove slap, you know? Like you want to go to Anubis?
Actually, you know, by the more we talk about, you know, Gibraltar, I've, you know, just kind of like remembered the previous series that we saw these teams play, Exo Azathoth versus Queen's Gambit, where we didn't play dive on Gibraltar. So maybe they don't see that as the same threat because, like, no, that's a Mauga map now. Like, we've deemed it so. You know, Winston isn't like, even Hitori's Winston, we can just take space better with the Mauga on that map. So we're not really sweating the potentiality of the dive on that. Maybe they think they have the better strat for that. So they want to try and take something that they're a little bit more comfortable with, and it is going to be just the most head-to-head of brawls that you can possibly get. You know, if you've never seen Clash before and this is your first time watching the map, one thing I can promise you is that you're going to see brawl comps.
You're probably going to see it be 5-4 as well.
Yeah.
These maps are quite difficult to complete, as it were, even with the changes to how the last point works, and it does create a huge back and forth where often, as we've talked about before, fight planning for the future rather than fight planning for now can really be what a team leverages in order to have a long-term victory on Clash. Because you've got to think about how you want to play these final difficult-to-capture points to draw out opponents' resources while not investing your own.
This is also, you know, for the record, uncharted territory for Queen's Gambit because, last time these two teams met was in Swiss. They didn't collide anywhere in the playoff bracket, only in the Swiss stage, and with Senna Sombra was able to get the better of Nightmare 2-0, but now the shoe's on the other foot. Have a look at the scoreline. Nightmare Eclipse up 2-0 over Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit have never been in, you know, on the back foot against this team. They have never been in a map 3 against this team, and it's only going to get deeper and deeper the longer into the series we go.
Yeah, for Queen's Gambit, it's going to be about digging deep, finding these tendencies, identifying inconsistencies or exploitable mechanics. Bun's going to be teleporting everybody out here. Hitori likely to play on this. Oh, no. They were going for the quick shout out. And, yeah, this seems to be the standard anti-Malga composition here. The Orisa doesn't care so much about burning, can cancel a lot of those crits using Fortify to deny healing from Santana.
And now we're starting to see like echoes of Oasis. Like without the Pharas or the echoes that we saw in that map, this is pretty much exactly what we saw in our first map, which Nightmare Eclipse were able to get the better of. So right out the gate, at least, you know, if history is anything to go off, it's not looking too good for Queen's Gambit.
Oh, that's a massive shot right there. Nenwai crushed underfoot, still able to survive. And guess what? It's actually missing the Force by the Wayside as Z leverages that disengage in order to actually find out missing. Santana also going to be falling on the other side. Senna likely to be the next victim. And Nightmare, they managed to actually claim that while moving forward as well. This is a great position for them.
And luckily for Queen's Gambit, capture point doesn't unlock for another 20 seconds, so they will get a chance to reset, but not if they lose Velvet. Here she cannot get staggered. Scuffed is at least there to keep her alive, so you do still have your backline for Queen's Gambit. You can try and take a reset here, but you're in an unfavored position here. Santana, though, looks to change that.
Yeah, great shield flick there from Velvet to stay alive for so long. Nenwai unable to keep alive, and Hitori now going a little bit deeper. Desperately wants to try and find Velvet, but all they've done is place themselves in front of Santana's cannons. It should be a flip over here for Queen's Gambit, but it does take a while, and there's plenty of time to contemplate a new fight. Don't think Nightmare are going to go for it.
Yeah, I think you just kind of give this one up and try and play for that neutral again. You have a slight advantage in the orbital ray trades, and you're going to have some DPS ults coming online before Queen's Gambit can get access to theirs, so you can couple those together and hopefully get another quick point under your belt here. But you do have to kind of worry again about that orbital ray trade, and if you do lose it, what is your plan B here? Because Queen's Gambit are going to have a lot more coming online after this fight as well.
Hitori works the off angle, just getting enough charge here to get that Terror Surge able to go. Maybe you try and drag people away from what's happening behind. Yes, multiple people dragged on in, damage done. Senna low, Scuffed's already gone as well. Missing Contemplates matters from the other side. Desperately wants Majuno. They've lost track of them in the midst of all of this, floating away daintily to avoid the sharp shurikens of Genji. And now Missing will stand alone. And yes, there's ult charge on offer from a big old Swift Strike, but nothing more than that.
The early pickoff comes out from Scuff with those torpedoes, but it doesn't really matter because they die before they're able to pop that orbital ray. Z pops it, and that's a fight win no matter what Queen's Gambit do. Velvet even tries to invest the rally to stabilize, but again, these defensive ultimates are not enough to counteract the damage that comes out from the orbital ray. That's an advantage that Queen's Gambit now have to leverage here, lest they start to spiral out of control.
Santana coming on in, dreams of a cage, and it may well come out. Santana's actually going to call it for now. Missing already found Wisp, so it feels like it's going to be too much of an investment for Santana to try and bring that one in. Hitori stepped upon by both Missing and Santana in concert, and well, second verse same as the first. I'm getting a weird feeling of deja vu.
Yeah, you ever get that weird feeling? It's pretty thrifty, by the way, for Queen's Gambit. They're only investing that Blade and that Orbital Ray. Nightmare Eclipse, they're only going to invest a Blade of their own, so they still do have some win conditions here. You're going to be looking at these overclocks on either side, but Santana's Cage, like, that is the next biggest, most important ultimate to come out, so curious to see how Queen's Gambit choose to leverage this. I think comboing that with Senna on an angle here with this overclock can work quite well, but that is, yeah, Hitori has this angle scouted.
Yeah, Hitori saw that one coming, uses the javelins to get out of dodge as quickly as possible. There's a lot of pressure in the backline here onto the Genji. Big stun, was that a rally? Nenwai, the bringer of doom, once again has poured it forth onto Senna. There's more pressure on the point. Hitori's there accruing the capture. Z manages to take out Velvet. Yes, now Santana has to move in under HP and under-resourced, surrounded and torn apart by the pigeons. Yes, maybe no. It's a cap.
That's such a crazy play that comes out from Nenwai, and Santana saw that happening in slow motion and dropped the cage to try and put a stop to it, but was just a couple pixels too shy, and Nenwai, with that rally, able to get all the way to the back line and hit the shield bash onto Senna to shut down an overclock. That's so insane. you're able to hold on to the Terra Surge here. You're coming up on a Blade. This is looking real good for Nightmare Eclipse. If they can finally stop this seesaw motion, it might be over for Queen's Gambit. Only 2 more points to go.
Santana's taken so much damage, tries to use the overrun just to get whatever on Hitori. Scuff's already dead. Nightmare Eclipse, they smell the blood in the water. They feel the siren song of victory. Missed and identified in the corner. Hitori tries to keep them there. Yes, it's not going to be a big strike on the spear, but this plane to be given over from Wisp, as it's going to be potentially a siege of the last point. They've got the ults for it, if only they wish to try.
Yeah, I mean, and they didn't have to expend any ults to even get this. It was just a kill onto Scuff there. And, you know, you take out the Juno, the Mauga will inevitably fall as well. That's always going to be the next domino to fall. You only have 1 tick left to give over if you're Queen's Gambit on this last point here. You got to stand your ground, Castle Doctor the rest of the way.
What a stomp onto Wisp. Flat as a pancake now. Only a wisp of them remains. And Juno taking out their counterpart. This should be a free cap here for the side of Queen's Gambit, but for Nightmare Eclipse, they didn't invest. All according to plan.
Yeah, all according to Kai Kakao. Velvet invests the rally, though. I mean, that's still pretty thrifty for Queen's Gambit, all right? They're going to have the cage coming up relatively soon. They have a Blade and an Orbital Ray. The problem is going to be Hitori's Terra Surge. Like, again, the buffs to Orisa's Terra Surge. She's such a threat now, and that's something that Queen's Gambit need to scout out. Again, the ult tracking needs to be on point for this team, and they have to know the exact moment, pick their spot to let Scuff use this ultimate. And again, they have to actually be able to use this ultimate. You know Nightmare Eclipse are going to be hunting down Scuff. You can see, yeah, the Disruptor shot coming in right onto that backline. They know where this Juno wants to be right now, and they know what to do about it.
Oh, they want Hitori real bad. Out comes the Terra Surge. Bun's already dead. The same can be said of Senna. Missing wants Nenwai. They're so fast. Nenwai found in the end. And so is Z. That was a big investment once again from Queen's Gambit. 2 from the side of Nightmare Eclipse. They were certainly fighting for it. It was by no means free, but now it's going to come down 4-4 CB.
And look what Z has that Scuff just used. It's the Orbital Ray. I mean, you have that and the Overclock. In Santana, we can't have another cage where we don't catch anybody in it. We can't have another, like, defensive cage where we're trying to catch Nenwai on, like, a crazy flank. This has to be an aggressive cage that catches as many as possible. Maybe you can even catch Wisp if you can catch them out of position. I think that's your win condition, is shut down that Overclock. But even still, going in to try and use that cage, you're going to be susceptible to this Orbital Ray.
Oh, it's a fast dodge forward, but now Santana's just left the rest of their team undefended. No one would move Santana. Yes, it's an attempt at a cage, and yes, it's going to catch 2, but where are the rest of the team to follow up? Everyone's dead. A massacre of Queen's Gambit. They rolled nat 1s, and Nightmare Eclipse will blot out the sun with all the bullets that go into Santana. That's going to be themselves a cap, most likely. There's going to be an attempt at a touch here. But will anyone be able to get there? Velucio touches at the last second. A stun's going to be forthcoming as the Doomfist moves on to the point, missing so low. And at this point, the straps are likely not going to be enough, even with Hitori falling down. There's the flip. And Nightmare Eclipse grab a 3-0.
Oh, that feeling of deja vu. That's what we saw in Rising Finals, was a 4-0, and that seems to be what we're staring down the barrel of. And if you're Queen's Gambit, you are on your last Gambit. Only 1 more map pick to your name. You got to run the table from here on out. You got to win this one outright and then reverse sweep all the way through all of Nightmare Eclipse's map picks. And that is a tall, tall order. And again, it almost always comes down at this level to the Orbital Ray trades. Santana understood the assignment and knew that you had to take down a backliner, either that enemy Sojourn that can capitalize off the damage, or if you can get the Juno outright in the cage, you're good. Santana goes fishing, but there's nobody biting today because everyone from Nightmare Eclipse had already jumped on board and tackled the backline of Queen's Gambit. So Senna's just left being like, well, where's my team? All right, where'd everybody go? All right, I'm here on an island all by myself now.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was a good download as well from Nightmare Eclipse. They've seen Santana get huge value out of this kind of play before. And so they take that proactive kind of anti-rotate the moment they see that Juno ring come out. They're like, okay, we know where Santana's going to go. Let's just go and grab ourselves a quick 5 versus 4 on the team that are left behind, trying to catch up with the super fast Mauga. And wow, this is, while it was close, everything since Oasis has been quite close. Nightmare Eclipse just being able to plan 1 or 2 fights ahead has consistently been a difference maker.
And I think, again, like, I'm going back in my brain and thinking to Swiss, like, Queen's Gambit. It was Senna on the Sombra that made the difference, and we've seen her pull that out from time to time against other teams that play the Mauga composition. But Nightmare Eclipse are, unless they're forced off of it with other counter swaps, are committed to the Orisa. And like I said, she is not as susceptible to that same level of bullying by the Sombra as the Mauga, so she can't really as reliably reach for that trump card. It's just not there anymore. You're forced to try and take this neutral, and if the macro is just that 1 inch better on the side of Nightmare Eclipse, well, they've got that inch over you the entire time.
You could tell how much of a problem the Orisa was as well, because we saw that swap on Midtown towards the Symmetra in order to consistently lay down that beam pressure, which was and Santana having to do the exact same as well when it came to playing that Zarya, just constantly trying to find answers to this Orisa when the bullying that usually you can put on the other tank from Senna Sombra just isn't as available.
Yeah, and we do see inklings of that as well from like the Zarya pick from Santana, but like again, even that's just not working. Like nothing that Queen's Gambit are doing are trying to force this off, and that's why I kind of feel like, maybe the people who think that the Orisa actually is the meta, maybe they were right. Maybe that is actually the new way forward, and it's only, Nightmare Eclipse that are really choosing to die on that hill, or, not die, as it were. They're thriving on that hill. They're the kings of that hill, as a matter of fact.
They've been running up that hill. And it's time to run it back if you're Queen's Gambit. We need a moment's rest to recoup, and if you want to rest and recoup in comfort, you should check out our friends over at Blacklight Shares. We'll give you a moment to go browse their Christmas sale while we go to a break. See you in a sec.
as it may have been destined to be from the beginning. It's shaping up to be like it might just be Nightmare's day, as Nightmare wins the Face It League Grand Finals over here, or over on the other side of the competitive Overwatch scene. Here, Nightmare Eclipse are on match point. We might be seeing this org go back-to-back, winning 2 huge tournaments in one day, and if you're Queen's Gambit, I mean, this is your last chance to wake up from this seemingly never-ending nightmare.
Yeah, it might be Nightmare season right now. Hopefully, it's time to wake up. Yet again, it's going to be the choice of Queen's Gambit. Shambali is what you predicted for our third map, CB. I think your reasoning is still strong, especially stealing away the escort pick so that they cannot leverage Hitori's Winston in the case of a potential salty runback, because there's always the chance of a reverse sweep. And for Nightmare, they've got to remain focused and locked in to make sure that that is not going to be on the cards.
But this feels like a half-hearted pick to me, because it doesn't really negate Hitori's Orisa, which has been the real problem. Like, we can dance around the threat of her Winston, of her dive all we want, but sooner or later we have to face the music that this horse is playing.
Horse is indeed cantering. It's trotting, and it is getting a lot of value right now, a worrying amount of value, some might say. And we've seen multiple attempts to try and constrain it, whether it be by the Symmetra, by the Zaya, leveraging those beams to make sure that the Javelin Spin is no longer a valuable defensive tool, as it is against, say, the Mauga. And it's very good against the Mauga, because the more you deny of Mauga's damage, the more you deny of Mauga's sustain and healing. And that's one of the reasons why Genji's so popular against Mauga, using the Reflect during that Cardiac Overdrive to essentially negate a large portion of that uptime on the damage.
I again also want to go back to that Orisa pick, because there's something else that it also kind of takes off the table, which we haven't really talked about. We've seen the Junker Queen come out in a lot of other series, but not this one. And even though Santana has a pretty good Junker Queen, like, I've seen them bust it out from time to time, and it has looked pretty solid. You couple, like, that was what they actually coupled with the Sombra in the games that they won against this team back in Swiss, but Orisa plays a lot better into Junker Queen than Mauga does. So again, that's something that I feel like Santana's kind of hesitant to reach for. So like, 2 of Queen's Gambit's best weapons have been effectively silenced by Nightmare Eclipse, and we have this half-hearted pick of Shambali to try and send it home. And you know, I'm looking at these hero picks, and okay, yeah, Santana, interesting, might actually be forced to mirror that Orisa here. We'll actually see what they're made of there. Maybe this is just the way forward, but can Santana effectively pilot it?
Well, here's the thing. Queen's Gambit, for the first time, have been able to have an extended talk with their coaching staff, looking at the problems and figuring out how to deal with them in terms of their play style and in terms of their compositions. So
Boom just said, all right, my teammates, this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah, Boom just given them a My Teammates, and hopefully it's a My Teammates that included some substantial information and leverageable tactics.
Eclipse, so yeah, that Roadhog definitely not going to stick. I don't think this Lifeweaver Zen backline is going to stick either. They're just going to go for like a cheeky little play there, set Wisp up for a shot. No one going to poke their head out. They have definitely danced this dance before, and now Nightmare Eclipse swapping back over to something a little bit more conventional.
Yeah, we're going to be leveraging the high ground here for Santana to get a lot of cover and not use their defensive cooldowns too quickly. Wisp actually sticking on the Widowmaker here, noting the presence of that Pharah from Missin. It gave so much trouble when Jeremy was piloting it on the side of Exo Azathoth, so why not give it a go themselves? Bun is once again answering the call and is going to have that good aerial dueling potential as an Echo, as well as, don't forget, the beam with the focus onto... Oh my goodness, that is absolutely filthy.
That's completely disgusting, and now the skies are controlled by none other than Bud. Senna nearly gets bursted down, the beam damage. Velvet, again, the anti-aerial Brigitte that we have hailed before. She's got to be the star here right now, but no, it's not enough. Nightmare Eclipse, they're going to start marching forward here.
Oh, Santana speared from the back. Hitori managing to get that stun through the spear spin. And Queen's Gambit, well, they do have Missin back again. Oh, hello. Both the supports have fallen down. Well, help, they've fallen over and can't get up.
All right, Hitori, push this cart by your own damn self, I guess, because the rest of the team just falls apart. Queen's Gambit, I mean, they're able to find the kills there, but Missin understands, like, all right, I'm not winning this aerial battle against Bun. I'm going to swap this over to the Genji and, again, take that fight back to the frontline pressure. But so far, for Queen's Gambit, this hasn't looked too terrible.
Well, I don't know if Bun knew that Hitori was backing off there. The pressure simply wasn't there to really relieve what Bun was hoping for. And with Wisps being on the Widowmaker, there wasn't really as much frontline pressure either. Santana going deep into the backline. Oh, still gets the spear eaten. Hitori with a little flick over. Terror Surge. Lots of damage. Scuffed and Velvet. They are buried well and truly. And the peel's here for Z. Nen-Y, the Bastion, the bringer and protector from Doom.
That is such a crazy Terror Surge, and you get the 2 highest value kills you could have possibly gotten. The supports who were 10% away from supportals, they could have dragged that fight out. Yes, no, okay, no, yeah, no peeping toms in this window. Big spear from Hitori, and she's pushed up so far to try and negate any sort of high ground control that comes out on Shambali. This is where a lot of cards stall out, or if nothing else, lose a lot of time. And okay, Wisp with an early kill there. This is looking pretty rough for Queen's Gambit.
Oh, Velvet, what are you doing over here? It's not the ideal position. Bun takes a little bit of pressure. And Velvet's going to have to use the rally here to try and get away. It's a copy onto Eraser's. Oh, the double bullying! Oh, the blender! I hate to see it, but I love to watch it. Santana now having to figure out where the targets do be. Bun taken low, forced to move elsewhere. Wisp has fallen elsewhere, and with Scuffed down, Santana does not have reliable healing. Relying on those cookies from Velvet is not going to be enough for how much damage an Orisa takes. Instead, Misten plays a pseudo front line, falls incredibly low, likely shield bash there, and potentially hit by the spear as well. Still giving up the space.
Still giving up the space. They have to give a little bit of ground until Scuff comes back, and especially with the threat of those sites. Wisp is in spawn. I don't think Queen's Gambit knew that.
Maybe not. Everyone was forced back just by the threat of this. Oh, Senna caught by Bun. In drags everyone. Missing got a reset there on the dash using the blade, but it does mean that it's not ideally targeted. Wait, never mind. Instead, Wisp and Nen-Y present themselves in front of the blade. The card's still moving, though, and Hitori can try and keep them at bay using the spear spin. If only she does so desire. For now, Bun noted. There's going to be plenty of healing coming through from the survival of Scuff, so Hitori's likely going to fall down.
All right, yeah, Misten goes in with that big blade, and Hitori's just like, all right, well, the card's left unattended. I'll be having that then. Gets a little bit of extra card progress here. And this is where it gets really dangerous here for Queen's Gambit, because you can't leverage the high ground. You can't leverage the verticality of this point anymore. You have to try and play with your backs up against the wall for the checkpoint, and all you need is an orbital ray to brute force it the rest of the way.
Space purchase, trying to keep everyone away from Z's Ray, and indeed, the knockback was so valuable there, but so much is Hitori's as well. You got to touch the cart. Someone manages to get there just in time. Hitori so low. Senna guarantees the kill, but Bun makes them pay for it. Vengeance is a strong motivator, but so too is survival, and still Queen's Gambit grip to it on second.
And Vengeance is a strong enough motivator to overcome the threat of the Orbital Ray. I think we found the one thing that can actually stop that ultimate, because Nightmare Eclipse invested, Queen's Gambit didn't mirror it, and they still win. In fact, not only did they not mirror it, they didn't use any ults at all. Granted, that's because they didn't have any, but they're about to.
Me, when I don't spend anything this month because my bank account's empty, I saved.
Ah, yes, stocks. I am a thrifty fellow, yeah.
Me eating ice soup. Plenty of rail charge available here for Senna. They're getting very aggressive. We want Nen-Y. Bun also available here as a target. You got to be careful about this wrap though. Nightmare keep getting this cart control, which is unideal. Bun able to get away with this, and Hitori's gone super deep here. Bun stunned out as well, forced to use that duplicate simply to survive. Hitori low again. That's a big Terror Surge going the wrong way. You need to stay in the beam. Santana continues to spin. 500% ult charge, but no one's sticking around to see the end of this one. It's a 1-star on Rotten Tomatoes. That isn't even a rating over there, and Santana is overwhelmed, swarmed, and torn apart by the piranhas.
1 star on Rotten Tomatoes. That's a... All right, that's a great call out there.
I give right. 1 star out of 5 tomatoes.
I would give that that defense there 0 stars from Queen's Gambit, because that is a Blade, a Terra Surge, and an Orbital Ray invested, and you get zilch out of it. I mean, Nightmare Eclipse still get the capture there. 2 minutes only left in the time make to push this the rest of the way. They have an Orbital Ray of their own. They're going to have an overclock for Wisp. They've got so many tools coming online to supplement that going forward. This card's going to make some fair progress, but a big pick off there onto Bun.
Oh, Bun. Skewered by Senna. Yeah, and Z's just like, I'm going to grab whatever progress I can on the cart right now and watch my team die. Oh! There's a little bit of an assist, you know. Santana just helping Z to disengage.
one of the things about like those Orisa javelins is you really feel it in your chest, even as the spectator when you get hit by one of those.
Getting hit by that.
Yeah, it's like getting hit with a defibrillator. Like, it really stings. Wisp temporarily swaps to the Widow to try and see if they can find a shot back over onto the Sojourn. But now, speaking of Sojourn, Senna's the one who has the overclock, and everybody has to walk into her domain.
This ends now.
Oh, Nenwai knows it. Trying that off angle again. Senna says, absolutely not. And where did that even come from? What? Hitori is wild with his spears, man.
You know, just finding the angles with him, I guess. Like, got the real nerd angles there.
Can you curve a spear in midair like in Wanted?
I don't know if that works so well with spears, but I think that's probably more likely with an actual bullet. But, I mean, Nightmare Eclipse, Queen's Gambit are going to have to dodge a bullet here, because have a look at the ults here. Nightmare Eclipse didn't spend anything there, and Queen's Gambit, sure, they've got a lot coming online, but that is a future issue, you know? It's coming online. It's not online right now. The window for Nightmare Eclipse is wide open.
There's the beam, lots of damage. This is a big opportunity. He's already dead. Hitori strikes back, getting missing. But it's a greater trade to try and take out that Juno. Lots of healing now going, and a disengagement trying to stay in line with that orbital ray. Yes, there's the attempt at Bun staying on the Genji, but can't quite build up towards that beam. Instead, the focusing beam onto the low health Santana is well rewarded. It's a trade, though, from Senna. In the back, Hitori might have gone too far. It's swarmed by 3. Yes, there's going to be trades back and forth, but there should be enough healing here for the Queen's Gambit to survive just at the end. Wisp pops the overclock. 1 versus the world and grabs 2 for themselves. That means C's arrived. But yeah, guess what? There's a blade in the back pocket, and it's just for you. A personal gift and a hold on third.
Because of the ult advantage that Nightmare Eclipse had going into that fight, they're able to make it really scrappy and really drag that one out. But the fact of the matter is, regardless of it all, no matter what happened there, Queen's Gambit won the orbital ray trade. Both teams popped the ults, and Queen's Gambit get the kills that they need to get in order to weather the storm. And again, barring everything else, barring big pop-off plays, like maybe Wisp kills 3, kills 4 with that overclock, that's the task in front of you if you want to try and overcome the deficit of losing those trades. And it's whichever team is getting the better of those trades that's dictating the pace. Queen's Gambit, with that defense, have set themselves up for a win condition, but they have to be stalwart on this Orisa composition, and they can't pay too heavy of attacks going through point B, because they're still got halfway through C that you got to get through if you want to get this win. Get yourself on the board. Start the salty run back of the salty run back.
Yeah, honestly, Shambhali's one of the most defensively favored maps we've seen since Havana. It feels like every single point of Shambhali Monastery in Pro Overwatch, we've seen multiple holds. Like just now in our Rising, we saw a first point hold coming through from Lava Lilies. Queen's Gambit, though, they finally have their opportunity, like you said. So long as they can dig deep, find the correct strategies, maybe continue to leverage this Orisa. They are going to be going up against a much earlier hold from Eclipse than Gambit tried, though. Of course, being more familiar with this composition means Nightmare know better how to leverage the Orisa in this position.
And maybe they watch Lava Lilies here. A nice damage boost onto Velvet's right click there. All right, a little bit of teamwork to try and repel the potential spawn hold, but yeah, I mean, Queen's Gambit, okay. Santana is back on the Mauga, and I don't know if I like this, because it hasn't worked so far. I mean, it's got to work now, because now you're really banking on this to break this hold.
Oh, a rare miss there from Hitori when it comes to the Javelin, or maybe actually hit someone behind him. A 3-person swing, nice collab from Senna, gets Wisps low enough. And now Hitori's just going to be overwhelmed. This is actually just going to be converted to free ult charge. The time bank has rarely moved, so this is actually a huge plus here for Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, and by the way, this is like the exact opposite of what we saw in the Rising Grand Finals. You win that fight, and you still keep your tank up, so you can manage to push Santana forward to control more space and potentially deny Nightmare Eclipse from taking another close hold. You can't deny them from holding this high ground in this window that overlooks the end of the checkpoint, though, especially not without dedicating more resources. So there will be another close fight here, and one that you're not going to be favored for if you're Queen's Gambit.
Hitori sticks herself in the road and says, "You shall not pass," to Santana. Of course, the overrun will be able to get past it. We saw just how disastrous it could be for the overrun to go by itself. Nice stop on any CC. A big stomp onto NY, but Santana's taking so much damage. That could be exactly the pressure release that was needed there from Senna. Getting rid of Wisp allows for Santana to stay alive for a moment longer. They can't afford to go too much further. NY gets crit again by the overrun. Santana's got the Doombringer's number at the moment, and that's going to be a big pop on the cardiac overdrive. Everyone's surviving. This is so clean, so bloody fast. from
And
Queen's
that should
Gambit.
be the cap with time in the bank, so you can actually afford to take your time through point B. Obviously, you'd like to go through with as much time as possible, but again, this is just a toll that everyone has to pay on this map. There's so many places on point B, Shambali, that you can just get stalled out. But with the ults that Queen's Gambit have, maybe they can try and find a way to circumvent it, and maybe it could just be another rail shot from Senna. She just lights out this map, and Wisp does not want to stick around to find out if she's still got it.
Oh, see, wait, was that Rajax? My goodness, Senna shuts down the Ray. Oh, the value from the shot goes crazy. We've been waiting for Senna to wake up, but it's time to wake up and smell the gravy, baby.
That's not an orbital ray trade. That is an orbital ray pickpocketing from Senna right there. Just takes it right out of Z's pan there, and she never gets the opportunity to use it. And now you're looking at the ult bank. Okay, 4 for 4. You think it's going to be bloody? Nuh-uh. One team's got an orbital ray and the other team does not. Queen's Gambit should win this next fight outright unless Wisp makes a hero play here.
Anticipating Hitori maybe tries to shut down Mission's Blade using the Terror Surge. Everyone just gather up around the Terror Surge. It's hugely fast going to the backline. Oh, that is a big old cage. Multiple people caught on in, looking for the Juno, unable to find it. Missing with a critical miss. Stunned. Bun strikes back. Velvet's down. And now Santana's got to try and make it happen with no cardiac overdrive. Yes, there might be a little bit of healing here. Can you hit the crit? The answer at this point is no, but Nemwai's low enough. Everyone swarms in onto the vulnerable Renita. Santana remains low. The healing could be here, but I'm not sure if it's going to be delivered in time. Hitori's so low. And yes, the healing's there, and that means that it's very hard to try and get rid of that Orisa. The absolute roadblock is a big swing, a miss on a fully charged rail. Hitori potentially surrounded, but they're going to skip the dishes and they're going to go straight to the main course. Wisp is noted. Bun is low, and this could be the cap. Hitori is going to deny it. The roadblock once again established. Santana looks for Nenwa, and indeed they'll find it. The Juno stays alive a moment longer. Hitori surrounded, going deep with a spear, unable to find a pick that's needed. And the numbers game right now is all about Queen's Gambit. They roll again and again until they find that 20 they need. There's the cap.
Finally, that is such a long and drawn-out fight, and Queen's Gambit completely drain the coffers, use every ult they have at their disposal to try and brute force that. Bun releases a bunch of the pressure with her blade, finds 2, and then there's suddenly not enough sustain and not enough damage to take down Hitori, so she lives for so long and bleeds out potentially 1 to 1.5 minutes off of what would have been the time bank for Queen's Gambit. They still have a win condition, and that card is still inching closer, but there is still a little bit more time for Nightmare Eclipse to play with.
Linshara can play. Could be everything they need for now. Hitori noted. Those cooldown use is going to be everything. Bun's taking out. Scuffed is traded, and you needed that healing. That means Santana definitely can't survive, and at this point, you're just playing to build up your ultimates. Missin desperately wants to have that blade available for in the future. What? I heard it's go time. Senna got wisps. The recontest is here. And Wisp ain't going to be back for a while. And they got the Ray out. This could be a huge opportunity.
Okay, I don't know how that Ray ever happened, but Scuff just needs to pop this right now, and Queen's Gambit should be able to win this map, get themselves on the board.
There's the Terror Surge. Doesn't hit much at the moment. Big damage from the torpedoes. Looking for Wisp, who's fallen low. The pocket's there, yes, but the damage is too much. Missin draws the blade, and thousand-folded steel will cut through Nightmare Eclipse. Queen's Gambit are not getting shot out of this one.
Did Senna just pop overclock to like Jedi mind trick Z into using the orbital ray? Is that what really just happened in front of my very own eyes, or did we witness 2 fat fingers back to back? What happened there? That is like one of the craziest things I've ever seen, and it was like everybody from Queen's Gambit just, standing still, chuckling to themselves, being like, oh, those idiots, they fell for it. We got this one in the bag. We win the orbital ray trade outright because they ain't got one no more.
You've made the classic blunder. Oh, the absolute psyop from Senna there. Like, went in for the, I believe it was like to give them the advantage in the 1v1 against Wisp as well, which they eventually managed to win out using that additional damage. And obviously the Ray wasn't enough to sustain one person through the like solo overclock at that point. You're right, like having that trade not even be a trade in that you've just got an unmirrored Ray, wild.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right, where like, an orbital ray, it's comparable to both an Ant Matrix and a Kitsune Rush, but both of those ults are stationary. You can just kind of like kite them and walk away, but orbital ray, it's a little bit harder to get away from. If you're able to actually kite that and respect it, it's still like it's such a value, such huge value that you get. And again, we also, you know, we talk about like the Jedi mind trick to force the Ray out. What about the Ray Jacks we just saw there from the replays? Like, it's so easy. It's so easy to win these orbital Ray trades if you just don't let them use it in the optimal situation. And when they do use it, you effectively can kite it, or you create a situation where, you know, they have to force themselves way out of position to capitalize on it at all. And then you just clap back with one of your own and you win the fight outright. Queen's Gambit. I mean, that's a great map pick from them. But that's their last map pick, all right?
Yeah.
If this salty run back, this reverse sweep of the salty run back from the lower bracket is going to continue, they got to do it on Nightmare Eclipse's terms from here on out.
Yeah, Nightmare Eclipse now will be dictating how we move through these maps. I guess it's going to be push next somehow, some way. Indeed, Runa Sapi is going to be the pick. We've seen a couple of Pharahs here previously from Queen's Gambit and, of course, from Azathoth as well. I wonder if that's going to be the case again. We did see the early pick on the Pharah from Bun, which may well be discouraging that, but it feels like one of the main differences from Shambali, as well as picking up the Orisa, is that we're getting consistently more pressure onto Z from the side of Queen's Gambit, which is how these Ray Jaxes happen, how you continually manage to psyop that Ray out, and you can try and leverage that to be a big advantage and get a couple of fight wins from it.
And that's precisely what Nightmare Eclipse did against Exo Azathoth in the winners finals here. They were constantly looking for the enemy Juno, and Wisps was the one to always find the shots. So Senna like just downloaded that information. Maybe it was a slow download. Maybe she got throttled for the first like 3 maps.
Dial-up gaming.
You know what? Yeah, we got it. All right, we got fiber now. All right, we can finally complete that download. Get it figured out. If we just target the enemy Juno and we never let her have the onus to use that orbital ray on favorable terms, then we can always be the ones taking the fights on our terms. We always win that orbital ray trades, and if you win the orbital ray trades, you win the game.
My teammates, get off the phone. I'm trying to download the tactics we need.
Who is on Steam right now, all right? I'm trying to download the enemy tactics.
Overwatch 2 is on Steam now. Check it out, gamers.
I've heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's okay. And I've played a little bit, got a couple hours in it, you know. Oh, map 5 on the horizon. Queen's Gambit up against the walls still. It's going to be, it's got to be, a reverse sweep, or it's Jova.
It's a reverse sweep, or we're getting a 4-1, maybe a 4-2. No matter what, like this grand finals has delivered thus far. I'm glad we're not getting a 4-0. I can at least rest easy knowing that that's not on the table. And I think Pharah isn't on the table for either of these teams at this point in time. Like, because Missin keeps trying to go for that, and every time she pulls for that, Bun just goes Echo, and Missin, like, isn't confident enough on the Pharah specifically to be able to effectively take the Pharah versus Echo duel, so Bun will win that outright and force the swap. So this is kind of what I expect, is both teams to just go straight for the Genji. Once again, though, Santana going back to the Mauga feels like that worked well on the offense of Shambali. We might as well stick with it, no longer opting into that Orisa duel. So this looks like Queen's Gambit just trying to play what they're comfortable on, not necessarily what will work.
One of the things that I'm going to be very interested in here is Bun's target prioritization, whether they're going to be trying to help out in the tank battle when Mauga can deal so much damage, but also is very vulnerable to getting kind of healing debuffed constantly by that Genji, as well as minimizing the value from the cardiac overdrive. For now, Santana is going to take a lot of damage, and guess what? The push bot is moving, so Santana has to try and play catch-up on this one. Oh, wow, what a catch onto Nenwai.
Yeah, Nenwai has been caught out of position a few times now, and Santana has been great at identifying that and going in for the big stomps. The Bringer of Doom constantly getting caught out of position. That's another big stomp. And yeah, Queen's Gambit are content to flip the map, let Nightmare Eclipse be like, all right, go ahead, take the bot. Who cares? We're going to match all the progress you just made and then some. They're going to be able to push up here, start to build up some of these key ultimates, maybe take a lead in that orbital ray trade again, and maybe leverage that into an eventual checkpoint if they're able to win this next fight.
Yeah, of course, Nemwise can be an easier assassination up close for the Genji as well, which is one of the reasons why the Genji can extract that value. For now, Senna just taking a bit of poke, going straight into the back. I don't think there was a stun there. Wisp managed to build up a very easy rail and then places it directly into Senna. Hitori might be primary target number 1 right here, but I think the healing's going to be more than enough. Another spear spin will give covering for about a moment as Santana falls down, and Queen's Gambit is sent scurrying away.
All but Missing, though, who is still, you know, content to throw down here, is actually going to, with the help of the healers, be able to stay alive, continue to build up that Dragon Blade, and that's actually pretty big because now you have something to couple with Scuff's Orbital Ray that can maybe help you get the advantage. Nightmare Eclipse, though, they got a lot of work done there. They got so much in the bank here. It's looking like this next fight's going to be explosive.
Listen, low already, may not be able to risk going too early. There's the Terror Surge, and guess what? Senna's already dead. Here comes the draw on the Blade. They're just stealing the bot away with the Blade. They warded everyone back and were like, okay, yep, I'm just gonna leave. Later.
Sometimes you just have to brandish the weapon. You don't even have to use it. Just the threat of the blade is enough to scare Nightmare Eclipse. With a rally from Velvet, gonna be able to hopefully stave off the pressure from Bun's Blade.
Well, they're chasing down Scuff, but Scuff's actually dragged everyone so far away. Once again, the bot is moving. It's in favor of Nightmare Eclipse this time, but this is such a messy fight. You could try and get yourself... Oh, my goodness! Oh, the value! The value!
Oh, and like that's such a late kill onto Hitori too. Okay, so the Blade from Missing, I've cracked the code. All right, Queen's Gambit, they've decided their win condition is just Jedi mind tricks. All right, we're just gonna pull out whatever crazy stuff we can that Nightmare Eclipse can't possibly plan for, like just holding the Blade at you, and they're like, oh God, what do we do? The Genji's just standing there menacingly.
I don't want to get near that. You get near that. Hitori getting near that this time. 2 overclocks. Who will be able to strike the most damage here? Oh, that's going to be an expending of the deflect, and seems like Queen's Gambit have actually been torn asunder here, split in two, bisected. The bot's moving. Senna don't skid anywhere. That could be a problem. Senna doesn't have an escape. It's going to all come down to raw mechanics here, but guess what? Senna's currently... What is going on the other side?
Senna is currently the sacrificial lamb is what she is, because, okay, you've lost Senna and the bot, apparently, but Queen's Gambit are inevitably going to win this fight unless Wisp is going to be able to get another big kill here. Velvet Santana, there we go. Yeah, here's the cavalry.
Suddenly, Malga. It's a scary place to be, and Nemwai could actually be caught out here as well, but it seems like Mercy takes the hearts of Queen's Gambit, and they should be able to convert this into a checkpoint. Hitori is in the way, but I don't know if there's going to be enough healing behind them.
Almost certainly not, but there is the threat of the Orbital Ray that should be coming online, and coupled with the Terror Surge, that is a deadly combo if ever there was one. Two of the biggest ultimates in this game right now. Spear onto Santana, just a warning shot saying, all right, do not come close to me. I will pop this ult.
Very fast, very dangerous, very deep indeed. Hitori decides to just go the other way and try and isolate these healers. A Terror Surge does so much damage to Scuff, but look, the cookies are there. Velvet has the peel. It's what we've been looking for. No crits coming through from this one. The Orbital Ray finally leveraged from the side of Z, and it means enough damage to take care of Queen's Gambit in short order, and they can't do be moving.
But you're okay with that if you're Queen's Gambit, because you didn't invest more than just the rally, which wouldn't have been enough to stop the pressure anyway. You used the Terror Surge and the Orbital Ray. Like, Queen's Gambit, just by sheer value of using the cookies and the Cardiac Overdrive to keep Scuffed alive, forced that auxiliary Orbital Ray out of Nightmare Eclipse, and suddenly Queen's Gambit are now the ones with the advantage here. Look for Santana to go for a huge overrun to take position, and Scuff should be hitting Q here shortly.
10 minutes of wiggle room to try and get that touch, and indeed it does come through in short order. Blade in the back pocket if only it's needed, and no Ray to stop it. Look at Wisp coming quickly in towards that overclock. Long range poke could be exactly what's needed to try and deal with Scuff. Scuff's priority enemy, but Wisp is absolutely decimated by the damage. Wait, they've stolen away the lead. Oh, maybe a little bit of a failure here from the side of Queen's Gambit off such a good fight, still losing multiple people and the lead on top of that as well. I think they may have got the forward spawn too.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I still kind of respect the game plan from Queen's Gambit. Like, they wanted to wait to bait out, like, one of the DPS ults, and they do just that. They bait out both of them and win the fight. But I think they were maybe a little bit too gun-shy because they gave up a little bit too much positioning. The cage fight here needs to be converted into a kill, and it is indeed. Okay, Bun is down. Queen's Gambit should be able to convert this into matching the card progress, but Nightmare Eclipse are going to make them spend for it.
Oh, they see that Senna does not have the disengagement here. Missing goes into 3 by themselves while the rest of the team are fleeing from the Terror Surge. And yes, there is going to be the disabling of a forward spawn. Oh, Senna thinks that it's all her. Could it be, is the question. A well-placed headshot goes through onto Hitori, but Hitori's got plenty of cooldowns to try and make this work. Speeding away, disrupt a shot to try and give some covering fire. Velvet pops the rally, and everyone rallies into Velvet and finds Nenwai once again out of position. A noting of the Genji, an orbital ray. This could be it, as disengagement from this is going to be very tough to try and find. Bun's actually 2v1'd here by Missing and Senna together. Yes, the auto aim of a torpedoes is enough to grab Bun. This could actually be a bit ruinous here for Nightmare as they go forward and don't get a clean fight win off the back of that ray.
It doesn't look too great for Queen's Gambit either, but they've at least done enough to stop the Nightmare Eclipse from getting any extra bot progress. You're going to force them to expend even more. You've taken control of the bot, got it back to that neutral position. Santana, without the backline there, can't stick around and is going to be forced to regroup and give some ground, but not nearly as much as Nightmare Eclipse wanted to be able to buy themselves. And now you got scuffed with this orbital ray again. Once again, don't be gun shy. Let this one rip and use the advantage while you have it.
Watching for that disengage. There's the ray. It's going to be a lot of damage off the back of the overrun. And indeed, Whisper's going to be feeling the business end of that one. Missing in the back, just playing for their life right now. Needs the healing as Hitori just lays down all 4 feet upon the bot. But at this point, Nightmare Eclipse, they are constantly cycling these contests and making Queen's Gambit pay for giving up a lead.
And the bot has to walk back so far that Nightmare Eclipse, they're going to have a Blade Terra Surge combo that they can leverage into this next fight here, and Queen's Gambit don't have anything to stop against it. So you're looking at the DPS to try and make an early pick, to try and stave off some of the pressure, give Santana the opportunity to build that cage fight. That's your win condition, and you have to be worried about Z building up to that orbital ray. And the fact that they gave up that checkpoint so early on is really coming back to bite Queen's Gambit. They need to get over this last little hurdle.
A good slide out here. The Blade still in the back pocket here for Bun. It's got to be all about the mechanics. Senna needs to do something big here, but all they've done is lost their Malga, unfortunately. Missing around the back. A recipient of a shield bash, and far more than that when it comes to the damage. Yes, Wisp is down, but Nightmare Eclipse are back in control once again, and they keep having this advantage.
You die first, you die on the bot, but with this little teeny tiny advantage, by the way, only less than half a meter separating these two teams, Queen's Gambit has to leverage this ult economy advantage in this next fight here. They can't risk Nightmare Eclipse getting any extra progress. They can't risk losing this fight or it might be all done. Gotta go in with this cage. Santana, where you at?
1 minute stands between Nightmare Eclipse and a championship in their back pocket. Bun wants Senna, and Bun gets Senna! Nenwai instantly stunned, an attempt at moving away. Z can't make it happen. And yes, there's the cage, but I don't know who's in it apart from a defense of the Malga. Identifying Wisp over on this angle. It's all about the shots, all about the accuracy, all about Hitori. And Hitori's the target that gets found. Bun not staggered here.
Good news and bad news. The bad news, Nightmare Eclipse did gain some ground on that one. The good news is that it was only 0.01 meters, so not too impactful in the grand scheme of things. More bad news, though, you had to expend 3 ultimates to try and get this this fight win, get the bot back in your control. But more good news, Scuff's coming up on that orbital ray, and if you can actually get the lead here with only 20 seconds left, you've done enough to get yourself another life in this series.
Ray could be everything. So much runs on Scuffed here. Moving forward. Damage for all. The bot moving in turn as well. Look how much pressure Z is under. Missa manages to find it. Hitori starts to spin to win, but all they can do is take some time off. Nenwai found. And look at how much there is here. 1 meter and 1 centimeter. A butt scratch between Queen's Gambit.
Faster, please scratch faster.
The scratch is given. The progress is there. And Queen's Gambit get themselves a second map in the series.
Oh, I love Push so much. Push is so good. That butt scratch, like, if you're Queen's Gambit, like, even though you know you've won the fight off the back of the orbital ray, your heart's got to be pounding, being like, please just don't let them come in with a stagger fight. Please just hurry up. Like, all right, I know it itches, but, like, we're on the clock here.
Honestly, this turnaround here is mega for the mental of Queen's Gambit. If they had lost this entire series to just bad card discipline in a fight that they won, that would have been an absolute heartbreaker. And my teammates, I don't know how mentally boomed is going to bring you back from that one.
Well, I mean, whatever's going on for Queen's Gambit, like the Jedi mind tricks and the fact that they are actually, they have pegged that the orbital ray trades are the way forward. So, you know, it's either negate Z from using it in an advantageous position, or if you see that she does pop it, you kite it and you respect it and you don't try to fight into it when you don't have the tools to do so. Make sure that you can farm it up for yourself and take fights on your terms. That's what this like macro meta is all about, making sure that you are the one setting the tempo, you are the one making the right calls at the right moment. And even though you had that momentary slip up where you win the fight but still give that progress, you still set yourself up for success, where you have that one fight-winning ultimate for the fight that you needed. That's what I love about Push, by the way, is that everyone always, used to say, like, oh, it's decided in the first fight. No. Push is all about the last fight. It's the only fight that matters, and how high the mountain has been set for you to climb, and whether or not you brought your climbing shoes for that last one jump.
Okay, Queen's Gambit managing to get past the first map pick of Nightmare Eclipse. Could the reverse sweep be real? Would we be treated to such glory, CB? I mean, Calling All Heroes deserves it with how hard both of these teams have been working. The desire for this championship could not be more intense than it is between these two teams.
I mean, at the top of the show, I said, who wants it more? And what could possibly illustrate, which team wanting it more than a potential reverse sweep? If this goes to a map 7 under these circumstances, and we're one map away from that reality, like, I think that kind of goes to show that both these teams want it pretty damn badly. All of the work and all of the coaching that's gone into Nightmare Eclipse, part of the Nightmare umbrella that is looking to become a dynasty in Overwatch Esports these days, versus Queen's Gambit, who have been making the salty run back. They got the better of this team in Swiss. They know they have what it takes to do it again, but they were forced to work against the clock, go against the best Calling All Heroes has to offer to get here, to even make this a reality. Who wants it more is the question that I'm going to keep going back to.
I mean, it's the mark of a champion competitor to be in the finals up against a team that hasn't dropped a map yet, be 3-0 down, and when you've got your 5-minute break, you come back a different beast. It's transformational, and like the momentum is on Queen's Gambit's side now. They have this one up. They hit the sucker punch. They've winded Nightmare Eclipse, who even though they continue to be on match point, are sort of having a little bit of trouble.
Well, as we go on to map number 5, is it map number 6 now? Yeah, we go on to map number 6.
6, yes. 6.
Yeah, it's map number 6. It's the
I can count.
Caster math, never do it. All right. As we go into map 6, though, the entire map pool is opened back up, so that's why we're showing you what the options are. Obviously we can't play the same map twice, but you do still have a lot of options here if you're Nightmare, and this is kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, you're playing into our hand, and now our hand is really whatever we want it to be. We're not constricted to any, like, one map type. We can kind of just go wherever. Oh, wait. Prod is saying, believe they must play Flashpoint. I don't know if that's true. That would just completely take the wind out of my sails if that was the case. But, I'm going to keep running with it until someone, definitively proves me otherwise. Like, you're not constrained.
It's been a while since we've had a best of 7 that's gone the distance in Overwatch, Like, the first to 4s, Overwatch has an unfortunate curse when it comes to first to 4s.
DreamHack
rarely.
Stockholm was kind of disappointing in that regard. It was an incredible event in every other aspect, but the grand finals being a 4-1, and that one being kind of like a shutout is like, all right, yeah, we get it. Like, it was a little deflating for like a world final kind of situation. You definitely wanted to see those two teams slug it out like we're seeing right now from these two.
Oh, I am enamored with these teams. The mechanical. I love that cage. That random tempo cage from the Malga is so fun. To try and leverage that into a lead as well is so smart. This is not playing for fight play. This is playing for macro objective planning in terms of distance as well is wild.
Yeah, and it's also kind of the mental game as well. All right. No more waiting. Let's see what the map pick is here from Nightmare Eclipse. Suravasa. Okay, so they do want to take us to Flashpoint or have to play it either way. After this one, I'm sure the map pick will open back up, or it might have to be Control. I'm not sure. Either one, though, I think does kind of favor Nightmare from here on out. For Queen's Gambit, though, Suravasa, they circumvent the New Junk City pick, so you're potentially taking the Junker Queen off the table again and trying to force into this, Malga and or Orisa brawl. Take your pick on that one and see if you can continue to win that matchup. But at least in the last 2 maps, that's exactly what Santana's been able to do. Yeah,
I feel like at least thus far for for Nightmare Eclipse, they haven't been routed thoroughly enough to shake their belief in the Orisa. The Orisa's going to continues to be a threat, and I think that it's still something that forces Queen's Gambit to solve and kind of augment their playstyle past where they're usually comfortable to try and deal with that. Even if it means that they're getting a little bit more onto Z. Maybe it's down to Z to try and make some augmentations to how they're trying to position, or it's going to be about cookie saving here on the side of the Brigitte.
Yeah, that's where, I think a lot of this is also going to kind of come down to that duel between Wisps and Senna. Again, I highlighted them as the two best hit scan players that we have in Calling All Heroes right now. There's a lot that, are able to keep up with these two, but they are not these two. It's been always one of these two, tit for tat, always going blow for blow as the top dogs when it comes to that role. And right now, at this point in the series, it's Senna actually getting the better of that, finding the right pickoffs that she needs to. But ironically, like we said, that's a strategy that she downloaded directly from watching Wisps do that against Exo Azathoth in the series yesterday. So maybe Wisps needs to identify that and try to win these duels outright. Or maybe, like you said, it does need to be like the cookie saving. Maybe instead of Nenwai going in deep to try and be the bringer of doom, maybe we be the bringer of life and we make sure that Z lives to see another day.
I bring doom and I preserve life. You got two different speeds, and maybe it's all about that speed.
We do also have a substitution coming in. Peace is coming in, and Bun is being subbed out. As those two kind of have overlapping hero pools, I don't imagine that's going to manifest too much. But Bun has been playing like a lot today. She has been once again grinding. Like we said, she also plays for Rad Avidity and has been at times called upon to scrim to play with them to compete in the Face It League games. She's probably all tuckered out at this point in time. So
I'm going to tug on that thread, see. This is, the third game today for Queen's Gambit?
Yeah, I mean, they have also been playing all day, but I mean, all in Calling All Heroes, like all in on this. Like, they don't actually have some of these outside responsibilities like a lot of the members of Nightmare do. Like, obviously, the Nightmare proper Face It League over WCS team, they have a really robust backline, so they can afford to, have Z playing and Calling All Heroes. She doesn't need to step up to the plate all the time for that team, but she is available to do so. But, now that they've won, she's completely free. She can just dedicate everything to this today. But, Bun and Nenwai, Nenwai also staying in, they do also have other teams that they play for and other things that have been going on for them throughout the day. Okay, as we're going to start to get these teams out of the spawn here, interesting look from Missin onto the Reaper. But other than that, it's that tank lineup that I called out right out the gate. Santana going back to the Mauga and Hitori on the Orisa.
Reaper is really maybe looking to try and punish Nenwai's overextensions again, but I feel like if Nenwai plays a little bit more conservatively here and just keeps Z alive, then there's no problems. Also, Z is going to be in far less danger with a Reaper on deck compared to a Genji.
Yeah, but you do still have to worry about the angles that Senna is going to want to play from. But the problem is, I think without the Genji, you're not going to have the ability to help control those angles. And yeah, that angle's going to get shut down pretty quickly.
Yeah, even with the crit here onto Hitori, Santana had no chance of being able to convert that into a frag, getting super low now. Nenwai playing a little bit further back, just watching Hitori go deep. And yeah, that's going to be a very clean wipe here for Nightmare Eclipse to get first control on Suravasa.
I was going to say, I don't know that you stick on the Reaper, and Missin agrees. She's going to jump over to the Genji and mirror the composition Nightmare Eclipse is bringing to the table. Again, stands the tank, but this is that intelligence from Nightmare Eclipse. They want to take the fight off the point, so anything you spend for Queen's Gambit, you're not going to be able to immediately convert into capture progress. Nightmare Eclipse giving a little bit of space here, but still, again, not taking the fight directly on the point, forcing Queen's Gambit to play into them.
Okay, Nenwai low on cookies for about a moment, but of course Queen's Gambit still have to do their homework to try and get themselves onto the point. Santana going deep once again. Miss may expose the backline, and Hitori certainly can smell the blood in the water. Scuffed is taken down as Peace goes deep, and Santana, that means that they are quick to fall as well without that Juno healing.
Yeah, that is a very robust understanding of that point that we have continually hammered home. It's that if you're killing the enemy Juno and snuffing out both the healing that comes out from her, but also the orbital ray progress, you can convert that into one fight. And I think Nightmare Eclipse, off the back of that team fight, should be able to convert this into the first point. You can already kind of see Queen's Gambit. I mean, they have the opportunity to get on here, but they're not fully committed. Yeah, Santana just going to dip some toes in the water and get right back out. Playing for the next point, but oh no, this is not great point RNG for Queen's Gambit. Also, there's a DC on the side of Queen's Gambit.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
Okay.
I think that's Missin who is gone.
Our Missin is missing.
Yeah, we are missing indeed. And this is, I mean, winning these first fights seems super important for the Orisa team, right? Like, the Orisa is at her most vulnerable while commuting, while moving. If Orisa can plant all 4 feet in the ground and say, move me, then you've got to try and invest your overrun on Malga. Maybe you try and just go past the Orisa, but then your backline's exposed, as we saw Scuffed find out the hard way previously. Maybe we can see a leveraging of some ultimates here from the side of Queen's Gambit to try and win that first fight, and then have the Orisa try and push into them.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you're Queen's Gambit, like you said, maybe you invest some ultimates, try and leverage whatever you have, but anything you have, it's going to be uphill from here on out. And this is where I think the mental for Queen's Gambit, not mental booms, but also, you know, maybe have a talk with your teammates if you can. I think that, like, the mental for Queen's Gambit needs to be really, really strong here, because you just lost the first point. The RNG for Flashpoint just took the point to something that was literally in Nightmare Eclipse's backyard, so now you have to push into them. You're not going to have Miss in there with you. She's going to have to come out of the spawn, which means, like, your push is already going to be a little bit slowed. Her ult percentage is also going to get reset. In the span of about 5 seconds, a lot of things just amassed on top of Queen's Gambit's plate, and they got to try and compartmentalize this and find some way to at least get the better of one of these various angles.
Yeah, and the bad news is winning this first fight is going to be even more difficult, with Miss and presumably having to return from spawn here, which is going to mean that getting all 5 in position for a fight early is not going to really be on the cards in terms of getting there first. And as you also pointed out, the gods of Overwatch like Nightmare Eclipse. Sending them to Garden here is a bit of a gimme. It's a bit of a freebie from the gods of Overwatch when it comes to rolling those dice.
Yeah, the gods of Overwatch are like, no, this is supposed to be Nightmare's day. I will smite the internet connection, and just dialed in on Missin's IP address and said, all right, yeah, you're going offline for a little bit. We're gonna reset that one.
Yeah, just kicking Missin out for a little bit. But if you want to make sure that you're never kicked from your games by your PC overheating, you need to check out the amazing products from our friends over at Be Quiet. Not only do they have the silent cooling you need with CPU coolers and all-in-one liquid coolers, they can also light up your case the right way with their excellent fans and cases, some of which have been made available as additional prizing for our teams. Thanks, Be Quiet.
Well, we got Missin back in the fight here on the Symmetra, possibly just like a TP out, but could also be a pseudo counterplay. I'm not sure if this is like intentional or just trying to adapt and play with the hand you're dealt. Speaking of hands, Nightmare Eclipse got a full house of ultimates. Wiz gonna go ahead and pop the overclock. Yeah,
Wiz has a great angle here. Nice whip shot given over. Oh, that's brutality given over by the Terror Surge. The exchange of the beams here is definitely not in the favor of Queen's Gambit, as Santana is going to be staggered out here after the cap, I imagine, just holding up that shield. A TP was actually given over to try and get Santana out. I think it worked out. Heads up play there from Missin.
Yeah, and like, you also, get a lot of healing dealt back over to Velvet, so you're going to have that rally to be able to match an NY. Santana wants to go back in here for another quick recontest, but so much damage, they get punished for their hubris. Z says, you think you're the drink, my friend, you are not even the cup.
Wait, Scummed with 2 from the torpedoes. If Missin could be kept alive here, this could be everything. Missin's going to do so much damage. Nenwai is in danger. Hitori the same. A double stun just to relieve a touch of pressure. The valve has been touched, yes, but soon the Malga will be returning. More torpedoes given over. Fully charged beam. Hitori's likely got enough cooldowns to try and sustain this one. Out goes the javelin spin, but now Missin sees their opportunity to move on forward. Still, there are no kills just yet, as everyone's playing so cautious. No one wants to give this one up. Santana forced to move away. The cage is available. Yes, there's a blade to try and stop this in its tracks. Piece is shut down before they can even take a swing. And Senna picks up 3 in the kill feed, caught within the cage. A caged animal is its most dangerous. Queen's Gambit, they use everything to get that done.
And we call the Symmetra pick a potential adaptation to, the disconnect and trying to get back into the fight quickly, but it works out and pays off dividends. So much so that Peace is even going to mirror it. And we talked about how, okay, no, never mind. They're going to go back over to the Genji. All right, I wouldn't have been surprised, to be completely honest, because the amount of damage that beam can do at the range that both of these tanks want to play is a great way to displace an Orisa. You said if she can put her 4 feet down and say, move me, the Symmetra's like, all right, bet.
There's a sim. Oh, a critical miss there on the spear means that there's not enough healing to keep Hitori up. An exchange of beams. This is a great fight to win if you're Queen's Gambit. one of the most important. An attempt to try and stagger out the Genji here. Everyone just keeps them at arm's length, not allowing for those combos. Well played by Queen's Gambit.
Speaking of combos, though, Nightmare Eclipse is going to have a few of them online. And Queen's Gambit, they're only going to have a rally here. So, once again, you're looking at the DPS to try and make that early pickoff. Either try and shut down one of these ultimates, but Peace is not going to let that be shut down so easily. Nope, Senna finds the headshot.
One on point over here, it's Hitori. An attempt to try and TP in. Oh, nice, trying to dodge the incoming Orisa as well. Remember that now there's no mobility available for Misten, and Missen's gonna die on the back of that. Nenwai is so low. The Terror Surge spins up, takes out Scuffed. This is the worst possible scenario for Queen's Gambit. Santana needs to go huge here. Cardiac Overdrive, yes, it's gonna be active, but you're up against 4 and the damage is too much. Oh, it's stolen away from under them. Nightmare Eclipse 2-0.
It's so close, but it's that kill from Peace there onto Misten that ends up sealing the deal. You lose the Symmetra, you lose a lot of that frontline damage, and even though you're able to claim Hitori, it comes way too late in the fight, way too late in the day, and at the cost of your healers. With no healer, Santana's life is very much so on the clock. But a little bit of favor now going Queen's Gambit's way as they're actually able to get the forward position on this next point here and force Nightmare Eclipse to try and play into their hands, and they're going to have the ult to stand their ground.
Down the ground, out comes the shield, potentially a big wall from Misten. They found Hitori. This could be, oh, Nenwai finding the mace when it matters the most, delivering it to the face. Quick skid away. And pressure on the cap here. Yes, there's only a couple of members remaining. Santana's going to join them. Feels a bit safer as 3.
Queen's Gambit will win the fight, win the point, but have they won the war? They lost Scuffed at the beginning of that fight there, so look at the ult charges for Z, 80% to 63 for Scuffed, who's only just now going to be getting back to start building up and trying to match that Nightmare Eclipse. Once they get Z, that last little bit, they're going to have a window, but here's a wall from Queen's Gambit.
Oh, Misten walks away from the wall, and Hitori's going to punish that even with the full beam. Peace almost has their own cage, but look at this. The wall has given ever so much more than they could have asked for. A secondary cage. Peace still at full HP. It's a rout here from Nightmare Eclipse. They've managed to scupper Queen's Gambit even with the massive investment of the cage and the wall.
Well, I mean, it was a duplicated cage, by the way, from the side of Peace. A bit of an illusion there. You thought maybe it was an expenditure of ultimates, but it was just the duplicate and the orbital ray for Nightmare Eclipse. If you're Queen's Gambit, you wanted to make them bleed out as many resources as possible, and you only got a scant few. Gonna need a little bit more than that, but you do have the one that counts, the orbital ray. You should be able to flip this back.
Looking for an opening pick. Senna 2v1, but still manages to take one away with them. Out comes the beam. This is the must-win fight for Queen's Gambit. Otherwise, it is over. And it stays going here. Z found, point flipped. Nightmare Eclipse, if they can win one more fight, they might win the series.
And I gotta say, I think they're gonna be able to, Queen's Gambit should be able to win this next fight here, though, because look at the ults on the side of Nightmare Eclipse. They used the Overclock, the Rally, and the Terror Surge and got nothing for it. Queen's Gambit, they should be able to stand their ground here. It's going to be all raw picks until Senna has the Overclock to try and confirm this point for Queen's Gambit. But a huge teleport play coming out from Misten and Santana. He gets punished, though.
Oh, it has been punished. Scuff was left behind, and now without your Juno, what are you going to do? It might be time to actually just die on point here before Nightmare Eclipse can get too much in the way of that. Oh, they're trying to stagger. Senna managed to get off the side. It's going to be a mad dash, CB.
Yeah, and one where you're not going to have the orbital ray. You have to kill Z. Z has to have a target on her back, and Senna has to be the one to take that shot. The only thing Nightmare Eclipse have to try and brute force this the rest of the way is that duplicate from Peace, but if Queen's Gambit can even get on the point is the question. It looks like they will be there. The fight will happen, but will it go their way? Peace gets sniped out of the air.
Unreal. Senna, they demanded a hero, and she answered the call. That's going to be the flip. Suddenly, the pressure is down once again. Yes, Nightmare Eclipse are 1 point away from winning the entire series and tournament, but Queen's Gambit have options.
And it's just the kill. No ults were expended to make that happen. You still have the Overclock. Nightmare Eclipse going to be coming up to some pretty scary ones, but if you're Queen's Gambit, you bought yourself time and you bought yourself some tools to make sure you can buy yourself more time in the future. Once again, we're getting some pretty good RNG here for the points captures. Or the point selections, as Queen's Gambit should be able to get the forward position. Save for Peace, who's going to be the first one there, but Queen's Gambit, they can set up here. They know exactly where they want to be, and they are nestled in like ticks.
Does Peace Dare once again go for the Malga copy? Last time it got a lot of value. Oh, an early stun here to try and stop Missing from going forward. And indeed, she can't get her own TP. Still, Senna is there. The hero wants more. She's been asked, and she has answered. Senna gets hit once by Wisp, but you can rest now. You've done your job.
You've done enough. You got a 4K, and Wisp's a little bit salty. You're going to go ahead and deny the ace by cleaning up that last little bit of HP, but that's the fight you need to win for Queen's Gambit. You're still, staring down the barrel of an orbital ray from the side of Z's, but you bought Scuffed enough time to maybe, just maybe, make up the difference. But if you lose anybody before that pops, it's cooked, and you're going to be forced to play for that next fight.
Oh, Nightmare Eclipse. I see 5 ticks. How efficient can you be in trying to win this fight? Missing TP's away from a rush forward. There's going to be some pressure on point as Scuff falls on down. Pieces denied. Santana sticks their feet up on the point as well to make sure that extra percentage is given on over. Trying to avoid staggering it. Wait, Hitori. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Senna, in the end, isn't able to win out. But look at this. Santana might actually be able to get forward and just pressure out Z here. Because only the Juno and the Echo remain at the moment, and Santana's going to be difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, and it was just Z left standing. Senna had martyrdom, dropped a live grenade on Death and killed 2. And yeah, you get Queen's Gambit with all these ults. They're going to go ahead and invest that photon barrier, maybe the cage as well, but they're going to see the cage, or sorry, the orbital ray come through. They want to disengage here.
Stun given over. Mission's already dead. Velvet as well. This is a huge investment. I don't know if it's going to work out this time. Santana tried their best to get the value from the beam. Nenwai's low. Wait! Senna! Once again! Could it be so low here? Hitori needs to hit every single shot, but it's Z in the end who manages to find that killing blow. Look at where Scuff just put themselves all the way into the back line. It's got to be a touch. Are there cookies available? Yes. Velvet's arrived. But you can't sustain a Malga on only cookies. He's a big boy who needs protein.
And even though it looks like Queen's Gambit able to pull a miracle out of a hat, it cost them everything. They have no ults. Nightmare Eclipse, they're pretty far away from some as well, but in this full reset here, as the clock continues to tick, the capture percentage in favor of Nightmare Eclipse, Queen's Gambit, it's not going to get any closer than this. No ults online, just a dogfight. You need a miracle, and you need it now.
High ground for Wisps. There's plenty of those rays managing to find themselves Senna. It might well be over. Nightmare Eclipse have begun the Nightmare season. Nenwai says no to the Assassins. I deny your play. I deny your comeback. And I claim the crown. Nightmare Eclipse will take our championship.
I might be one of the best series of Calling All Heroes that I have ever had the pleasure of casting. That was a slugfest all the way throughout from top to bottom. Who wanted it more? It feels like right now it was Nightmare Eclipse, but you can't take anything away from Queen's Gambit because they fought tooth and nail for every single inch. Take nothing away from Senna continually trying to pull miracles out of a hat, but it just wasn't enough, and I feel like the tank matchup had a lot to do with that. The Malga at times finding great value, but at other times falling short to Hitori on the Orisa.
Man, Hitori's Orisa has been a surprise to me, considering the dominance of Malga, but evidently something that required so much attention and so much adaptation, but it allowed a lot of space for Wisp, Peace, Nenwai, and Z to really leverage the space given over.
I mean, the adaptations like Missing, like you call out to try and, take some space away from Hitori. The adaptation to move over onto the Symmetra, the beam damage. Speaking of beams, Senna constantly coming out with some beams of her own, only to be traded out by a whiff. That head-to-head was so exciting to watch throughout. But it's, again, just that one little bit, that one little inch of macro understanding that puts Nightmare Eclipse ahead of Queen's Gambit in this matchup. And I asked again, who wants it more and how heavy is that crown? Well, only Nightmare Eclipse seem to have the neck strong enough to hoist it. Their second crown of the day, as a matter of fact, is they will be your winners of Calling All Heroes Major 3.
It is indeed Nightmare season, and it was well earned by every single player, even getting some leverage out of their substitution as well. I believe Peace played 2 maps out of the 6. Oh, wow. This is, admittedly, Nightmare, they did a great job as well, just getting back on track after losing 2 maps, including one where they likely thought they were very, very favored on Runa Sapi, and things started to get a little bit stressful in those weird fights where, only Z remains at the end, and just managing to hit the shots on the Juno. Sometimes you just needed to have that mechanical calling, and, well, Nightmare, they heeded that calling.
As we move forward with our last major tournament of the season, we're going to be looking forward to calling all heroes champs, and every single one of these players on both sides, you need to keep their names in your mouth, but one that's going to be right at the very tip of it is going to be our MVP, Hitori. We talked up the tank differential and the ways that she was able to leverage the Orisa to give Nightmare Eclipse that extra leg up, one that forced Santana out of their comfort zone to try and match and try to mirror. And even when they fell back into that Mauga to get every inch of what they could, Hitori was just that much better.
Yeah, Hitori is going to be receiving a Blacklight Kraken Pro Gaming chair from our friends over at Blacklight. Thank you so much for providing our MVP prizing. But Hitori is so impressive, and she is, even though we only really saw Orisa this series, she is far, like, I'm actually thinking back to Azaya on Midtown as well. Some incredibly impressive body blocking, like selfless use of the bubbles to shut down 2 separate blade targets and what could have been an absolutely brutal fight if only Queen's Gambit had managed to find those blade kills as well. Hitori has just always been the one who steps in the way of Queen's Gambit Pathward and says, no, move me.
I would probably put Hitori in the conversation right now for best tank in EU right now. You know, she plays out of EU and plays in a lot of EU tournaments. I would start to put her in that conversation. Maybe we start talking about that. But with this accolade, I don't think that we can really even have that discussion. I think she has solidified herself as best tank in Calling All Heroes.
Yeah, and we can have that discussion with Hitori herself as well. We've got an audio interview coming up real soon with Hitori to make sure that we can get the words from her. Congratulations on the MVP, Hitori. You played out of your mind.
Well, it held up when it needed to, all right? You're able to, you know, stay seated throughout the entirety of this matchup and even, you know, at times seat the other team.
We gotta ask instantly, sorry, about the Orisa. Like, where does Orisa stand in the current patch? Like, what's made Orisa so good? Why did you keep picking it?
Like Orisa got like the armor buff, I think it was, which leaves her like with like more than half of HP than armor. I think she has like 335 HP armor, which is like really insane. Like something about that. And in our scrims, we also just like played Orisa after the patch, because I don't know, Moga's kind of like a Kappa hero, and if you just know how to play against it, like you will just win. Just don't have to end.
Well, like even with the you know, the Orisa instead of the Mauga, I think we're in a really still like macro heavy kind of meta where a lot of this does revolve around like the Juno picks and whether or not you can actually control space with these tanks, how you're able to capitalize. What do you think actually sets you apart from Queen's Gambit in that regard?
I mean, the Swiss stage was kind of Kappa, because we had like 1 or 2 scrims at that time. And then like after that, we just like had like many scrims, and we also had like one review with Christopher. It just like helped us in general. Like our like microplay was already like better. Like we just had like lacked the microplay because we just like never had like really full roster on scrims. So like, yeah, we just needed some time.
Over the course of that time, what do you think you guys improved the most as a team in terms of like your general skill set?
Probably just like being in sync, because normally like what the most problem we had was like just being in desync. Like if Ban goes in, then after that I go in, and just like not being in sync. Just like take some time to get that back, especially like with a meta change and everyone being busy like with scrimming Faceit or anything.
Were there any points like throughout this series, because you know it was a pretty bloody series throughout, like a 4-2 score line, and it kind of felt for a little bit like Queen's Gambit was gonna potentially push for that reverse sweep. You guys thankfully deny it, but were there any points in time where you guys kind of fell out of sync and thought that like, you know, okay, maybe this is falling apart, maybe this is getting away from us?
No, not really. We just like kind of into the 2 maps that we lost.
Mental.
It happens, it happens. We're currently playing on a patch that's about, what, 5 days old? Was the Season 14 patch a major change in how you were playing the game, or was it kind of a nothing burger in terms of the changes and you basically kept the same outlay?
We just like kept for the same outlay. Like always stayed the same. I maybe like had more scrims. I mean, I realized I scrimmed a lot the week, because I was at like EU scrims, and then I was like playing in mixed teams. I think like at one point I had like 5 scrim at one day. So yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of scrims.
Yeah, so you have like all of these EU scrims and games that you play with Quick Esports. You have 2 players that play for Radix Avidity. You have Z who plays for Nightmare. How do you guys like juggle and balance all that? Like, where do you even find the time to get in like 3 scrim blocks a day with this team?
Oh, most of the time we just like take the leftovers, like whatever we can do. Like the priority for like Ban and Envoy were just like Avidity, and then for Z was like when she like had Nightmare scrims. So yeah, we just have to like see what we can get. Otherwise, we played a lot of scrims with Peace and Broda. So yeah.
Follow-up question: when do you guys sleep?
I don't know when the others sleep, but I always used to go at bed at like the last 4 days was like 6 a.m., 7 a.m.
Such is the life of an EU Overwatch player playing an NA.
Yeah, you just have to get used to it.
Yeah, I can attest to someone also in EU who does things with Overwatch Esports. I mostly exist at night. Congratulations, Hitori, on a fantastic run through this tournament. Your gameplay was so fun to watch, and we had a great time calling your team's success. How do you feel about championships? Is it straight through to a big crown here for you guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident we can just take it. We just have to see. It's gonna be rough for the EU times for me because I think it starts at like 2 a.m. at some point under the weekend. But yeah, I will make it work.
As we move closer to champs, I do have another question for you. Like, once upon a time in Calling All Heroes, the tank lineup across the board from every team was just stacked out the wazoo, but it feels like right now you have climbed to the top of that mountain and staked your claim as currently the best tank in Calling All Heroes. Is there anyone, in your opinion, in this scene that can step to you one-on-one?
I mean, like, from general level perspective, on some heroes probably, but in general, overall, I don't really think so, because I'm too flexible. At least that's what I would say.
I think I'd agree, actually.
I think we have empirical evidence to support that claim. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you might just be too flexible.
Too good at too many characters. Oh, congratulations, Hitori. We're looking forward to seeing you thrive in the championship. Even if it's at 2 a.m. for you, enjoy the new chair. This one will not be falling apart. And thank you to Blacklight for providing our MVP loot. And of course, Be Quiet for giving over some excellent additional prizing to our champions as well.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, shout out again to Blacklight. Chat, I know if you guys are anything like me, you only really needed the edge of your seat, but we're happy to sell you the whole chair regardless.
Indeed, we will. We're going to have a quick break before we come back with our Be Quiet Silent Play segment. So stay exactly where you are. Have a look at the Christmas sales from our friends over at Blacklight and Be Quiet. We will see you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
It has been an incredible day of Overwatch across the board. We've seen some insane plays come out, a heart-pounding tournament throughout the day. And, you know, while I know a couple of you guys in the chat are still, you know, saying, please keep yapping, I'm so close to getting those drops. We got you covered, all right? What better way to cap off an incredible day of Overwatch than with a moment of quiet?
Quiet moment presented by our friends over at Be Quiet. This is the Be Quiet silent play of the day. And CB, you and I are going to try and use artistic expression rather than yappy words.
Yeah,
to convey something?
it seems kind of counterintuitive, right? Like, they got the two biggest yappers they could find to cast the grand finals, and they're like, all right, time to shut the heck up and, you know, try and leverage your artistic abilities, which, if you watched the show yesterday, I don't have. I drew a Pharah that looked a lot like Baymax, and it didn't come out too well. So, you know, if you didn't watch the show yesterday, let me go ahead and quickly describe it. We have curated a very specific play throughout the day, and Leg Day and I are going to, as I said, shut the heck up and let it play out. But as it's playing out, we're going to try and draw what is happening on the screen as best we can in a very, very limited time, and hilarity will no doubt ensue.
I think that mine's going to be quite professional, actually. I'm very artistic, especially using a mouse for it.
Yeah, you have the ability to use MS Paint. I have no such thing. All right, here we go. All right, time to shut up.
I think I've nailed this.
This is no good. Oh, okay. Yours already looks miles better than mine. That's
I forgot how to draw an unhappy face, so one of these players is absolutely thrilled to have been eliminated by a collat.
Please take me, sweet release of death. Oh, thank you so much, Senna, for being my goddess of doom. Yeah. All right, well, let me put myself out of my misery and show my drawing. I forgot to like line everything up before I drew it, so Senna's doing some like wanted stuff here. Like, you can see the two skulls. Like, this is the gun over here. It's not Sojourn's rail gun at all. And then the bullets like going up and curving and going back through two skulls. It's a very incredible play. Don't know how she did it, but hey, you know, she really works magic on that Sojourn there, I think. Also, yippee, my team's they're also excited to die.
Everyone is so happy to have just got a new fresh start on their exciting life of being a corpse. Mine is, I tried to more accurately depict Sojourn's railgun than you did.
I realized, like, I wanted to just draw, like, the actual full railgun, but I didn't have the time to do it, so, like, I was just like, okay, this has to read as guns, so I just went, like, back to my old childhood. You know when you pick up, like, a stick in the forest and it kind of feels like a gun, and you're like, pew, pew, like, that's what I did.
My question is, did you draw Senna first or the skulls first?
I drew the skulls, and then I was like, I put them way too high up.
So it was poor planning on your part here. You're like, well, I could aim the gun up. Nah.
I dropped out of art school before they taught me about composition, so like I never really got that far. You could see yesterday when I drew my Baymax Pharah that took up 3/4 of the whiteboard. I almost said screen. You can tell how like tech-pilled I am now. Like, I had no room to draw anything else. The rest of the drawing just fell apart.
Yeah, apparently both of my victims have been blasted away from the rail itself rather than having it go through their heads. Such is the power of a Senna collat that it will take two people, and one of them will be thrilled, like, oh, I got headshot by Senna.
I would be honored. I like how your Sojourn railgun actually looks like her railgun. Like, if I had the time to actually look up and use reference, mine could have looked that good, I'm sure, but You know, you got a little bit of a POV shot. You got like the actual like double barrel kind of thing going. Like that's.
It was either going to be Sojourn or a really low grade Winston weapon. So I think it works out there. You know, like it could be a Winston right click, but they can't get collats. So it's fairly clean, honestly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Winston, can't collat. Maybe that'll be the next patch. Maybe that's how we'll finally break free of this. That's how we'll break free of this tank hellscape where it's all just, you know, the Maugas and the Orisas. We can bring back dive. Just let Winston's sniper shot hit the collats.
I think that's definitely the balance change that we need to put forward to Team 4 over there. But like, listen, Season 15, hear me out. Winston collat.
I think that is the way forward, but you know what? Unfortunately, the way forward has run out for us, chat. It's the end of the road. We're not going. I mean, we're ending the stream. It's the end of the show, and also the end of the regular season for Calling All Heroes. As we look forward, we do still have last chance qualifiers and champions coming up, so be sure to stay tuned to all of our socials. Thank you once again to all of our sponsors: Be Quiet, Blacklight. And you know, also check out the Radiant store. Not really like a sponsor, but still, you know, something worth plugging. Go buy some merch and stay tuned into all those socials so you can be there for the action. Thank you guys all so much for coming out and supporting this one. I had a blast. This is again one of the best tournaments that I've had the pleasure of getting to cast throughout the entirety of Calling All Heroes, and I can't wait to get to do it again.
It's been an absolute honor casting with you, CB. Thank you so much for having me, everyone at Calling All Heroes, and thank you so much for you watching and supporting such a worthwhile and important program in esports. It means the world to all of us here that you are there watching. Thank you again. Be great to each other, and we will see you at the championships.